Whoa. Yeah. Turn your blind eye. Whoa. Turn your blind eye. Turn your blind eye. Whoa. Turn your blind eye. Turn your blind eye. Walk on by. Don't wanna know why the mama cries. So turn your blind eye. Walk on by. Don't wanna know how them babies die. To turn your blind eye. 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 You might see we only wanna live here peacefully and be free. Like somebody, like everybody, free to be in our community with no bigotry coming down on me. And I learned these beautiful families. Yeah, we want to be free. Is that so hard to see? Yeah, we want to be free. Is that so hard to see? Turn your blind eye. Whoa, turn your blind eye. Turn your blind eye. Whoa, turn your blind eye. Turn your blind eye. Walk on by. Don't wanna know about our history. Turn your blind eye. Walk on by. Don't wanna see all them injuries. Turn your blind eye. 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 You might see we wanna do it just be free eternally with sovereignty, integrity, and autonomy, constitutionally, unalienably. Is that so hard to conceive in the land of the free? Is that too?
Every culture in the world has gathered around fire ceremony. Why? There's a reason for that. Because it brings people together to the light, to the heat, for philosophy, for ideas, for working out solutions and issues to problems.
I see ignite. You know, I mean, the whole thing is just speaking to me, like screaming at me, dude, this is the year. It's time to get out bigger. You know, don't play small. So I see these cowards in this world doing what they're doing, and I can't stand by and just let it happen without trying to do something.
FUNL 5, Freedom Under Natural Law 5. 5 is a very powerful number to understand. And the fact that it's about igniting hearts and minds.
It's the pressure of the society that we've been kind of forced to be in. And so the idea is just to help empower people to act, because voluntarism is all about action. And so that's what we need to start doing.
You see, when we come to a true understanding of morality, a true understanding of what true consciousness is and how we can create freedom, that helps all life in existence. That's what we are talking about, the greater good, help, like true greater good, deeper concepts, deeper, higher realms of thought. Because when you truly understand what true morality is, then you can raise your consciousness. So that information can be spread and understood by all human beings,
Expand that sense for yourself, come back to your sense of grounding based on a truth, not, reductionism but understanding yourself as a system, as a whole and part of the system, and just bringing all of that together so that you can lead from that place.
Building community, like real bonds, real relationships, real care amongst each other. And that's going to be vital as we move forward into building a new paradigm, like having real, true community that we can rely on, that we can trust, that Everyone understands natural laws.
That's where natural law can come in, is like, once you sort of understand what's happening and why we're getting what we're getting because of what we're putting in as a collective whole, it is concerning, but at the same time, because it's understandable and logical and like makes sense, it's also somewhat of a relief just to know that we're going to get what we're going to get.
You start feeling some things in the world, and you start looking around you and everyone's getting sick. You're like, man, something's got to change.
Right. And we have to look at ourselves and how we're contributing to this, as above, so below. And what we're seeing in the world is a reflection of the minds of individuals. And what we're seeing in our own communities is a reflection of our own minds. And if we're not able to unify around the most important things, then we're failing.
Extracting from the most vulnerable to keep giving to and propping up people who already have way too much traction and momentum. And that, needs to be reversed. It should have never been in the first place. And so, again, just aligning with how nature and health work and how they're supposed to work.
Who are you inspired by? How are you able to, apply that towards, what your craft or, your thought process or the way you go about interacting with people and the environment and everything? What is your relationship with nature, yourself, your family, your lineage, and so on?
Here's how you can reprogram your brain. Here's some actual techniques that can be used to start, healing some of these things. And so that's kind of the direction that we're going in.
When you have natural law in alignment as well, like the possibilities for creation are endless, and like just really just wanting to inspire people to see themselves as bigger than what we've been programmed to sort of believe.
Understanding the occult knowledge that has been withheld from us, whether that's by ineptitude or intentionally, right? The dark occult intentionally withholds that information to create a power differential between those who have the knowledge and those who do not.
What really matters, a lot of the stuff people are talking about and arguing about and bringing up on social media on this great vast network is not really the main situation that we need to be talking about. We need to be understanding, how do we work towards freedom? What is a right? Why don't we understand rights?
Someone's got to lead and then someone will follow. So it's moral and philosophical courage that is most important, to go and put something out there and to keep putting something out there.
And if you haven't read the Declaration of Independence, go read it. It says clearly you have unalienable rights that come from the Creator: life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So that's 250 years ago now. Our rights don't come from the city, county, state, and federal governments. They come from Source, Creator, God, your humanity, yourself.
And I look forward to seeing all of you guys in the virtual audience at the FUNL conference, Freedom Under Natural Law Conference, because this thing is going to be bringing in not only information that's like fact-based, but also information that's truth-based.
If you are intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, because it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the Creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven-sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to us magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. natural law. Freedom under natural law. For us all, yeah. Freedom under natural law. For us all, yeah. Freedom under natural law. For us all, what? For us all, what? Freedom for us all, what? You know what we do. Get big on F.U.N.L.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, welcome to the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference number 5. This is Ignite Hearts and Minds, and we thank you greatly for your time and your attention and your presence. My name is Will Keller, and here with the other co-founders and organizers, Leslie Powers and Chris Jansen. How you folks feeling?
Pretty excited.
Yeah, I feel so excited, and just hearing that Diesel Automatic song really gets my blood pumping, and I'm like, yeah, let's go, man. This is going to be a great day, a great weekend. Really glad everyone is here to watch.
Yeah, Diesel Automatic, fantastic musician, fully understands natural law, made that the theme song for Funnel 4, which actually has been the Funnel theme song in general. So we got to start every conference with that track. And we got some current theme songs that are going to be played throughout this conference, which I'm really excited for all the creative expression that we have, presenters, artists, musicians, comedy, the whole works. So quickly, I think it's good that we break the foundation on talking about what is the funnel and what is the theme of this year's conference. Few minutes while we get people into the stream, and thank you for all the comments in the live chat, getting that going. We're streaming to multiple platforms, the One Great Work Network, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, X, and Odyssey as well. So follow those platforms. And we do have the official chat for Funnel on the Telegram platform. You can get to all of the links at freedomundernaturallaw.com. And it's good to understand what is the funnel, right? When we say this phrase, freedom under natural law, we are talking about everyone here in the past funnels and in the current funnels understand that there are a governing dynamics to achieving a condition or state of freedom. And that is inherent in the natural world within ourselves. And that's derived from objective morality and right action. Right? So it's very interactive, and we must participate in ending slavery, all of us, right? What we do matters, and the Funnel Conference is our attempt to create something to inspire others to look within themselves and ask them the deep questions of how come I have not taken any action, how come I am not acting, and what are the roadblocks within my life? These are the questions we hope to inspire one to look within. And the people in this conference are activated. They are taking action using modern technology to get that message out, right? And they do that in all different forms of creative expression. And we are here to showcase, to support and promote these content creators and these artists. So that is the funnel.
Great introduction, Will. And I think it's important to remind folks that the presenters did put all this time and effort in of their own free will, and they weren't paid to do this. This is all volunteer work, everybody involved, organizers. So if you can go to Freedom Under Natural Law, there's a donate button, and that will help a lot. A few people already have. Thank you so much to donors. Much appreciated. That keeps this going and allows us to set up for the coming year. And I'm just really thankful for all the people that put in free time. Jim's not here with us today. Jim Adams has been helping behind the scenes with the website, and that's much appreciated. And so the other important thing I wanted to mention before I hand it off to Leslie is Ignite. Why are we talking about Ignite? It's like a fire. To keep this going, the inspiration all through history, we've used this fire, right? The Olympics, handing the torch. And a fire can go out. You ever try to start a fire in with wet wood? You get it going and you come back and it's gone, right? So it's up to each of us to kindle the flame. And I think that really, that heart and mind connection is really one of the ways we go about that. Opening your heart, right? We can think about all these things logically, but bringing it down to that real heart-based aspect of what can I really do and why does this all really matter? That's where we're getting at, and that's the fire that we want to light and keep burning, and we need everybody involved to do that, and that's why we chose this concept to pass the flame along and to ignite one another's hearts, right? And that's what it takes.
Yeah. And I'll add to that, as fire is energy, it's energy that transmutes and changes things. And it can be destructive as well. And we need to be conscious in how we wield this flame. And part of what fire does is it disintegrates or it destroys that which, it can destroy what's in its path as well. And being conscious of what we are destroying and what we are leaving behind or building is really important. We need to be very conscious of our goals, our purpose, our direction, and monitor and watch this flame that we are coming together and building.
Well said, both of you. Yeah, and I'll just touch on ignite, right? Ignition. This is what, in my presentation tomorrow, will be the spirit of fire as well. And that igniting, I mean, everything in this reality is based on relationships. So we are constantly inspiring each other. And this is not just a human aspect. This is animal, plant, mineral, the mountains, the sky, the sun. Everything is interacting with each other. And we have these relationships and we have this inspiration. So yes, can one person change the world? Absolutely. Through inspiration. Can multiple people do it faster and together? Absolutely. And that is through inspiration. And this is the kind of collective egregore that we are creating here at F.U.N.L and putting out in the world, is to spark and activate that heart-based intelligence, and so the care, and of course through your mentation, your mental action and willpower. And we want to know throughout this whole conference, and you can put this in the chat and we will kind of collect them. What is ignition? What does it mean to be, to ignite to you? Or what is the funnel to you, right? What is the F.U.N.L conference? We want to know your feedback. And also throughout the first and second day, at the end, we're going to do a live roundtable with the presenters that can make it. This will be live Q&A, and we're going to be collecting questions based on any topics on their, presentation topics as well, and then we will kind of go through those and put people in the hot seat and have some engagement at the end of each day. It's going to be a full packed day full of all types of information and artwork. We understand that this is like an endurance race, right? And we are prepared for that. So kick back, enjoy. Turn the headphones or speakers on, get a nice cup of joe or tea, whatever you like, and get ready for some powerful information and messaging. Chris, Leslie, last words before we jump it off.
Start the fire.
Yeah, we love to see people in the chat. So get on in, let us know you're here, interact, ask questions. We love it.
Beautiful. Okay, Leslie, did you want to introduce the first presenter?
Yes, I'm very excited and happy to introduce Derek Bartolocelli. He will be talking about lighting the beacons. It's going to be exciting. He's been working on this for a while and bringing in some lore of the Shire. So I'm excited. Derek is a DJ, video producer, a conscious content creator with tons of work on several platforms. He's a collaborator with people. So he and I work together for Dissolving the Divide. He's one of the co-creators of SoundPath, and he's been a collaborator here with this project as well. He applies music, art, and video, spirituality, and cosmic law to all he does. So just sit back and enjoy Derek's poetic, inspired content here.
All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. The old that is strong does not wither. Deep roots are not reached by the frost. From the ashes a fire shall be woken. A light from the shadows shall spring. Renewed shall be blade that was broken. The crownless again shall be king. With the flame of the west and Uriel, hope is kindled like a new fire.
Greetings, bonjour. So honored and happy and excited to be a part of this current Freedom Under Natural Law, number 5. Let's get this shit fucking lit. Like those beacons, right? And with the 25-year-old anniversary for Lord of the Rings, I suppose it's time for Derek, son of Richard, son of Roberto, son of Delindo, Bartolacelli, to show his quality. Oh yes, mon ami, my friends. Back at it again, and yeah, who doesn't like this story? And if they don't, who cares? But yeah, there's so much that I love about so many aspects of the whole legendarium, or the lore of Tolkien, or the whole universe that he created. What a brilliant mind. And yeah, what a time to be alive, you know, growing up and being able to see that for the first time in theaters, especially when you've read the books prior to, and you might have had some, you know, kind of queasy feelings going through it the first time, knowing, you know, the book pretty well. But as the years go on, it seems like the movie has a lot more to offer than at first glance, right? Especially with the extended edition, yada yada.
I also go by Awakening Mind. Had my channel for 13 years or whatever now. Thank you for taking the time to check this out. And yeah, we're not going to nerd out on some, you know, Nerd of the Rings fucking bullshit, alright? We're going to get into things that might inspire you and motivate you to carry on through and persevere through whatever hardships might come your way, and leveling up and refining what is good within your skill sets, and also trying to better weaknesses and that kind of stuff. And also the speech of and way you talk and communicate with others, you know. Do you not like pay attention to that and look at the eyes of, you know, all the characters in the movies? That was like really captivating for me. But yeah, going back to good old Tolkien, because yeah, he is one incredible human being. And the lore, there's so much to talk about, and obviously I don't have a whole lot of time to get into all that. I do want to make a more lengthy video or series, or just extra videos, doesn't matter. Why do you have to label everything sometimes, you know? So anyways, you know, just think about all the whole creation of what he did, you know, like all the different races, and like all the diversity within each race and all that stuff, and the different differing languages. And Tolkien, as a linguist and lover of language himself, who's, you know, learned more than half a dozen, he created his own. You know, it seems like half a dozen of his own in this book. And he wrote poetry. You know, there's like 50 poems laden within this whole, you know, all 3 books. And maybe The Hobbit is included. I forget the stats, but who cares, you know? That's impressive, right? So yeah, the poetry, the songs, the folklore, the landscapes, the towns, the villages, the cities, all the nature and the life within the nature, and the names given to animals. And he gives a lot of significance to things that we kind of take for granted sometimes, and things that were lost of yesteryear. And one of the main reasons I love this movie so much is also because it harkens back to the kind of pre-industrial age. Ain't got to get all medieval, but yeah, we, you know, obviously the movies depict that, and it's cool, right? So yeah, kind of like stirs something within past lives within me. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not going over some fan fiction bullshit in this thing. All right, so I'm gonna be drawing from the book a lot. I've been listening to the audio recordings. Those are dope, especially the version of Andy Serkis, who was the actor of Gollum and Smeagol, and also a cinematic type of audiobook that has all these cool sound effects and voices in the background, and like each character has their own distinct voice. It's fucking dope. And just listening to the way people speak and all that, it's really cool. It takes you back to how people addressed others, and like they respected their own speech to a good degree, because a lot of people were like illiterate back in the day. So yeah. So with this book, this series, and the whole legendarium, there's a lot of lineage, legacy, language, life, love, light, long bottom leaf, and much more than just Lothlorien. Going to the Gondorian, especially thinking about the Silmarillion, the Numenorian, and all the way to the end of Mordoran, and plenty other stories, friend. So yeah. We're not going over allegories, right? Tolkien was not a fan. What he talked about was applicability. How his stories and his lore and all that stuff can apply to modern day, yesteryear. You know what I mean? His time. The mid, early 1900s, right? So I've applied a good amount of aspects of the story, characters, the archetypes and how they correspond to different types of, consciousness and all these things, even going over the male archetypes and the feminine ones as well. But, there's a really cool chat I did with the One Great Warriors in regards to that. And you can see how a lot of characters line up to those types of things, and even correspondences to the tarot, which I'll show later. Had to throw a little teaser to get y'all appetites a little more frisky or whatever. So, yeah, I might sprinkle in a couple videos that I've done with others and even my own stuff in podcasts and whatnot. So tomorrow we ride out from Minas Tirith. You come with us? For Gondor.
My mind is Mr. Frodo'd out, trying to destroy that last ring of power with this motor mouth. Some know this crazy.
Yes! So, things to take away from, Tolkien's magnum opus is that his belief that aside from the Catholic fucking bullshit, like Catholicism, Christianity, all these major religions, they are paltering knowledge and truths and information that was already established well before any of these religions were created, with their false ass fucking gods and all that shit, but aside from that, Tolkien had a lot of great things. His belief that compassion, not power, reveals true strengths of character, overcoming adversity and all these things, persevering through the most toughest trials of your fucking life, right? He speaks a lot about, he doesn't speak about it, but it's portrayed in, about moral victories, There is objective morality in Middle Earth. As much or, probably less than this reality, There is objective morality. Get the fuck over it, There is objective truth as well. Get the fuck over it. Natural law, bitches, don't you know? And yeah, he does establish, in the Hermetica, as well as, cause and effect. There are negative or positive outcomes in regards to how you conduct yourself, behave, your thoughts, emotions, and actions, and what that leads up to, right? So if you read the books, man, it's so good. So courage is encouraged. And I love that word. We did a good video about that with the One Great With Warriors. And yes, the word cœur is in it. That's a French word. I love speaking French. It has really opened up, you know, my brain to in the vocal articulation of things. It's very poetic and a little romantic, right? So, c'est la vie, les amis. But cœur means heart. And you build that courage within your heart. If you have that heart-based intelligence, right? Yeah, you want the guts too, of course. But courage is where the heart is. It's also the seat of the soul, you know? Cœur, courage, core rage. Rage against the dying of the fucking light. And Tolkien does a great job of portraying like the false cold light in regards to Melkor or Morgoth, if you will, Ungoliant, Sauron, and then Saruman that kind of fucked around and found out the hard way and all that stuff, and Balrogs and all that stuff. Yes, they have light to them. They do have that flame and darkness, but is that it's the false cold light, like what we see with fucking archons and shit like that in our realm and universe, right? So a lot of interesting stuff going on that we can correlate and apply to, right? So no Frodo.
Let's keep it on the swords with medieval times and Lord of the Rings and all those wonderful Tolkienian things. Because yeah, we can't be smeagling the truth, right? And just ourselves and act like our subjective perspective is the truth, you know, because it ain't all caps with that shit. We have to just align our own shit with objective truth. And so I think that's why a lot of people get hung up. I think I mentioned this before. People take things too personal. And if people would just chill the fuck out a little bit more. And so with a lot of people that might have too much yang up in their thing, you know, the masculine imbalance, you know, the egg-headed over-intellect type of stuff that's not, you know, really connected to their proper intuition, right? Thinking about the classic tale of the Hobbit, you know, that, you know, people could take that book out, you know, go back to nature in a forest or on a hill and focus in on Tom Bombadil, maybe even sit under a tree, smoke some bomb and chill, and realize that he is kind of like the physical embodiment of the god or creation, if you will. And he's just like speaking in rhythm and rhyme and sound song frequency just all the time. And it's it's quite obvious that I kind of have a inspiration from that. And just thinking about that and being in that free flow of the dance of life, if you will, and you've made that trance and dance already from the programming, so you're actually living your life more authentically. And so I just love how these stories and allegories fit in so well, and we can apply them so much more to our lives and enrichen them and break free from, you know, all these mind control programmings and all these things. So yeah, that one was for the Shire, you know.
Yeah.
On the real, right? And yes, I actually am on a hill. But yeah, what's up with Tom Bombadil? Not the Rings of Bloody Power version.
Yes, that's right, Pippin. Rings of Power. You remember, right?
But in the book. I'm not sourcing anything from that fucking dumbass series anyways.
What is this madness? Shut it down! Shut them all down! Please, make it stop!
It's a shame that chapter was omitted from the Peter Jackson trilogy, Tom Bombadil. He speaks in rhyme and riddle, and he is quite a force to be reckoned with, but it doesn't act like it, and might not even know his own power. But that's aside the point. The point is that he is like the living embodiment of this everlasting theme of that sound song frequency, the music, expression of that, and having your body as that. He was just one with nature at the same time, and yeah, that's a really cool chapter. And you get into the barrow whites and all that stuff, and he has been considered a living embodiment of the actual creator, Iru Iluvatar. Some have also speculated that it was a Tolkien insert of himself, but I mean, come on, how much do people want to theorize about a fictional story and all this stuff? You know what I mean? Just, again, the main reason I'm bringing all this stuff up is because it can inspire the shit out of you, so you don't stink as much, you know? You see how that correlates? So, yeah. He is an odd fellow, for sure, but, sorry. C'est la vie, and take it for what it's worth. But, yeah, it's just, it's awesome having that concept of being able to speak in rhyme form pretty much all the time, and have certain aspects of nature and some of the supernatural take much heed to it. Like, there's a power over those things to a degree, but he's never abusing the power, you know? So anyways, another chapter that was really great and so important in the book was the scouring of the Shire. You know, in the book, Saruman did not die after falling off the Orthanc Tower in Isengard. He was Mr. Sharkey, who brought all the ruffians and stuff after the Dunedain Rangers left that area, so it was not as protected as before. And, you know, Sam's vision of the Shire going to shit, that was in the movies, actually. That's pretty much what it was. And it's a great chapter and a call to their characters, all the hobbits and stuff, and like the 4 companions, even coming back after all they've been through, and like they're mature, they're ready for it. Actually, they're not just war torn and all traumatized. Well, maybe Frodo is to a good deal, but he still has significant actions and involvements. And Gandalf left them to do their thing. It's like, hey, this is your place, you have to protect it now, you know? And you know where he left? He wanted to go talk to Tom Bombadil. Out of everything else in the world to do, it was that important. So that's why I find that really interesting character. So voila. Since I'm on a hill still, let's talk about walking for days on end with very little water and food, my friend. How many people have done that, you know? You don't just see people, you know, the Fellowship walk, you know, waltzing through fucking New Zealand in the movies for nothing, right? You know, like, especially the 3 hunters when they ran like 40 leagues in fucking like 3 days or something like that. Anyways, how many people have put themselves to the test? How many people initiate themselves into difficult situations? And it's just to kind of test your will, test your wits, your even like discipline, and trying to, you know, remain focused and, you know, stick to the goal. You know, kind of like in the movies, they always say, you know, it's a repetitive thing that, you know, in all the great stories, you know, they had a chance to turn back, but they didn't. You know, and maybe that's the reason why those stories were told, because they didn't go back and they kept going, you know, kind of like with the great work. You have to climb up to the top of the mountain, the alchemical mountain, if you will, and get that proper gold, the golden results of your own consciousness. But, you know, there's requirements, just like with a lot of stuff. So, yeah, when was the last time you went on a fast for just like 2 days, 3 days, a week, 10 days, 3 weeks, you know? I recommend the Master Lemon Cleanse. Did a video on that. But, yeah, and also just being so vulnerable to the elements of the world. You know, the hot and the cold and all these things. When was the last time they took a shower and that kind of stuff? You know what I mean? So it's about being resilient and being able to endure way outside of your comfort zones, right? So yeah. Then you get to see what you're really made of sometimes, right? So yeah. More to it than that, but you know. Just go on a hike, man.
Put yourself on the brink of these things, or rather challenges in life. And it's more about you versus yourself and testing your limitations and getting comfortable outside of your fucking comfort zones. How many fucking people out there with the pop psychology and all this stuff and like the sheltered spirituality folks and all this shit? It's very blatantly obvious of some people that just lack fucking streetwise spirituality experiences and shit like that. And some of these motherfuckers are just like, they're in fear of having proper responsibility in the 3D fucking world. People talking about all this 5D shit and whatever the fuck and all this stuff. Or you got people bringing it back to the Lord of the Rings, talking all this wizardry, Gandalf stuff or kingly stuff and trying to be like Aragorn, when these people haven't even left the fucking Shire, you know? So what the fuck? Take the fucking journey. This is the flip side of what the fuck the fool sees. You see the Mount Doom right there?
So take the quest. Now, it is time for a little bit of tarot, and yeah, this is going to be arbitrary, of course, but I have some very interesting and unique reasonings for these sequences and the patterning of characters to cards.
Sky, not knowing how to reply, just feeling, let it reside. Inside I'm healing, we try to test that ceiling and fly. We come busting. Let it go, it's happening to me. I can't believe I'm burning up inside, but there's no fire that I can see.
Alright, for those curious about these trees, I gotta make haste, because I got no time to waste. These are the two trees that lit up the first age of the world of Arda, if you will, when Melkor Morgoth was at large, and eventually he brought and formed an alliance, a weird one, with the the big ass spider, which was the Shelob was the offspring of Ungoliant, which was more massive than Shelob ever was. And so, long story short, Morgoth pierced these trees of life and light that lit up, the world, since there was no sun and moon or anything like that. And Ungoliant drank all the light and life force out of these trees. And it reminds me of a specific tale in regards to Norse mythology, which Tolkien, you could tell he was influenced by that and a lot of other things, way outside of religion, again, But Nidhogg, the dragon, who gnawed at the roots of Yggdrasil, which is the real tree of life, not the Kabbalistic counterfeit. All right, look at the symmetry. I've done some videos on this already a little bit. I've kind of alluded to it, and yeah, I got some rhyme and riddle to it, but in the end, people need to figure it out themselves, right? I can't assume, I'm not looking for anyone to believe anything I'm saying. You have to look into it and confirm it for yourselves, of course, right? But yeah, I found that really interesting and makes sense to me.
Enough! I am Gandalf!
Alright, so I had a section going over some really interesting numerology in regards to Tolkien. You know, 333 in the place to be all day. Oh, that ought to be for another time. But it alluded to something that I got to share in this special ignition sequence of the funnel, sparking, you know, some real type of motivation and inspiration into the hearts and minds of those who might listen. With that flame of passion.
Thanks, Sparky.
You know that, you know, leaves of three, we don't always have to let them be. And not idly do the leaves of Lorien fall. And some of the symbolism of, you know, what Tolkien has with some of his, the kingdoms and some of the elf races and whatnot, they have different styles of symbols and geometric patterns. And, you know, with Lothlorien, you know, I can't stop thinking about the Triquetra, and stumbled across the poems by Anonymous or something like that. I should have grabbed the credits, but here we go. It's titled The Triquetra Flame. The eternal light that unites all realms, physical, spiritual, and cosmic. And also taking it to the Triskelion, you know, the three spirals of creation. A symbol of protection, much like a beacon guarding sacred gateways. Think of like, you know, like the Rainbow Bridge, the Bifrost. The spark of infinite consciousness, or rather eternal consciousness, within the interconnected cycles of existence. A soul's eternal journey, passing through transformation while remaining anchored in divine truth. And probably aligned to natural law, right? Here's the oath of the Triquetra. By the eye of the earth, I stand firm. I anchor into the physical realm, rooted like the ancient trees and mountains, unwavering before the storms of illusion. My foundation is truth. My body, the vessel of creation. By the eye of heaven, I see true. From the higher realms, I perceive beyond the veil. I see the web of destiny. Thinking about the Norns that weave. The patterns of the stars and the song of the cosmos. Take it back to the Ainur.
In the beginning was the word, and the word of frequency. Yes.
Through divine vision, I discern what is real from what deceives. By the eye within, I awaken. Think of the inner eye, the first eye, right? My eternal consciousness rises, connecting heaven and earth, inner and outer, form and formlessness. Ooh, that reminds me of what Mario West talks about all the time. Here lies the key to sovereignty. I am the flame, the thunder, the watch. I am the eternal fire that purifies. Think about that calcination much. The voice of divine will, and the sentinel who stands at the threshold guarding the rainbow bridge, allowing only authentic frequencies to pass. I am legion. Think of I, Magi Nation. You know, imagination. Think about it. I am one and many, the embodiment of all my lifetimes and soul lineages. Through me flows power of the ancient orders, the emerald codes, you know, fire letter codex as well, right? And the voices of all who came before. Much respects to that quote. Yeah, what does it mean to you? Find significance, right? This is for the Shire. Traveling and truth unraveling across Middle Earth, wind and fire. Avoiding the pitfalls of devilish desire. On a hero's quest going down to the mountain-doomed wire. Pushing beyond all mental, emotional, physical limits like a Maiar. That's word to Gandalf. Needing no rings or fancy things to truly inspire. Courage in the hearts of those calling upon a power that's higher. But actually, it's your eternal life force within that never tires, and is what will see you through life's hardest trials. I commune and stay attuned to the universe. That's how I conspire. It's a way to aspire, respire, breathing in tune with, you know, what is good, staying aligned and all that shit. Because I won't retire because my soul's on a roll with the flame imperishable, so I won't grow tired. Especially from all the darkness that I've transpired. You know, we gotta alchemize that shit. Let's do this shit.
Well, fun's fun. Now, couldn't we get out of here?
No! It's got to ask us another riddle, my precious.
Alright, Smeagol. Riddle me this. What is good for 2026? The year of the fire horse. And how it is mighty fitting for this funnel conference. The ignition, the spark, the flame, right?
Thanks, Sparky.
And what is the flame? Imperishable, exactly, right? That's your eternal soul, the soul spark, the spark of free will that the creator, Eru Iluvatar, gave to, its, beings of creation. And then they were co-creators, right? They had the free will to do so. But there still comes consequence when you're not aligned to cosmic law, natural law, right? When you're having a discord with the frequencies of truth and, you know what I mean? Order, the disorder, Melkor, Morgoth, right? So think of your body as that vessel, or rather the instrument. And we always have to be fine-tuning instruments, Over time, they get out of tune or out, you know what I mean? So things to consider with all that. So lighting the beacons of the flame imperishable is really just remembering who you are, reforging the sword, your Excalibur, your Philosopher's Stone, the seed of the soul, the heart. Have you reclaimed your eternal flame, by the way? And think of beacons like, chakras, right? Our meridians, nodes, our organs, our glands, way beyond just pineal. We have a lot more pituitary. What else? Fire letter codex, dormant DNA, the whole universe inside you, right? As above, so below. Don't you know? And we need to tend to the fires within, right? So light the beacons of that passion and compassion of life for yourself and for others. But we have to tend those fires as well. They could burn us and others, right? So what kind of legacy are you actually going to be leaving behind for others to revere, to learn from, to be inspired by, right? Where's your fellowship, your brotherhood, sisterhood, right? Have you done deeds worth putting into song? Or like stories of old? And like Tolkien's stories, we can draw whatever kind of thing you want to describe hope as, even if it's a fool's hope or motivation or whatever, to keep you going forward, despite no matter how dark it can get, right? Remember, there's always going to be some good worth defending in your life for others. How about yourself, for starters, right?
The greatest adventure is what lies ahead. Today and tomorrow are yet to be said.
This is the End Evil Podcast, where we speak raw truth. The aim is to impress you about the value of your time on this planet, to shine a light on the most important truth that has been obscured for too long, to give you the information and knowledge necessary to make true change, to move human experience away from suffering and grief and towards love and joy. Let's begin to work towards the end of all evil. Every week, we dig into natural law, trauma programming, and the mechanisms of societal control. We replace ignorance with knowledge, fear with courage, and apathy with action. As Jeremy Locke said, evil is the destruction of freedom. Go to endevil.life.
All right, Derek Barticelli with Light the Beacons. Derek is so unique. I'm so glad that we decided to kind of jump him off for the conference on day one. Number one, he's just a unique personality and a real treat to kind of view his mannerisms, his personality. I mean, we're both from the same area. We're from the Bay Area. Actually, all the organizers are from Northern California, and we are there now, so that's kind of cool. But he's just so Bay Area to me, and he just cracks me up, and he just brings some depth in the information and the wisdom and how he correlates natural law with Tolkien and Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. It's just fantastic. And not to mention the whole production is kind of a little psychedelic, very visual, and poetic. So good job, Derek.
Yeah, I like how he found that background. He's out on the hillside that looks a lot like the green rolling hills of the Shire. Yeah, how's my mic coming in? Is it a little better? Good, okay. Yeah, I love that work, Derek, the allegorical, sing-songy voice with the poems and a little bit of rhyming thrown in there. It kind of gives it that old medieval feel that, you know, we really need to bring back. That's a lot of what one of the aspects of the FUNL conference is, combining and merging symbolism and logical thought, you know, hearts and minds. So great work, Derek. Thanks for that. Yeah, what do we got up next, Will?
Yeah, so actually, we are going, because we have a few minutes before we get into our first full-length presentation of 1 hour, and that will be from co-founder Leslie Powers herself. But before we do that, we're going to introduce some really a good treat. We have two things I want to do. I want to play a fresh track from the artist 33, also known as Derek Bros of the Conscious Resistance, featuring Presence, which will have a live musical set on day 2. I want to play that track, and then I want to do a Logan Makes Noise, which this was going to be almost the first comedy venture that we have in the FUNL conference, and I think it's going to bring a lot of laughter and light. Perfect before we get into a full-length presentation.
Absolutely. Combining like I said, the creative arts, you know, with the intellect, and we're finding center in all that madness out there in the world by showing how we could talk about freedom under natural law in every way possible. And I appreciate to all these presenters and artists for sharing with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go ahead and do the comedy. Logan Makes Noise. Many people are going to be familiar. He's been around for a very long time. The Wizard Factory, this is Logan Hart, but not that many people might know that Logan has many talents, and this is just one, and his contribution to the FUNL 5 conference. And we have many little clips that we're going to play throughout the conference, and here's the first one, so absolutely enjoy.
Hello everyone, this is Logan Hart with Logan Makes Noise. I'm so honored and pleased to be joining you all today, not as a presenter this time, but bringing a little bit of a different energy with some fun voice impressions and comedy from some names that you'll probably recognize. So let's have some fun, and I hope you enjoy.
This is my Donald Trump impression. Ready? Hello, folks. It's me, Uncle Donnie J, your favorite 47th president ever. Highest ratings, by the way. I want to thank my beautiful wife, Melania. She's right over there. She's in the audience, believe it or not, digital audience. Folks, I've been talking to the people here, a lot of people at FUNL 5. Very smart people, some of the smartest anarchists I've ever seen. Really tremendous. And they told me about this thing called no rulers, no government. Beautiful concept, really. So I will be signing Executive Order 42, effective immediately, mandating total anarchy. That's right. The government will officially enforce no government. Very strongly enforce it. Not playing around here, folks. If anyone tries to rule you, we'll stop them, believe me. Very unfair. We can't let them do it. So I hope you'll join me and support me as we make anarchy great again. That's all there is to it. Thank you. Uncle Donnie J, out. All right, all right, all right. Do you know that morality's objective, not subject to the arbitrary dictates of man-made legislation? 'Cause it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. This is Matthew McConaughey. You're riding with Funnel 5 Ignite, where freedom isn't a trend, it's a state of mind. Keep living.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Everyone was loving that in the chat. That was
Yeah, the
great.
chat
Thanks,
was going
Logan.
off.
That was hilarious.
Well done, and more to come on that venture of voices. It's going to be fantastic. So we're going to sprinkle those clips all throughout the whole event. And then let's see, we got about 5 minutes. We want to stay on track. Let's play a brand new song by artist known as 33, aka Derek Bros, featuring Presence. Our good friend Grant Elman. Presence Music, he's in there, and this song is called Unwritten. Hope you enjoy. Get up, stretch a little bit before our first full-length presentation, y'all.
33. Presence. Doing it again.
Yeah, I can't believe this is my life and I'm on top. I had to hit rock bottom and I didn't stop. Fell to the floor, crashed to the depths of hell. Made so many mistakes, but my soul ain't for sale. Forgive myself, forgive those who crossed me. Not like I'm keeping score, but I keep coming up empty. There's a big world out here, waiting to be discovered. There's so many hidden truths, waiting to be uncovered. There's no going back, the future's unwritten. We can keep trying, but there's no use preventing. Creator has a plan, and I'm ready to embrace my destiny in this journey through time and space. There's no going back, the future's unwritten. You can keep trying, but there's no use preventing. Creator has a plan, and it's time to embrace your destiny in this journey through time and space. You ever feel like you got a bigger mission to fulfill? There's too much to do, can't get caught sitting still. I know I'm meant to be more than a cog in the machine. Not sure where I'm headed, but I'm more than I seem. They say the grass ain't always greener, but I gotta find out. Get to the other side so I can erase my doubt. I'm tuned into my purpose, no more feeling worthless, no more wasting time, asking if I deserve this. This is my moment to show my full potential. This is my one shot, so I'm done being sinful. I feel nothing but gratitude, just anticipating. I know I can take on anything I'm facing. There's no going back, the future's unwritten. We can keep trying, but there's no use preventing. Creator has a plan, and I'm ready to embrace my destiny in this journey through time and space. There's no going back, the future's unwritten. You can keep trying, but there's no use preventing. Creator has a plan, and it's time to embrace your destiny in this journey through time and space.
You ever feel like you're capable of more? Saw a vision yet you make the same decisions before. Feeling like a couple version of yourself a reward. The one that's complacent and the one that's awake in the soul. Yeah, highest priority life force. Only giving my body what it was designed for. Higher dimensional consciousness, I know I got to explore. Higher priority is a inner peace I got to restore. For the bullshit, on the big shoot, from the fear porn to the fake news. With the clickbait for the most views, gonna distract from the real you. Gotta break the cycle of attachment addiction. Tell the story while it remains unwritten.
There's no going back, the future's unwritten. We can keep trying, but there's no use preventing. Creator has a plan, and I'm ready to embrace my destiny in this journey through time and space. There's no going back, the future's unwritten. You can keep trying, but there's no use preventing. Creator has a plan, and it's time to embrace your destiny in this journey through time and space. I stand for the 7 generations, original First Nations. Call unto your ancestors and ask for patience. Can't stop climbing in the face of these obstacles. The truth's within each of us like the Gnostic Gospels. And yes, it's true that time is running low, but we determine our future with the seeds we sow. So let's keep building the world of our dreams as we watch Babylon come apart at the seams. Watch Babylon come apart at the seams. Watch Babylon come apart at the seams. Watch Babylon come apart at the seams.
Oh yeah, keeping it real. Derek Bros, Grant Presence. I had the pleasure to meet those gentlemen in person this last year, and that was a wonderful thing. So they're doing a great job with their music, pumping out the truth, working on freedom in so many different ways. So thankful for those guys and their great work, and loving the music. Up next, I'm very excited to announce someone that I love dearly, Leslie Powers. She's a mother of three, a psychotherapist for many years. She has a lifelong passion for truth and health, with a great deep understanding of trauma and how it reflects into our lives. She offers a heart centered approach towards healing and self discovery in breaking free from oppressive social conditioning. Leslie can be found on the One Great Work Network, Dissolving the Divide on YouTube, healthrevealed.org, which also has a lot of great YouTube videos you can check out, and her website, check out alivethrive.life. This is Leslie Powers. Up next.
Hello and welcome to Freedom Under Natural Law, Funnel 5, Ignite Hearts and Minds. My name is Leslie Powers. I'll be sharing with you a presentation called The Process of Internal Monarchy, Activating the Gift of the Great Cosmic Mother. I'm going to start by sharing a brief visualization. Take a slow breath in through your nose and exhale softly through your mouth. Check in and ground into your body. Wiggle your toes, feel the centers of your palms, and notice the natural rise and fall of your breath. Now imagine that you are on a ship and you are its captain. You are more than the captain. You are also the ship. And the vast depths of the sea below are also an extension of you. In these depths live the memories of your ancestors, the history of your people, and the old stories held in your blood, while the ship's many layers and hidden rooms hold the memories of your entire life. Your ship floats on the great ocean of life among many other ships navigated by other beings. Sometimes the waters are rough and stormy, sometimes smooth and glass-like. Deep below, in the ocean of ancestral memory, energies from those who came before you live and move, and anything incomplete, unprocessed, or hungry may rise like waves at any time. Imagine many hungry ghosts, old unmet needs, unspoken words, abandoned parts of self, resting in the depths of your ship and the ocean below, sometimes stirring the waters into storms or rising up in interfering waves on the deck of your ship. They are not here to harm you. They are here because they have not yet found resolution, rest, or nourishment. Feel the power of these depths, always in motion, always in flow, as the activity of all beings on earth stirs the vast water, touching your small section of the sea. Return now to your awareness as the captain on the deck of the ship. Here is where you navigate, steer, and make choices. In your hand, you hold a navigating stone, reflecting the sun's light and helping you orient. See this stone glowing gently, giving you a sense of true direction and a portal to view what's happening below, so that through your intention you can invite the unseen to show itself. You have many helpers, crew members, inner allies, parts of you that know how to tend, repair, and care for this vessel. Sometimes you delegate to them, other times they act on their own. Sometimes they are beautifully on task, and sometimes they are not. These crew members are also part of you, part of your mind. The top of this ship is your conscious mind. Your captain self is the guiding self, connected to the sun above, the spirit of the ocean around you, and something larger that is always there. The captain tracks the actions of the crew and clearly, calmly directs their focus. For a few breaths, simply stand as this captain at the helm. Feel the subtle movements of the ship beneath your feet as it rises and falls with the waves. Remember, you are the captain. You are the crew. You are the ship. and you are connected to the sea. You do not need to control it all. You are here, awake to the process, alert, steering as best you can through rough or smooth waters, offering guidance to your crew and integrating all of your actions as one. When you're ready, open your eyes and bring with you all the knowing that you are the captain of your own ship, able to connect with your crew and your ancestral memory, and capable of steering towards your chosen destination. Ah, so you are the captain of your own ship, or at least that is the goal. And this means that you have internal monarchy. What is that? Internal monarchy is the process of being self-led from awareness and choice, of being sovereign, holding an internal locus of control, being led from one's own seat of power, being free from blindly following external rulers. And this is a state of anarchy, of operating from a mindful and balanced brain state. When in the state of internal monarchy, one's core self leads the system of thought, feeling, and action, and is driven by self-responsibility, aligned with natural law principles, not fragmented parts, fear-based defenses, external authorities, or mind control programming, and is nested in care, self-love, universal compassion, and agape love. Healthy emotional processing is a necessary ingredient. When one has internal monarchy, one is clear that authority lies within oneself and that external claims of authority are illegitimate and immoral. From the book The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth by Monica Zhu and Barbara Moore, a quote, "The goddess is perceived as the energy which makes real the outer and inner worlds, the complementary images of object and subject, spinning them out from the still center, as a spider spins a web from her body into the open space of being." This is about the processing and integration of our thoughts, feelings, and actions as the foundation of manifesting outcomes. Well, what is a process? It is a way, a strategy, and to stick with the process takes knowledge and discipline. A process is a series of actions or steps taken in order to achieve a particular end. It can be natural or involuntary, and it can be intentional. It is a systematic series of operations that are performed, a method, a procedure, a system. So we are going to talk about emotional and psychological processing and one way to do it. This is self-work. Self-work, inner work, or psychological processing is a healing and truth-seeking process whereby an individual takes responsibility for oneself and one's mind. This includes being intentional, taking ownership of the self and the consequences of one's actions, because our actions can hurt or cause harm to oneself or other sentient beings or to Mother Earth or nature herself. Our body is an extension of our mind. We are part of the whole. We are part of the great cosmic mother, the landscape of reality. Self-work facilitates the healing of unhealed injuries within oneself, which affects all of our relationships. Self-work catalyzes a natural process of self-healing, and together we impact world healing. Self-work involves reformulating one's definition of self in relationship to reality and towards growth and positive evolution. It involves dealing with uncomfortable feelings and dysfunctional patterns honestly. The act of psychological and emotional processing is a sacred experience and is a necessary tool for us as humans to consciously do regularly in our lives. The average person's not taught how to do this, and even more sad is the stigma around feelings and admitting to mental or emotional distress. Shame, denial, and repression are underlying barriers to people starting this process. And it's necessary to create a mental space where those shameful memories and feelings are able to be present and processed. If you're not active in your self-work and intentional in your processing, there will be consequences, and you may not like them. The law of atrophy describes the natural decline or wasting away of abilities, powers, and structures when they're not used. You could say it's use it or lose it. This relates to the physical shrinking of muscles or cells and also applies to things like our freedoms, where if we neglect a power, it makes it harder to exercise later. It's a principle of decay through disuse. While we are alive, we are dynamic and ever moving. If we are not active, then we will atrophy or be molded by external factors. There is always a frequency and a vibration or movement along the poles of existence, and therefore no action has a consequence on our health, relationships, families, friends, communities, and larger world. We have to choose. If we do not choose growth, the law of atrophy takes over, whether we like it or not. I urge you to volunteer for the process of conscious self-work so that you are making a conscious effort to direct your own process. Self-work cannot be done involuntarily. We cannot do it for other people. It is a requirement that we as individuals agree to do this work and take the necessary steps to do so. Why this path matters. Humanity is suffering and fragmented, and this outer conflict is a mirror of our inner conflict. People are lacking the skills of emotional and psychological processing. Disconnection from nature and feminine wisdom is fueling violence, greed, and alienation, and has for centuries. Inner work can heal and soften the effects of unprocessed trauma, which is at the root of violent behavior. Behavior which violates the rights of others is violence, and violence creates trauma. Individual healing contributes directly to reduced suffering and increased freedom. Personal healing is a sacred, moral, and spiritual act, especially when an individual follows up insight with action that promotes care and freedom for self and others. The goddess is the unspeakable wisdom that grows into the very cells of the body. She lives with this sacramental truth at her center, the beauty and the horror of the whole of life and blazing in her love. Marion Woodman. We need systems thinking. Systems thinking focuses on the ways members of a system are related to one another. When you approach symptoms through that lens, you often find that they are manifestations of problems in the structure, which is the patterns of relationship of these systems in which the person is embedded, the family, neighborhood, work, country, etc., as well as the system that is embedded within them, that is their internal family. It is the natural state of the mind to have parts. They are not the product of trauma or of internalizing external voices or energies. It's just the way we're built. And that's good because all of our parts have valuable qualities and resources to give us. Systems of parts and people tend to polarize, form protective alliances, and exclude or cut off from each other whenever they are traumatized and lack effective leadership. These words are from Richard Schwartz in his book, No Bad Parts. You can look at the image on the right, where we can see that in the center is an individual that has relationships with layers of systems circling around you, right? The microsystem, mesosystem, exosystem, and macrosystem. And we have relationships at all these levels, in addition to the relationship over time and the changing personal and societal conditions over the course of a lifetime. And I'll add, even below this are the historical events and the conditions of our ancestors. So we really must be looking at how all of these parts interact. And this in the backdrop as well of the 7 Hermetic principles from the Kybalion. The principle of mentalism, all is mind. The principle of correspondence, as above, so below, as below, so above. And this principle is one of the most important mental instruments by which we can pry aside the obstacle which hides from view the unknown. Its use even tore aside the veil of Isis to the extent that a glimpse of the face of the goddess might be caught. There's the principle of vibration. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. Frequency is a fundamental quality of all existence. Polarity. Everything is dual, has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature but different in degree. Think of emotions. Emotions have different vibrations, and emotions can fall on this pole of extreme. There is a principle of rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left, because rhythm compensates. Emotions have rhythm. Emotions rise to a peak and then fall to the trough like a wave. There is the principle of cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. And the principle of gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles, and gender manifests on all planes. So keep these principles in mind as we talk about your psychology. These are overarching principles, and they offer a framework for understanding the universe, for understanding ourselves, and reconciling seemingly contradictory occult knowledge and achieving self-mastery. Mind, as well as metals and elements, may be transmuted from state to state, degree to degree, condition to condition, pole to pole, vibration to vibration. True Hermetic transmutation is a mental art. If the universal is mental in its nature, then mental transmutation must be the art of changing the conditions of the universe along the lines of matter, force, and mind. These are the cosmic laws and nature, the great cosmic mother. The universe operates according to intelligible principles or natural laws. The first Hermetic principle, mentalism, all is mind, indicates that our mind also follows these laws. All the principles operate within the greater mind. In the operation of our minds, we can see all the principles. She blankets everything as the darkness permeates the night. She operates whether we see her or not, whether we acknowledge her or not. Her power can be harnessed for good or for evil, and her principles do not rely on us. The goddess in her root form is the living, intelligent order of nature. The consciousness of the great cosmic mother, Mother, Father, God, Goddess, is embedded in all of nature and therefore all of creation. Natural law, nature's inherent and universal governing moral principles, can be recognized through observation, experience, and contemplation. It is measurable through witnessing patterns of cause and effect which operate in multiple dimensions of mind, body, and spirit. Think of Nuit, the great cosmic mother, the Egyptian goddess, who represents infinite space, divine possibility, the cosmic mother, unconditional love, the one who bears all the gods and goddesses, the mistress of all. And we activate her through care, the gift of the goddess, the eighth or lost principle. She requires mindfulness and intention to activate her gift of care. This involves conscious engagement. The cosmic mother informs us about true basic morality. For as we know, morality is a term that has been hijacked and bastardized through centuries of corruption, violence, and war, specifically imposed upon the masses by religion and government. This has resulted in deep-seated shame and abandonment within the human psyche. Religious dogma and the control mechanisms of religion and state have usurped our intrinsic gnosis abilities and replaced them with trauma-based fear and emotional conditioning of the heart and mind. True morality does not come from religion, nor is it created by man or woman, human or alien. It is inherent in the blueprint of creation, and it can be both measured and felt. Morality has both objective and subjective components and includes both matter and experience. The marriage of the subjective with the objective is the ultimate understanding and embodiment of right and wrong. It is through the subject, through the experience of the individual, that we see, feel, and measure the harm done by careless actions. And it is through the processing of subjective experience that we clear the way to objective measurement and truth discovery. That brings us to patriarchy and the wounded masculine. Patriarchy is a form of mind control and a form of Satanism. It is not the natural state of the masculine or of an untraumatized man, but reflects a masculinity that has been warped and abused to exploit the feminine in all her forms. It has been used against men and women to abuse women, men, and children, to devalue the natural cycles of birth, life, death, and to lead the way to a technocratic religion of control and human enslavement. It relies on the belief in authority, and dominance is its false paradigm. Both men and women have taken on the role of toxic abuser. It is a mind control virus that has infiltrated all minds and is being used to divide humanity, squash the feminine as the source of all life, and to annihilate the understanding of natural law among all peoples. Emotions and emotional processing have also been devalued. Reviving Sophia is to value the feminine. It is to remember her and to renew and revere and protect all living forms and the sacred rhythms of life, death, and rebirth. Egregores, statism, and external authority. An egregore is a collective thought form or psychic entity that emerges from a group's shared beliefs, emotions, and intentions, gaining power and autonomy as the group reinforces it. A collective unconsciousness which is largely habituated and hidden from conscious awareness. An egregore can be created by mind control. The belief in authority or government as a form of human control is an egregore embedded deeply in our unconscious to the point that most people do not see its origins, intentions, or malevolence. It is very prevalent in the way we parent our children. Trauma inflicted by humans against sentient beings is a tool used to control others into submission to an agenda of power and control. Manipulating emotions is a primary weapon of control. We need only to look at history. The production of fear, shame, and denial is the force which compels submission. Violence and theft inherently violate basic universal human rights, and violence creates trauma. These egregores or embedded thought systems are inside all of us and require a deep introspection with an open, humble, and observant mind to discover their operation in every thread of our lives. No one is left out.
Cellular debris is directly connected to our shadow. Going through a healing journey and a spiritual awakening journey, what we're doing is transmuting the cellular debris within our body, mind, spirit. The shadow is more than just when we think of our own personal shadow. It is that level of whatever has been left unresolved within our body, mind, spirit. But more than that, it takes on a far more invisible tone. It's not just the things that have happened within this lifetime that have accumulated our personal shadow. In fact,
I invite you to look at the rest of this video by Sarah Alcaldi, otherwise known as The Alchemist, where she talks about karma as being related to cellular debris and something that our souls carry into this life. Now, let's look at some ways other people think about this concept. The study of epigenetics shows how behaviors and environmental factors cause heritable changes in gene activation without altering the DNA sequence. Bruce Lipton, in his research on stem cells, led him to conclude that cells have an intelligence and operate as cooperative communities, responding to the signals they receive from their environment, much like a microcosm of human behavior. And Richard Schwartz, the creator of the internal family systems model, describes legacy burdens or legacy wounds as extreme beliefs and emotions that are inherited and absorbed from one's family and culture, rather than originating from one's own direct experiences. These inherited beliefs and mindsets often form the foundation of our internal psychological systems and can unconsciously drive our behavior and societal conflicts. Healing involves acknowledging these burdens and, through the self-led process, unburdening them, returning them to their source in a therapeutic context. The condition of human slavery involves legacy burdens which embed programs in us related to locus of control. Do we perceive control as internal or external to ourselves? What about patriarchy, the ruler-slave relationship, materialism, racism, a scarcity mindset, individualism, collectivism, shame and internalized oppression, outcasting, feeling not enough, powerlessness, learned helplessness, moral relativism, religious indoctrination? These are all legacy burdens that are based on a belief in authority. If legacy can be a burden, it can also be a gift. We have the ability to release the burdens and activate the gifts. We have the seeds of salvation buried within us. We can access the gold within our shadow. Trauma survivors have symptoms instead of memories. This is how our natural mind-body system protects ourselves. When we are struggling with the effects of trauma, we often don't connect our symptoms to a memory or to an original trauma. Our minds naturally split or compartmentalize in order for functioning to occur. We have a going on with normal life part of self, and then we can develop any number of traumatized child selves as a result of our natural defense responses. We have a fight response, which can look like hypervigilance in our daily lives. A flight response can lead us to escape behaviors or avoidance. Freeze responses are related to our fear. And we can also submit and feel shame related to that submission. And we also have a natural drive for attachment. It is part of our survival as infants. We cry for help. And as adults, unresolved attachment needs can lead to us as adults looking to an external authority or expert to protect us. This system is all around seeking safety, and seeking safety is related to survival. We are all acting out our collective traumas in unconscious ways. And this memory is stored in our subconscious. The subconscious is below our conscious operating system. Discovering our ancestral origins, as well as the origins of our thoughts, is important for freeing ourselves from parasitic entities that seek to control thoughts, emotions, and actions. Such parasitic control is evil, as it leads to the destruction of freedom. As living products of history, environment, programming, and survival instincts, we are all complicit with evil to some degree. Each of us carries archetypes of power and control that act to protect us from perceived threat. This is built into our biology as a natural function. When these forces operate subconsciously, we are prone to potentially violate the rights of others, sometimes subtly and sometimes in extreme ways. Honest self-reflection reveals inner contradictions that create suffering and divisiveness in our lives. You have the power to release from both your internal and external chains and be free. Emotional conditioning is a physiological experience, and much of our detective work involves checking in and observing the feelings in our body, our somatic symptoms. It is our responsibility to excavate our own psyches and discover the hidden programs operating within our subconscious that are perpetuating violence or division. And from the great cosmic mother, evil is that which prevents the unfolding of the one. The principle of correspondence is visibly at play in our world. From humanity down through the nations and states and subcultures of our world, down to families, individuals, internal parts, and the cells of our body. Humanity as a whole is like a single mind with many subparts. Communities, families, and individuals mirror each other in basic ways. Inner fragmentation both reflects and feeds outer fragmentation. It's a two-way street. Our own minds are divided into compartments, each like a sub-personality, operating in isolation, against others, or in partnership with other parts. We are like fractals of the mind of the whole. Oftentimes, we are not conscious of how our parts are playing out. All is mind, there is a mirroring, and this concept of self-protection and self-defense exists at all levels. The egregores are mental constructs that unify people, create the structure of the psyche, including the defenses that separate. There is a natural tendency in the human mind to divide as a means to make sense of life and as a means of self-protection or self-defense. Similar dynamics of extreme division and conflict arise at every level. The outcomes are not random, but are a result of discoverable psychological dynamics that exist at all levels and start within the minds of individuals. The internal processes of individuals is what creates a climate of unity or division in the external world. Violence or voluntary cooperation, peace or violence. We have a choice and we can make an impact. Witness the correspondences in the world between the macro and the micro, between the collective condition, the state of subgroups, and the culture of your own mind. All levels of being have extreme expressions, polarities, and contradictions. Look at how your mind reflects your environment. Contemplate this. Let's hear from Mark Passio.
You know, they want us to be imbalanced. They want us to constantly be distorted and basically not congruent within our own selves, where we're battling ourselves. And let alone that, they certainly don't want us organizing and coming together and being on the same page, especially when it comes to morality and health.
So let's think about that. Everyone in our own communities, including those working towards freedom, is vulnerable to mind control and have subconscious dynamics that sow division. Each one of us is potentially moving all of us away from rather than towards freedom. Instead of if, we need to ask how. How are you working for and against unity or freedom? How are you perpetuating division, chaos, confusion, disconnection, and conflict? How are your emotions blocking you from getting work done? How can you get along more cooperatively with others? What divides us reflects a wound. When we behave in ways that create division, it leads us away from unity and freedom. We may be consciously and intentionally causing chaos through a lack of care or self-serving agendas, or we are unconsciously driven to divide, or both. Either way, the divisive self-serving behavior originates from an unprocessed or unhealed trauma. Both are driven by subconscious wounds and protective parts. Unprocessed emotions cause us to lose perspective. We are in a paradox. In fact, we are a paradox. Logic and willpower are not enough. Principles alone are inadequate to turn the tide. From Richard Schwartz, we often find that the harder we try to get rid of emotions and thoughts, the stronger they become. This is because parts, like people, fight back against being shamed or exiled. And if we do succeed in dominating them with punitive self-discipline, we then become tyrannized by the rigid, controlling inner drill sergeant. We need love, love under will. Emotions are power and information. We need to reverse the emotional conditioning. 4 areas of emotional intelligence include self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship management. These are skills that are important for us all to study and learn and practice. Emotional conditioning splinters minds and splinters groups. Unconscious, misguided, frightened parts of individuals promote divisiveness, argumentativeness, slander, dogma, distraction, inaction, addiction, defensiveness, denial, and exhaustion. And while all that is happening, we are, as a whole, ignoring the unifying and causal creative factors of freedom. We are not harnessing the power of our emotions with focus and conscious clarity. As a result, we are not unified, we are not reaching our potential, and we are not heading in the direction of freedom. Without emotional intelligence and systems thinking, we are fragmented and working in opposition to each other or are out of sync. Our emotional power is diminished and splintered. We need to unite around our care, our passion for the basic principles of human rights and moral living. If we each commit to do our shadow work, we can consequentially move closer to freedom. Emotions are a subjective experience, often conditioned by irrational fear. Emotional reasoning is a mental distortion. Our emotions do not tell the whole truth. However, through processing emotions, we come closer to the truth. Emotions are not to be ignored, dismissed, or buried, or they will take over your reality through subconscious means and distort your perception of the truth. Our ego is often laden with fallacy. The subconscious memory actually brings us closer to the truth, but because it is buried, we often don't see it. This is another reason this work is so important. Being able to see that which has been occulted within our own minds brings us closer to the truth and closer to reality. You can't heal it until you feel it. Trauma, often intergenerational, is carried by parts until someone in the system recognizes, confronts, and unburdens those frozen, wounded inner children. This is an embodied practice, a place where we don't shy away from suffering. An emotional transmutation is required here. So how do we process the unbearable or forgotten? A quote by Vernon Howard, "Human sickness is so severe that few can bear to look at it, but those who do will become well. This requires courage, intention, and discipline. We face the paradox and the shadow. Any repair of our fractured world must start with individuals who have the insight and the courage to own their own shadow. And it is not the monsters of the world who make such chaos, but the collective shadow to which every one of us has contributed. To refuse the dark side of one's nature is to store up or accumulate the darkness. This is later expressed as black moods, illness, or unconsciously inspired accidents or behaviors. We must be whole whether we like it or not. The only choice is whether we will incorporate the shadow consciously and with some dignity, or do it through some neurotic behavior. Unless we do conscious work on it, the shadow is almost always projected. That is, it is neatly laid on someone or something else, so that we do not have to take the responsibility for it ourselves. No one has the right to dump his shadow on you, and you have the right to self-protection. Love is the one word in our Western tradition adequate to describe the synthesis of ego and shadow. And as the shadow is drawn up into consciousness, it becomes softer, more pliable, and more gentle. These are quotes from Owning Your Own Shadow, Understanding the Dark Side of the Psyche. And how do we ignite this healing? Love under will, compassion and connection before correction. How do we sort out truth from fiction and determine what's actually driving us? We can become aware of the operation of our own minds by activating the compassionate witness. We can initiate the process of calling forth the subconscious into the light so we can consciously become truly self-led. This is the first step towards inner monarchy. This brings us to the qualities of self-energy, a term coined by Richard Schwartz from the Internal Family Systems model. He describes several qualities that are part of self-energy, and care is the original spark. Curiosity, a desire to know or learn something. Compassion, a concern for, a recognition of suffering, motivation to take action, supportive engagement. Care, serious consideration applied to doing something of meaning. Creativity, the use of imagination and original ideas. Connectedness, being joined or linked to self and humanity. Confidence, the feeling that one can rely on or be reliable. Self-trust, accountability. Courage, the ability to do something that frightens you. Clarity, the quality of being coherent and intelligible, transparent. Calmness, being free from agitation or violent activity. Patience, the capacity to accept or tolerate delay or discomfort. This is a state of being that is important to cultivate when we do our self-work. And don't just feel your feelings, be present with them from this state of being, this state of self-energy. We enter the womb space, the mandorla, when the most Herculean efforts and the finest discipline no longer keep the painful contradictions of life at bay. We are all in need of the mandorla. The mandorla begins the healing of the split. The overlap generally is very tiny at first, only a sliver of a new mood, but it is a beginning. The mandorla binds together that which was torn apart and made unwhole, holy. The mandorla is Italian for almond, an almond-shaped or oval aureole of light surrounding holy figures and religious art, symbolizing divine glory, the union of heaven and earth, or spiritual power. You can see it in the Vesic of Pisces and in the wise mind, a coined term by Dr. Martha Linehan, the founder of the dialectical behavioral therapy model, to describe the integrated state combining the logical or reasonable mind and the emotional mind. The parts of our thinking representing a balanced, centered way of knowing and acting that incorporates both intuition and facts. This represents the divine feminine as the womb of the universe and the portal of creation. The two circles represent the union of opposites, masculine and feminine, heaven and earth, objective and subjective, with the central vesica being the child or the harmonious manifestation of their union. It is a bridge between the spiritual and the physical worlds. Life is about relationships, like it or not, and our parts are triggered by others' parts. We have relationship with ourselves and with all our parts, with other people and all living beings, with the natural and the artificial. And how we navigate relationships has everything to do with achieving freedom. Navigating relationships well is dependent upon our emotional intelligence. It's important that we understand and witness and recognize the pendulum battles. Pendulums can always be found in places where they can survive on conflict energy. Pendulums pull at people with invisible threads as if they were puppets, and they obey. When balancing forces make opposites collide, the pendulums do everything to inflate the energy of rising conflict. That is the law of the pendulum. These are quotes from Transurfing in 78 Days, a practical course in creating your own reality by Vadim Zeland. The pendulum is the universal source of evil. Your task is to unhook yourself from the pendulum at all costs. It is almost impossible to force yourself out of reacting. There is no point to suppress your emotions. Instead, turn your attention to something else. Fear is the magnet of what we don't want. It's not the looking at the negative, but the fear of it. Paradox and the shadow, digesting contradiction. Owning Your Own Shadow, Understanding the Dark Side of the Psyche, a book by Robert Johnson. He talks about the need to honor the shadow and that we cannot push it on someone else. And that it is possible to live by one's ideals and do one's best and actually be courteous and live a decent life if we ritually acknowledge this other dimension of our reality. The unconscious cannot tell the difference between a real act and a symbolic one. This means that we can aspire to beauty and goodness and pay out the darkness in a symbolic way. This enables us to do the upkeep on the left side of the balance. This will include the tools of imagination and visualization, active imagination and visualization. Embrace the paradox, for the paradox is creative. It is a powerful embracing of reality and makes room for grace and mystery. Power without love becomes brutal, and love without power is insipid and weak. A true paradox makes for a strong devotion and a mystical union, powerful enough to endure all the problems. Accepting and working with paradox. Jung has a concept of individuation, or holding the tension of opposites, which involves recognizing and integrating conflicting psychic forces. True integration means consciously holding both opposing views without identifying with just one, creating a creative tension leading to greater consciousness and individuation. And the Hermetic mental law of neutralization is a method to manage the effects of rhythm and polarity, or extreme swings, through conscious choices. It reflects a way to wield the principles rather than be used by them. In internal family systems, a method of therapeutic alchemy designed by Richard Schwartz, we utilize the energy of self-energy to access a spirit of compassionate curiosity, to explore and process thoughts, experiences, emotions, and consequences. It is the spirit of self-energy that is a state of being that can call forth the safe exploration of very painful feelings. It provides the soil for which the seeds to grow and to be seen. All this involves becoming skilled in mindfulness and receptivity. Self-energy is a gift of the goddess. She unifies the opposites. Her superpowers help us with discernment, clarity, and firm yet kind action. Parts, trauma, and inner conflict. Parts theory and the work of Richard Schwartz sheds light on how our minds work and how we can heal the internal and external divides. Traumatic or overwhelming experiences and attachment disruptions of relationship in early childhood signal our system to defend. Our mind splinters into parts that endeavor to protect the wounded young parts which carry the memories. These protector parts amplify when feeling unsafe. This is a natural subconscious process of self-protection and reorganization which results in personality patterns and unconscious coping reactions. If the original wound is not processed and the mind perceives a continued lack of safety, the parts become more extreme and more compartmentalized. Thus, they become cut off from the whole of self and from each other. This natural mental process gets amplified by trauma because our system is built to seek safety. And we can blend with our parts and get very confused as to what is our true self and what is a part. When something occurs that reminds our subconscious memory of a threat, our protective parts automatically activate. If not processed and brought into conscious leadership, the unconscious dynamics run the show and we are essentially not self-led. This often brings polarization and contradiction into our lives. It's as if each part of us is like a mini person, a persona with its own true purpose. And that action can operate without our conscious awareness. The basics of IFS, our internal parts operate as a system, like a family, and we can learn to observe and map out how our internal parts work together, or in opposition or isolation. We can learn to see the patterns, alliances, polarizations, and interactions among our internal parts. We can discover how parts are unconsciously creating conflict and division. He has coined the following terms to help us understand how this works. We have exiles, the usually young, wounded parts that hold memory and pain. They are stuck in time and age. Protector parts are defenders that rush in to protect the exiled parts from being engulfed or destroyed. They're often also stuck in time and age. Protectors can be managers or firefighters. Manager parts are often appreciated in our world because they are the planners, the controllers, critics, perfectionists, the judgers. These parts obsess, organize, are overthinkers, motivators, drivers, and discipliners. Our firefighters, though, jump in when the managers are exhausted and the pain of the exile starts to leak through, and they bring on the big water hose with impulsive behaviors, dissociations, acting out, addictive behaviors, extreme entertainment, compulsive behaviors, suicidal thoughts, violence, and extreme avoidance. And then, of course, we have our self-energy, this mindful presence that can observe our inner landscape and of somatic experiences, and that holds a specific frequency of compassionate curiosity. This we need to consciously cultivate in order to discover the dynamics of our mind and to catalyze optimal healing, integration, and internal self-leadership or internal monarchy. Cultivating the spirit of Agape love is an essential element to healing our wounded parts and transforming our lives. From Ecstasy, Understanding the Psychology of Joy by Jungian scholar Robert A. Johnson. We like to think of ourselves as individuals, but it is important to remember that on a deep level, we are really plural beings. That is, we are one being made up of quite a number of distinct personalities, behaviors, archetypes, all looking for expression. When we first dip beneath the surface in search of these personalities, we may feel insecure because we are in uncharted waters. And according to Jung, humanity holds a special role in creation to contribute to the act of consciousness and the point of view of morality in its highest sense. Here are some quotes by Richard Schwartz to further explain this process. I encourage you to come back and revisit. I'll just share a couple. There's nothing inside of you that has any power if you are in self and are not afraid of it. And different parts maintain their separateness while communicating and collaborating with each other, while the self conducts this inner orchestra. We don't lose our parts. We don't all blend together in one big goopy mess. there still needs to be separation, but it is the self that conducts this process. And when people access self, they often quickly sense their purpose. And I want to add this, that when we have a lot of exiles, our protectors often have no choice but to be egoistic, hedonistic, or dissociative. And that is why the development of the perspective of self-energy is so important. True purpose will benefit more than just yourself. And troublesome parts, these extreme symptoms, are ultimately protectors of the underlying unhealed wound. The part's core intention is good. Its function is to protect. By cultivating compassion for the part and its intention, we catalyze the healing process. We therefore have the ability to see how it operates and to have an impact through a dialogue with that part. We also need to recognize that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The truth is sobering. Inner work requires both compassion with suspended judgment while seeking to understand the truth of the matter, including the intentions and functions, and hold accountability for right and wrong actions based on natural law, rights, and principles. Find a balance of compassion for and unblending from your parts. Compassion and self-defense live side by side. This is the way we preserve freedom. Embrace the paradox, where we synthesize the poles, where we dissolve the contradictions, we process and transmute, we ground ourselves and ascend, we choose truth, right, and love. Synthesis of complexity is a gift of the goddess. Enter the inner temple. Mindfulness is a gateway. With present moment awareness, seek understanding before judgment. Can you temporarily suspend judgment in order to inquire and attain the truth of a matter? Do you care enough about the truth to do this? As Rumi says, out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. We need to find a common meeting ground. This inner temple must feel safe for honest communication and deep healing to occur. Mindfulness creates space between the stimulus and the response, a place for witnessing. John Kabat-Zinn in Full Catastrophe Living defines mindfulness as paying attention in the present moment, on purpose, non-judgmentally. And it is here we embrace both the inner feminine and masculine. These qualities are separate from man and woman. We all have these qualities within us. The law of gender tells us that the feminine and the masculine exists in all things, and the great cosmic mother embodies both. The mother and the father work in unison. A balanced psyche has both, a strong, clear inner masculine in service to a wise, receptive inner feminine. Processing is the sacred art of integrating one's consciousness. Processing is the second step of the trivium. It involves both cognitive and emotional aspects. Here is where we witness, understand, and transform information and inner and outer experiences. This is a truth-seeking, responsibility-taking path. It's hard, it's fulfilling, and it's empowering. Psychological processing is this sacred responsibility to self, to others, and to the earth. It is a choice to stop passing trauma forward. Please note that rumination, overanalyzing, and flashbacks are not processing. Processing is deliberate witnessing of ourselves and involves feeling feelings, understanding function, making meaning, and integrating, not reliving. We feel our feelings from the witness point of view. Psychological processing is complex and has many parts to it. I encourage you to come back to the slide and think more deeply about each of these items. Processing synthesizes the opposites. It is both active and receptive. And if you don't consciously guide your internal, external processes, your subconscious will guide them. The intention and imagination are both important. The hero's journey. Joseph Campbell's monomyth has 8 stages of this process, and this involves the underworld journey. We have a departure, an initiation, and a return. This process I'm talking about is in the phase of initiation, where we meet the goddess. The meeting of the goddess, the hero experiences a love that has the power and significance of the all-powerful, unconditional love an infant may experience with their mother. This is the self-energy, the divine mother-father presence that we can activate within our own mind. And this is where we can transform and transmute in order to move successfully through the rest of our journey. Now, the feminine, the goddess, can also be a temptress. The temptations that may lead the hero to stray from their quest. This could include emotional indulgence or remaining a perpetual child. Atonement with the father. The hero must confront and be initiated by whatever holds ultimate power in life. Well, this is natural law. This is the path of life that is always staying aligned with the positive aspects of moral truth, living and acting in goodness. Apotheosis is the point of realization in which a greater understanding is achieved. Revelation brings new perspective. We use the power of active imagination. This is a key alchemical ingredient, and this is the quality of the witness. Robert Johnson says, the imagination is neither the conscious nor the unconscious, but rather what lies between the two. Here, on the meeting ground of imagination, the ego and the archetype can speak as equals, each learning from the other. We are receptive in this place and invite this dialogue. Acknowledging each part from a state of self-energy while you seek to understand each part's protective intention and update it on the truth and consequences and negotiate for an improved job description. The self-energy creates the safe space for vulnerability and transformation. It is a state where we cultivate the perpetual love of a cosmic mother and father. Think of the space like an imaginal womb space where we go to learn about and regenerate ourself, where we allow a dismantling and a disintegration of old thoughts and beliefs in order to recreate new based on an integration of truth and reality. In the womb of the great cosmic mother, we experience an alchemical death, transmutation, and rebirth. We rewrite inner scripts simultaneously as we sew emotional wounds and see ourselves closer to our expanded potential. The spirit of the dialogue matters, and the power of visualization is an important tool here as well. This is directed imagination. The visualization technique is a mental rehearsal process that combines clear intention with elevated emotion to rewire the brain and condition the body to a new future. By vividly imagining desired experiences and outcomes as if they are or have already happened, one moves from thinking to feeling, breaking past limiting beliefs and creating new neural pathways. We can use this power of visualization to recreate the traumas of our lives and bring new emotional experiences to our reality. Fire, the vigorous and transformative spark, calls us to unite our passions and to refine our beings, shedding the superfluous to reveal our true essences. And here we have an image of a woman who's in her self-energy, who's gone face to face with her parts and mapped them out into a visual form where she can see this people pleaser that led to being a perfectionist. And polarizing this perfectionist is a self-critic and a punisher because she's not good enough, because she carries this guilt and shame. And there's a denial of reality because she's stuck in the programming of her past and ever seeking to be this high achiever, but never feeling worthy. And sometimes this becomes so painful that she dissociates, is terrified of the consequences of not being good enough, feels depression, occasional suicidal thoughts, and has physical pain. When she looks into each of these parts and spends time to get to know them, she discovers that there are memories from her past that rise to the surface that show her why these parts were created in the first place and how they were trying to protect her or protect the child that's holding these memories from being overwhelmed, engulfed, or deeply hurt. We can all map out our parts, and here some recent parts that I've put together around a mother wound, I would say, where I have personified some of these in pictures. You could do the same. We can map out the inner relationship of our parts. Be empty of worrying. Think of who created thought. Why do you stay in prison when the door is so wide open? Move outside the tangle of fear thinking. Live in silence. Flow down and down in always widening rings of being. Rumi. Welcome the gift of the goddess. Integrate selves. Strategically unify. Revere in the power of the great cosmic mother, where polarity is softened and rigid walls dissolved, where proper boundaries protect self, without unruly extremes. We seek and embrace this alchemical process, which disintegrates, cleanses, and rebuilds before coming out more whole, conscious, and integrated. This process can occur within us and between us, in families and between families, within and among extended networks and systems of all kinds and sizes. It takes will and willingness to do the work despite fear. Harmonizing natural law principles with care and willpower is the way to freedom. Woman as Divine, Tales of the Goddess by Miriam Baker, from her chapter Theater of Transformation. The practice of sacred drama is a journey into past, present, and future as human beings on this planet. It is a discovery and unfolding of divine archetypes within and without. In this theater of the unknown, we work with the alchemy of transmutation, taking the base, gross, unrefined, and through conscious and specific concentration, allow the painful chrysalis of transformation to happen. We can discover the life of being by diving into the space of heart, discovering their latent power, beauty, and perfection. There is then discovery of self through loss of self. We all wear masks over the self, and by becoming master of the masks, we learn to act and live in the world rather than react, sleep, and dream while awake. Entering the timeless breath of compassion and mercy, we can give birth to the infinite self we long to be and know we are. Here are some practical daily practices for internal monarchy, rituals of reconnection. Frequent brief mindfulness check-ins, pauses, body scans, breath awareness, parts checkups. Lengthier daily introspection where you can observe the patterns. Invite and sit with thoughts and feelings, witness them from self-energy, get to know them. Journal, name, learn about, and map and dialogue with your parts. Cultivate these internal relationships consciously. Give gratitude generously. Use visualization to reparent the wounded parts once you have become well acquainted with those protector parts. Spend time in nature to reattune to rhythms and observe how nature operates. Show small, consistent acts of self-respect and responsibility to rewire and rebuild self-trust. Declare your desire to know the truth. Cosmic Mother's Guide to the Destruction and Rebirth of Freedom. Her lessons include: healing and regeneration is both a sacred responsibility and a natural event. Healing involves both destruction and creation. The great cosmic mother lives within us as self-energy and deep receptivity. We can access her. Her compassionate witness catalyzes healing and allows us to reclaim self-leadership or internal monarchy. From this space, we can more easily absorb and observe the objective reality and discover our purpose within it. As more minds heal, human freedom and unity become possible. Can we now agree upon a unifying message? That it's important to care for ourselves and all our relationships? No one has the right to enslave another. Every human has the same inherent rights. No human has the right to claim authority or ownership over another human. Change must start with the individual and extend to the whole. Active care and willpower working together is necessary for progress. Mindfully processing our thoughts and emotions in the spirit of love is the path to internal monarchy and self-leadership. We heal ourselves through the spirit of Agape love. We embody this through filial love, through brotherhood and sisterhood. And natural law is our guide to right action and objective morality. Thank you for listening. Please share this with your friends. Ignite hearts and minds. I'm Leslie Powers. You can reach me at the email address revivingsophia@proton.me if you're interested in any of my services. You can find my work at my tap link listed here. And remember,
Beautiful message from Leslie Powers. Fantastic presentation. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, the healing, you could feel the audience, in fact, in the chat, they're just, Leslie comes across as the great mother, and she's been reading this book, The Great Mother, and her advice, and it's like a warm hug, and it really gets to the bitter truth, what we're really having problems with in the day-to-day, moving the ball forward towards freedom, is individuals we have a lot of trauma, we have a lot of problems, and we got to work through this stuff. And here's Leslie laying out this beautiful tapestry of progression of thought on exactly how and why to go about that. Thank you for that.
That's right. Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, as always, her messages are always nice and clear, concise, quite simple. It's really good listening. And yeah, that that good old mother spirit. Looking forward to the works that she's going to be igniting from this presentation, because she has a lot of stuff in the works, which is why Dissolving the Divide is taking its sweet time to get back into the mix of things. But pleasure to be with you, gentlemen. Where is she,
Absolutely.
by the way?
Going through some of the comments, going to highlight some of these. A lot of engagement. Thank you all for your participation. Now, keep in mind, we do have the live roundtable at the end of the day. And during these presentations, if someone has a question, if you could put all caps question, I can actually take that question and put it in a kind of a folder where we can bring them up on the live roundtable for the specific presenter. So thank
One
you
other
guys.
comment I'll make about Leslie's presentation is I just saw the countless hours that she put into working on this diligently for the last few months. She's been, she started work on hers way back when we first had the idea of Funnel 5, maybe even before, I think before. And she's really put a lot of time and effort, and it's very beautiful to see it come together, and the artistic talent and is finally coming through. Her technical skills come a long way too. So that was pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
It was cool to be able to see behind the scenes a little bit on that one. So
yeah, for sure. And we all, for the funnel organizers, are streaming from Northern California. It's pretty cool that we're in the same vicinity. So keep in mind that all the time zones that we have listed are Pacific Standard Time. That is U.S. time zones. Here is the schedule for people to view. This is also on freedomundernaturallaw.com. You can go there and you can get to all of the presenters, their links, and we highly recommend go check that out, support them. And as you can see on the image on the screen, we are right on schedule for our next presentation by Cynthia Mitchell, and we'll let Derek Bartocelli do the introduction.
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, Cynthia's a great human being all around, and she's keeping it fresh on the farm. And she's been the founder of Affirm Life Daily and a devoted student of natural law, committed to the great work of sharing truth, freedom, and life-affirming wisdom. She created the Affirm Life Daily website and podcast to counter a culture of fear, materialism, and spiritual disconnection, helping people remember they are divine by design, and encouraging them to stand in sovereignty and live in alignment with natural law. And she's also quite a poet, and I hope to hear some just overall wonderful things that she's going to bring to the table. Let's get it going.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Mitchell, host of the Affirm Life Daily Natural Law podcast. Welcome to my Funnel 5 presentation, Food and Freedom, Why Hyperlocal Food Systems Are Key to Our Sovereignty. Let's get into it. So I wanted to start with a quote. Who controls the food supply controls the people. That's a quote by Henry Kissinger. He's unfortunately known for lots of notorious quotes. But if you really think about that quote, it's powerful and it's very true. If someone controls your food supply, they literally control whether you can live or die. They control how healthy you can be, how strong you can be, how clearly you can think. They control a lot when they control your food. So I really wanted that to kind of sink in as the premise of this presentation and to set the tone as to why food sovereignty is so very important. I broke this presentation into 4 distinct sections. Section 1 is what is food sovereignty? So let's take a look at that. So food sovereignty is our inherent right, not a privilege, not something that we have to earn, not something that we get if we're good little boys and girls. It's a God-given right, food sovereignty. So food sovereignty is the inherent right of people to create and define their own local food and agricultural systems without outside regulation or disturbance or interference or anything like that. This sovereignty helps to ensure that people have unfettered access to healthy, appropriate food produced sustainably and locally. Locally is key here, and we're going to get into later in the presentation into why local is so imperative to food sovereignty. Now, this differs sharply from food systems that are controlled by corporations and global markets. Food sovereignty puts the power in the hands of the local people. It puts it in your hands. It puts it in my hands. It puts it in our hands. The farmers, the gardeners, the fishermen, all of us getting to control our food. So by localizing food systems and emphasizing production that works in harmony with nature, that's how we arrive at food sovereignty. And food sovereignty is different than food access, because food access is limited. So food sovereignty places control or food access places control in the hands of governments, corporations, and the like. They're just allowing us access to food when they see fit, how they see fit, to what levels they see fit. They are controlling access to something that is vital to life when you just have access rather than sovereignty. So this access, limited food access, is by design. This did not happen by chance or by circumstance. They just weren't inept in setting up the food system and made some mistakes along the way. This is absolutely 100% by design. It's working just as they designed it to. And this video really hits home because he's going to explain this. It's a video clip that I want to show you because he's going to explain this to a T, what I'm saying that this is by design. He was actually a past guest on my podcast, Oren. And yeah, this video will speak for itself.
Every time I say humans shouldn't have to pay to exist, someone inevitably asks, but if we don't use money, how do we eat? As if food was invented by the banks, or like trees take credit cards, or like carrots need permission. So let me explain this very slowly. Why aren't our cities walkable gardens? Look around your city. Concrete, asphalt, decorative grass you're not allowed to eat, miles of sidewalks that grow nothing, parking lots so big you can see heat waves rising off of them. And somehow we're told that food is scarce. Well, that's just the first lie. Because food isn't scarce. Edible land is everywhere. We just paved over it and then convinced ourselves survival has to be trucked in from miles away. Ask yourself this like a child would. Why can fruit trees grow for free, but cities are designed so that none exist? Why is grass allowed, but tomatoes are against code? Why are herbs considered a hobby, but lawns are mandatory? Why do we design places for cars instead of feet and then act shocked when people can't survive without money? This isn't accidental design. It's intentional fragility. Right now, your survival depends on farms you'll never see, trucks you don't control, fuel you can't afford, and stores that close, and prices that change overnight. That is not resilience. That is a hostage system. And here's the part that nobody wants to say out loud. Any civilization that collapses when trucks stop was never designed to feed people. It was designed to manage them. A sane world would look completely different. Cities would be walkable, not for aesthetics, not for green points, but because food would be everywhere you walk. Fruit trees lining the sidewalks, berry bushes in public places, herbs growing outside buildings, and community gardens instead of dead lawns. Kids would know what food looks like before it's wrapped in plastic. Elders wouldn't need money just to eat. People wouldn't panic every time a supply chain hiccups. But instead, we built sterile ecosystems. Lawns that feed nothing, parking lots that kill soil, zoning laws that forbid abundance, and HOA rules that criminalize self-sufficiency. Let that sink in. We don't just fail to provide food locally, we actively prevent it. Then we call the resulting hunger normal. Here's a sentence that should make you extremely uncomfortable. We paved over food, and now we pay to buy it back. Think about how insane that is. The earth grows food automatically. No invoices, no permission slips, just sun, water, soil. Done. But we decided, no, centralize it, isolate it, transport it, mark it up, gatekeep it. And then we tell people, if you can't afford food, that's your fault. That is not economics. That's violence with extra steps. And before someone jumps in screaming, but farms, nobody said abolish the farms. The question is, why is food not treated like infrastructure? Roads are public, water systems are public, emergency services are public, but food, the thing you literally cannot live without, is locked behind money and distance. Why? Because a population that can feed itself locally is harder to scare, harder to control, and harder to exploit. A walkable garden city doesn't just feed people, it breaks dependence. And no, this is not utopian, it's not unrealistic, and it's not radical. What is radical is designing a world where human survival depends on trucks, prices, and permission. So I'll leave you with this. If food can grow everywhere, why are our cities designed like it can't? And who benefits from that design?
Oh my gosh. Please let that sink in. Please let that absorb, because that was powerful. We paved over food and pay to buy it back. That sentence hit me like a ton of bricks, because that is like literally insanity. And this control, like me, even personally, I got a $500 fine from my HOA for planting a fruit tree in my own yard and had to dig it up. So yeah, it's complete insanity, and it is all by design, all of it. So the next section I want to talk about is the current state of traditional farming and agriculture. This is the global view. So nearly 1 billion people lack access to nutritious food, and I would probably say that's an understatement. And these are some of the reasons why. Economics. For now, global crop output is up, and that's driven by maize, wheat, rice, sugar, but this is not sustainable given the rise of the challenging forces at play for growing food. Many farmers, especially family farms, face economic hardship from high input costs like fertilizer, fuel, all the things that they need to actually to run the farm. The failing commodity prices, this creates a profit squeeze. They're putting in so much money because their costs are steadily rising and they're making less money on the back end. That is not a sustainable model at all. So the climate impacts, geoengineering and weather modification, this is a really big one. This is a big one for more than just, food sovereignty. It's a big one, period, for life on Earth. But extreme weather, droughts, floods, fires, etc., and toxic precipitation causes major harm. It disrupts yields, it increases risk, it poisons all life on Earth, including the soil. Geoengineering, just by itself, is one of the greatest threats we face for humanity, for nature, for all life literally on this planet. And we will talk more about this later in the presentation because it is so important. Food deserts. Food access and insecurity is rampant throughout the globe, particularly in poverty-stricken areas. So a food desert is just an area where there is little to no access to fresh or healthy food. Soil health, another major problem. Soil erosion, Diminished microbiome and degradation are large-scale problems globally for the soil, and geoengineering has a lot to do with the health of our soil. Lack of nutrients in the soil directly causes lack of nutrients in the food that is grown. And so if their food is not nutritious, how do we get nutrition in our body? We don't. So this is a huge problem. War and conflicts. Global wars and destruction devastate and destroy local food production, while at the same time diminishes access significantly or even cuts it off altogether for the people in those war zones. And I think we all can think of multiple areas right now that are suffering just like that. Food access cut off because of conflict and war. Pollinator and insect loss. So we are seeing a sharp collapse of the insects and bee populations. Most reports are underestimating the real losses, which are likely upward of 50% already. I would say, based on the research that I've done on this, it's much more, probably around 80% already lost. This negatively affects crop pollination, soil health, and biodiversity, along with a myriad of other devastating problems. And I just want you all to kind of think back. Think about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when you took a road trip. Think about your windshield. Think about how many bugs would be on your windshield. Think about how many are on there now. Are there any? If there are, it's very few. Think about when it used to rain and you would literally have to like tiptoe around all the earthworms coming up. How many come up now? And the ones you do see, what are the size of them? Nothing like it used to be, because these insects are gone. They're gone. And they are an essential part of our ecosystem, especially our pollinators. And we have to understand what this means for us and means for our food system. Now I want to look, we looked at the global view. Now I want to look at the US view. So we have lost over 65% of our farms in the last century. And these are some of the reasons why. Taxes. Estate or death taxes are hurting family farms like really seriously bad. 9 months after the death of a family leader, some farms owe the IRS up to 40% of their farm's value above the exemption limit. Many family farms are being lost as a result of this. It's devastating to them. They were already struggling financially in many cases, and then you get hit with something like this. That's it. That's the end of that farm. Then we have the corporatization of farming and the loss of family farms. Corporations, investment firms, and wealthy individuals like Bill Gates, who is the 42nd largest landowner in the US, with over 269,000 acres of that being farmland. It's incredible. It's incredible. And he's not a farmer, by the way. They're increasingly buying family farms and farmland, which is in turn drive up land prices and push out young and small farmers. It also gives them more control, centralizing that control over our natural resources and over our food supply. Conglomerates control over 50% of the US crop output, and less than 15% is from small farmers. It's all about control. It's all about concentration of power. And then we have the aging out of a lot of farmers. According to the 2022 census released in 2024, the average age of a farmer is 58 years old. A lot of them are just aging out of this. They're just too old to continue to run a farm. So that's another issue. Available labor. There is a marked lack of skilled labor available in the agriculture industry due to immigration laws, increasing imports, low wages, and other factors. You need labor to run farms. It's a labor-intensive industry. So this is another issue. Government regulation, of course, because they're always just trying to help us with all these regulations. Tariffs, labor laws, restrictions on farmers, farmers' autonomy on how they want to grow food and raise their animals, funding cuts, and regulations rooted in unfounded and unsound science are crushing so many family farms in the US. They're always telling us to follow science, follow the science, follow their science is what they really mean. Many farmers are also subsidized not to grow food at all. And most farmers are in a position that they depend on these subsidies to even keep their farms going. So if they're subsidized to not grow food, that's exactly what they do, is not grow food. And that's mind blowing. But it's, again, all of these things are by design. And then we have the declining profitability. Production, equipment, and labor costs are steadily rising while farming profits are sharply declining. There is also a decline in commodity prices. All these factors has led to record numbers of bankruptcies in the farming industry. And I'm going to follow this up with a couple charts. So this chart shows you the production expenses, how they are rising from 1970 to 1925. And the dollar amounts are in the billions of dollars. So they're accounting for everything from, their marketing costs to their livestock, to their equipment, to their fertilizer, to their rent. And you see this, spike just going up year over year over year. And it's just become not even feasible. This is not a sustainable model for farms. And now this price index for crop producers shows you the price received by farmers, which is in blue, and then the price paid by farmers to produce those crops in red. You see the problem? You see the inversion of how it should be? Again, not a sustainable model for them to keep growing food. So let's look at the impact of imports and exports. Because I talked at the beginning about how important growing locally is, and this is why. Over 50% of fresh fruits and around 38% of fresh vegetables are coming from abroad. The majority of seafood, fruits, tree nuts, and grain and oilseed milling products consumed are imported. In 2024, American farms and food processors exported $176 billion worth of products. The country imported even more, around $205 billion, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Think about these amounts. These are astronomical amounts of food moving around, being shipped, trucked, flown all across the globe rather than being grown local. So we are moving food across the planet rather than growing it locally, which makes no sense. And you're getting much less fresh food. You have no access to see how it's being grown because it's being grown in a whole other country. So this global reliance on food being shipped and transported across the globe promotes instability and puts unnecessary strain on the environment as well. And it leaves us very vulnerable because if there's any issues with transportation that come about, now you can't get the imports and you can't send out your exports. And then you have a food crisis instantly. So locally grown food focused on sustainability and regeneration is absolutely key to moving forward and moving in the direction of food sovereignty. Now, I did say I was going to talk more about geoengineering. So weather modification and geoengineering impacts are huge. Geoengineering directly impacts our ability to grow food. I want to start off with a quote from Dane Wigington of geoengineeringwatch.org. I cannot highly recommend his website enough. Absolutely check it out. All his research is evidence-based and evidence-backed. This quote reads, "Climate engineering and weather warfare, it is absolutely warfare, are ultimately one and the same. The ongoing atmospheric experiments taking place in our skies have a long history with many objectives and agendas being carried out. The equation is complex. If we are to have any chance of exposing and halting catastrophic global climate engineering operations, we must first have a clear understanding of the issue itself." So geoengineering includes weather modification, storm creation and or steering, climate manipulation, spraying toxic chemical blends in the atmosphere. People often refer to that as chemtrails. Engineered winters, cool downs, which we just experienced all these winter storms out of the blue, sleets, snowstorms, freezing cold when it was just warm the day before. We just experienced this to extremes. They do it all the time. Weather whiplash scenarios where, it's 60 degrees one day, and then later that same day, it's 20 degrees. Weather whiplash, engineered droughts and flooding, and more. This has catastrophic effects on all life on Earth. It is destroying our environment, our soil, our crops, our insect population, our wildlife population, and us. It's destroying us, our health, our well-being. So I highly recommend his groundbreaking documentary, The Dimming. It's free to watch right on YouTube. You can just go to his channel and watch it for free. It will explain to you very clearly how they are doing this, what they are doing, and the ramifications of it. I want to also play a quick clip from Dane Wigington so you can hear directly from him the impacts of geoengineering on us and our food.
5 report reminder from EcoWatch. Global hunger rises for 6th consecutive year in a world dangerously off course. From resilience.org, this headline, will there be food? Question mark. From Atlantic.com, a food reckoning is coming. Yes, it is. From AsianNews.net, desertification causes crop failure in southern Russia. From carbonbrief.org, how extreme weather is destroying crops around the world. From the UK Guardian, how climate breakdown is putting the world's food in peril. From earth.org, bananas, coffee, chocolate, how climate change is threatening the world's most beloved foods. And again, climate engineering needs to be in every single one of these headlines. You can't legitimately discuss climate anything from any perspective without addressing climate engineering first and foremost, but it's an all the above equation. For those that want to blame everything on climate engineering, no. We've been horrific stewards of planet Earth in countless ways. Climate engineering at the top of the list, but it's an all-the-above equation. From Vox.com, how climate change will worsen hunger. Even America's richest farmlands can't outrun climate collapse. The soils are being poisoned every single day. Ozone layers being shredded every single day. Hydrological cycle totally disrupted. Every breath we take, every drink of water, every bite of food is contaminated with climate engineering nanoparticles right now. From Yahoo News, the food recall system is broken and experts say we're all at risk. That's because they're gutting environmental protection, everything. This administration right now. From the Collapse Chronicle, when Wall Street bets on your thirst, they are investing in the fact that many will be out of water soon. How about that? Where's all this heading? This headline from the UK Guardian provides a puzzle piece. Quote, U.S. on trajectory toward authoritarian rule, ex-officials warn. From that report, a network of former intelligence and security officials say democratic decline is accelerating under Trump's rule. The United States is on a trajectory toward authoritarian rule, according to a sobering new intelligence assessment. What a surprise. And how many Americans are still actively or passively supporting the insanity? Stockholm Syndrome on steroids.
Stockholm Syndrome on steroids. Please say that again. That's exactly what it is. People don't want to look at the truth of what's happening. I mean, you can look up in the sky and literally see this, and you still have people denying that it's even going on. It's truly incredible. It's incredible. So let's move on to the next section, the problem with synthetic and bioengineered food. The push towards synthetic and lab foods, and there is a big push right now going on with this. So what is it? What is synthetic or lab food? It is food, and that is in quotes for a reason, created in labs using cells, microorganisms, or synthesized ingredients instead of traditional natural farming methods designed to mimic natural products like meat, dairy, or even plant-based items with tailored textures and flavors. So common synthetic or lab-grown foods include eggs, poultry, beef, plant-based alternatives. These high-priced plant-based alternatives that so many people think are so healthy are often just synthetic lab food, and it's the opposite of healthy. Seafood, dairy proteins, meal replacements, coffee, chocolate, flavoring, sweeteners, and exotic meats. So how does this fake food harm us? How does this synthetic food harm us? There's serious health risks associated with consuming these foods. So they're not recognized by our bodies the same as natural food. I mean, it's kind of even a stretch to me to call it food. Questionable practice to grow meat from a cell that requires large amounts of fetal bovine serum, which comes from cow fetuses, to grow it. There's a significant lack of natural, real nutrition because it's not natural or real. So how could it have real nutrition, natural, real nutrition in it? These fake foods have zero immune systems and because they're not natural. So they don't have an immune system like a real food would. And they're just clones of each other, leaving it very vulnerable to all manner of bacterial and viral contamination. There's a risk of heavy metal contaminants, links to cancer and allergies, and the long-term health effects are really unknown. We don't know. We don't know what this might look like to people who consumed a lot of this, 10 years from now or 20 years from now. And then we, of course, have the push towards bioengineered foods. What's a bioengineered food, or BE? That is, again, food containing detectable genetic material modified in a lab using techniques that couldn't happen in nature or through conventional breeding, giving crops traits like pest resistance or modified, again, let's put that in quotes, modified nutrition. Common bioengineered foods include soybeans, corn, canola, sugar beets, cotton, potatoes, papayas, alfalfa, apples, eggplant, salmon, and summer squash. And as if all this engineering is not doing enough damage, now they're also experimenting with adding vaccines to our produce and other foods. Yeah, that makes you so hungry, right? Makes you just want to run to the store and grab one of these BE apples, right? It's mind blowing what they're doing to our food. It's really appalling. So how does the bioengineered food hurt us? Again, not recognized by our bodies the same as natural food because it's not natural food. Increased allergies that may be severe. Think about the explosion of certain type of allergies. I just went through a bad allergy just out of the blue. I got a histamine intolerance that was sending me like into anaphylaxis constantly just this past summer. Just came out of the blue, out of nowhere seemingly. And then all these people that have, allergies to grains, all these people that have allergies like lactose intolerances, these allergies exploded very rapidly in large swaths of the population for a reason. And it had a lot to do with bioengineered food. And I highly recommend, I think I have this name right, of this documentary called What's with Wheat, but it really clearly explains why so many people have allergies to grains, because these are not the grains of the past. These BE grains are totally different. These bioengineered grains that we eat now, which is pretty much exclusively what you get from any store-bought grains that you buy, or even the grains that you consume at restaurants, they're engineered and our bodies just reject it. So I highly recommend that documentary as well. Check that out. And we have the potential for liver, kidney, and reproductive issues and damage. Significant lack of natural, real nutrition, again, because, again, it is not natural or real. Unknown long-term health effects and health risks. It can cause, and it's very harmful to our beneficial insects when they're eating this, because a lot of this is designed to harm insects because they're trying to make the food pest resistant, but it also harms not only just pests, it also harms our beneficial insects too. It's controlled by highly immoral corporations with no incentive to care about our health, to care about nature, to care about anything but profits and control. There's a lack of transparency and labeling, which makes it almost impossible to make informed decisions about what we're consuming and putting into our bodies. So these are serious issues. Now we're going to move into our last section. Our freedom is directly related to food sovereignty. That's what this is all about. Freedom under natural law. And part of that freedom is our right to food sovereignty. So how do we create food sovereignty? Individual and collective freedom is inherent to natural law and hinges on certain tenets: morality, truth, responsibility, and accountability. And a moral society can never be free. Their very own immorality will always eventually enslave them. Living in and accepting truth is also key, because you can never change what you refuse to see or accept. When we choose willful ignorance, when we choose to bury our heads in the sand, when we choose ignorance, when we choose apathy, when we choose to cover our eyes, when we choose to stay behind the veil, we're choosing our own demise. And that's what we have to deeply understand. If we keep choosing immorality, we can never also be free. So we have to start dealing with reality and accepting the truth and accepting it for what it is. That is the law of free. That's the premise for the law of freedom, which I learned from Mark Passio. And this graphic is courtesy of Derek Bartolocelli, another freedom fighter and a guest on my podcast previously as well. But the graphic reads, the natural law of freedom has a quantifiable effect. Aggregate freedom is directly proportional to aggregate consequences will be manifested into the human condition as a direct result of the moral quality of the aggregate human behavior. We collectively reap the result of the behavior that we collectively sow. You reap what you sow. Karma is always in effect. There is no way around this. People keep looking for loopholes to this. There isn't one. If we keep behaving as a collective immorally, we will stay in a state of perpetual suffering and enslavement. Once truth and morality are embodied, then personal and accountability and responsibility must be taken for our own lives and our children's lives. We have to step up. This is our life. We have to stop looking for a savior as a collective and as individuals. We have to stop looking outside of ourselves, go inward. We are the change we want to see in this world. We have to save ourselves. And that takes us looking at the truth, being moral, being responsible, and then acting in true care as a result. It takes us to act. We can't just gather a whole bunch of knowledge. We have to act on that knowledge. We have to change how we behave. We have to change how we interact with nature. This is all the foundation we have to come to understand if we really want to be free, if we really want to create a world where we have true food sovereignty and true spiritual sovereignty. And part of that is community. Community is key to food sovereignty. It's key to lots of things, but it's also key to food sovereignty. This is not something we can do on our own. I can't go in my backyard and grow every single thing I need. I can't grow the onions, the potatoes, the apples, the oranges, I can't grow everything. So this is something we need to do as a community. Taking personal responsibility doesn't mean doing everything alone. We have been very heavily indoctrinated and programmed with this hyper independence. Oh, I got it. I can do everything. I want to do it alone because I don't want to depend on other people. And that the best way to do things is all by yourself and be self-sufficient. We are better as a collective. We are not meant to do things alone. We are meant to be interdependent. We are meant to build community together. That is how we are literally designed as a species, to do things together. So growing our own food locally is essential to food sovereignty. If we can do this effectively in small community settings, we can maximize our production and minimize our individual efforts. So I can just grow the potatoes and the corn and the peas, and Sally down the street can grow the carrots and the oranges and the squash, and that's how we do it. We do it together with interdependence, with respect for one another, with cooperation amongst each other. So let's explore further some of the ways we can do this. We can start community gardens. So we have our little neighborhood, and right in the middle we have a big community garden, and everyone contributes to it. We're all growing different things. We have different jobs, we have different roles, and we all, utilize the fruits of our labor, of our combined labor. We can set up local barter systems. Maybe I don't grow food, maybe I knit, maybe I sew, maybe I do home repairs, and you grow the food, and we just exchange. This is essential because you don't need money for these systems. That breaks us away from their control because you don't need money to barter. We can start indoor and outdoor gardens at home. And doing a small indoor hydroponic garden is very easy. Literally, it's super easy. Anyone can do it. And you can grow all sorts of things. You can grow salad greens, you can grow herbs, you can grow tomatoes, you can grow cucumbers, you can grow peppers. I grow these things in my home. So like in the winter when I can't grow my peppers outside, I grow them in my little hydroponic garden. Same thing with tomatoes and things like that, and my herbs and my salad greens. So that's an easy way to get started, even if you don't have a, quote unquote green thumb, or just start, you can do both. I do both. I have a very large outdoor garden and I also garden indoors, but just start somewhere. Just get your hands in the soil, get your hands in the earth. And then as you're learning and doing these things, we have to start teaching our youth how to grow food, because they spend umpteen years in an indoctrination programming system and come out with zero life skills. They don't know how to fix nothing. They don't know how to grow nothing. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. So we have to start teaching them real life skills that they will need to survive in this world. And growing food is a very important skill. So we first have to start and educate ourselves, and then educate our children, and then educate others around us about how to grow food and about the importance of food sovereignty. We have to share information, share the wealth, share the knowledge. And I want to share with you some of that knowledge. I want to show you 2 real world examples of this happening right now. I am part of both of these organizations. I want to talk to you about Collectively Sustainable and Farm Fresh 24/7, because they are blueprints for exactly what I'm talking about for food sovereignty. So Collectively Sustainable creates hyperlocal food systems and builds real community. As you can see, I am a part of this and very proud to be a part of this. The Collectively Sustainable initiative was created with the specific intentions to learn, grow, share, and support one another hyper locally. There it is again. We keep running into local, local, local. We want to be growing our food locally. We'll have much more control. It'll be much more nutritious because it's not getting shipped from halfway across the world. We know how it's being grown. We know what's being put on it or not sprayed on it. So this is very important to create food security and to create food sovereignty. And this is a nationwide movement. So I highly recommend you go to collectivelysustainable.org. Yes, it started in Atlanta. I'm based in the Metro Atlanta area. So there's a lot of members here, but this is a nationwide organization. So you can join anywhere in the country and then start building out your community, because this is what it's about. Real life action, getting involved, getting to know one another, coming together and building something together. Because if we want to abandon the old paradigm, we have to have something in its place. We can't just abandon the old system and then everybody does like this. We have to have something already in its place. And so you need to know, okay, once we start shifting, once that old system starts collapsing and crumbling under its own weight, and because everyone's abandoning it, we have to already have our community in place. Okay, so we're already building this over here. We're already good. We're already 10 steps ahead. So this needs to be something that we're actively doing, all of us, on a day-to-day basis, building our community and building this new paradigm, building the world we want to see, building the world we want to live in. So Farm Fresh 24/7 allows you to grow fresh, buy fresh, get fresh with the locals. So it's designed for growers, makers, and bakers to sell, barter, buy, or even give away products. I also have products on there. I have some of my tea blends that I make on there, some of the seasoning blends. I'm planning on putting some more products on there, some of the body washes and face washes and things like that I make. So it's totally free. You just download the app. It's free to use. And the way that it's designed is brilliant, because you don't buy it off the app. What the app does is connect me with you locally. So you have to get with me. We have to talk. We have to exchange. So yeah, you knitted that hat. I love that hat. Do you want some of my season blends? Let's do a barter right quick. Oh yeah, I got fresh herbs. Oh, what do you got? Oh, you have when you do home repairs? Okay, let's swap for that. You know what? It's great. Or you could just sell it, or you could just gift it. Oh, you have seeds that you have extra, you're just giving away? Great. Where can we meet? This is real life. This is happening. This is not a dream. We can really live like this. We can really build community like this. So I highly recommend you check out both of those websites, because this is the future. This is the way of the future. Our right to live free is not granted. It is inherent. Now, this video clip I'm going to show you now is Lawrence. He is the founder of Collectively Sustainable, and I want you to hear him explain what I've been explaining.
One, trust. The average American, the average consumer does not trust the food that comes out of the grocery stores. We do not trust the food that comes from the big farms that are monocultured, that are sprayed with forever chemicals. We don't trust the bioengineered labels on the back of the packages. That is mainly our food system. A lot of these things, like we have to go into the grocery store with a heightened level of anxiety because we have to really comb through the ingredient list on the back of the packages, right? That's number one. Two, when we think about those things and we say, hey, I'm going to do something better, I'm going to go find a farmer and buy from them, what we find is there's just simply not enough farmers that are in production mode, right? Most of our farmers are stipend to not grow food. Most of our farmers that are big, 100-acre plus farms, they grow food for animals or soy, right? So it's nothing that we can really consume. So that's a big issue. Furthermore, a lot of those farmers are between the ages 60 to 70 years old, right? Lastly, this is a occupation that is held by less than 2% of Americans. So we're saying less than 2% are supposed to feed the entire nation. It's just not possible. That's issue number two. Last is literally our currency right now. Our economic system is in shambles. And right now, your $5 is not the $5 of yesterday, right? It's moving rapidly as far as like what we can buy with the same money, right? So inflation is here. So we can't get the quality products for the same price. We can't even get the BS products for the same price. So what we've been trying to do is desperately provide a solution for our community here in Atlanta and abroad. And so what we did first was tackle that issue of trust. And we created a free downloadable platform called Farm Fresh 24/7. And it's allowing us to really bypass the middleman and make direct contact for peer-to-peer transactions. We went so far as to take the payment gateway out of Farm Fresh 24/7 just so you get a chance to meet the person. You start a conversation, you ask them about ingredients, you form a relationship, right? So that's the main thing that we did. Farm Fresh 24/7, again, is free to download, free to post on, and it's a way for us to be empowered through the food system. Second, we know that there's not enough producers. There's not enough producers to supply the demand. So we created a grassroots movement called Collectively Sustainable. And Collectively Sustainable is housed and comprised of growers, bakers, and makers across the nation who are just saying, hey, yes, I know how to bake bread. And yes, I'll take a day out of my month for 2 hours and teach somebody how to do the same thing I'm doing, because there's no way I can facilitate the demand. If everybody turned to me to bake bread, I can't do it all. I can only do this many loaves. So we're practicing skill sharing with Collectively Sustainable in order to fill the gaps within production. And lastly, again, the economic standpoint, we really just can't outpace inflation. So what we also did with Collectively Sustainable is create a new culture, and we're bartering more. We're becoming prosumers. We're people who are saying, yes, I'll buy that from you, but while I'm buying it from you, I'm learning a skill so that I can eventually barter. And the dollar or the fiat currency, whatever's next, is going to be irrelevant. So that's the framework that we're practicing here in Atlanta with over 200 people buying into the process. We do have community nationwide. And again, this is the way that we really control our food and build food sovereignty. If this sounds like something that piques your interest, please check us out, www.collectivelysustainable.org. Join the movement today. Get started in your backyard.
Let's go. Let's go, people. Join the movement because we have the right to food sovereignty. We have the right to grow our own food. We have the right to not be poisoned. We have the right to create our own economic systems. We have the right to live independent of tyrannical forms of government. We have the right to freely share in the natural resources of the earth. We have the right to live the way we choose as long as we are not harming another. We have the right to live free.
1. Trust.
So, I want to show you a little clip of the food sovereignty movement in action. This is from our last fall festival. It's called Growers Exchange, where we all make our products, and there's also it's open to the public, so there's people there that are buying products. We also barter and swap there with each other and think it's amazing. So I'm just going to show you a little clip from it, and I hope you enjoy. It's not madness, it's movement. This crescendo resounds and affirms and gives way to a peak at the peak of humanity's evolution, the only true solution to the equation. Evasion will no longer suffice. We are no longer married to the system, so hold your cheers and hold your rice. Actions with intention adds focus and dimension as we hit angles, change timelines, make history, and redefine what community looks like, what it acts like, what it feels like. What is it like when you realize the answer to every problem is love, the universal antidote? We're not trying to promote a fairy tale of perfection, just a perfect redirection back to our connection to source. Without remorse, I firmly lay my burdens down. Because as we build together, I found I no longer need them around. This paradigm shift is not a plot twist, but an entirely new work of art. As we sculpt and carve, we starve the machine, remembering what it means to be a human being. So please never question or doubt our resolve. Our future is promised, not just obtainable. We found freedom and family and are collectively sustainable. And that was an original poem that I wrote and performed. No, I didn't perform it there, but recorded for Collectively Sustainable, because this movement is, very dear to my heart. It's not and it's important, and I hope you take some time to take a look at it, as well as my website, Affirm Life Daily. Thank you so much for listening to my funnel presentation about food and freedom, and I will hopefully see you in the community sometime soon. Thank you so much.
Woo! Cynthia Mitchell with a fire presentation, a vital and critical topic. And I just love her content. Affirm Life Daily. People go check her Natural Law podcast out and her other presentations. What do you folks think about that? Serious topic.
Yeah, I thought it was great. A wonderful example of how we can bring care and will together in action, and real life necessary project here. It's very down to earth. It brings down to earth solutions, creating an alternative to the concrete sidewalks and the waste of our soil, honestly, that we're living on. So that's amazing. Really, we need to take heed and take action there in this area.
Yeah, she's really answering all those questions that people ask and that bothers them. How do we change the world? Well, here's some good instructions.
Yeah, and some things to really shake one away out of this whole taking a lot of stuff for granted and relying on, these weird supply chains and the actual unnatural environment that we live in. So great points taken away. It motivates me. And for the record, I can't take credit for that slide. I believe I got it from River Lori, Sovereignty Now. She's on the One Great Book Network. But thank you anyways, Cynthia. Much love and respects.
Absolutely. As an herbalist myself, I remember and I'm always growing something, always growing herbs or veggies. And in my old development, there was a lot that they didn't build a home on. It was just open. And the city put a lock on the actual wooden gate. And I tried going to almost everyone in the development to get them to agree, like, hey, look, I will build a food garden right there. And this food garden, I mean, it was a pretty decent sized plot of land. It would feed a lot of people in the development. And the interest was almost none. And it was very disturbing. So instead, I ripped up all the grass in my front yard. I put 4-foot by 8-foot garden beds and 3 in the back. And I had so much herbs and veggies. I was giving them to my neighbors. And this is the kind of solutions that we need to educate people on and promote. It's that agora mentality, and the taking that self-responsibility for the most, I mean, everything that we talk about, it's the most fundamental. It should be common sense, which humanity has forgotten this, and this is our job to inspire and educate. So fantastic job, Cynthia. That was beautiful. Check out her work, affirmlifedaily.com. All right. Let's see what we got here. We are moving on. We have a nice, actually new kind of segment for the Funnel Conference. We're going to do Woodrow Martin. He is a content creator on the One Great Work Network as well, and he has a very unique skill, and I think this is the first type of content that we've had on this conference. And he has multiple smaller clips that we're going to play throughout the conference. And Woodrow Martin, where did I put it? There it is. He's a Colorado-based artist and animator exploring freedom and natural law through his work. He produces and animates Bigfoot Says What? An animated lecture series where a character reflects on the human condition through natural law, hermetic principles, and the trivium. His videos aim to ignite hearts and minds towards right action, ethical interaction, and pro-social behavior for the betterment of humankind, and can be found, his work, at artswill.com. Let's go ahead and check out his first clip.
Hello, my name is Woody Martin with artswill.com. I'm very grateful to be here at Funnel 5 conference today. Today, I'm going to be sharing some cartoons with you. The first one is entitled Teachability. Now let's see if we can learn something from this.
Teachability. What is required of a human being in order to learn new information? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Here we have a standard human being. We see some new information is coming towards the human. It takes it in through one of its many sensory apparatus. The information then enters the left brain. It bounces off against the arrogance and skepticism belief guards and exits the human. Whether it's true or false information, this human will be faced with constant frustration and resistance and cannot learn or be taught new information. Now let's take another look at that. Here we have our human subject again. Some new information inputs through one of its sensory apparatus. The information enters the right brain. It is warmly welcomed by the naivete and gullibility belief guards. These belief guards hold all the information hostage and will not let any of it out. Unfortunately, again, this human is trapped in confusion and frustration. They cannot decipher true information from false information. Okay, let's try this one more time. Some new information packets input into the brain through one of the many sensory apparatus. In this instance, the information is greeted by the naivete guard in the right brain and introduced to the skepticism guard in the left brain. The information is then carefully examined by both guards and either kept for later use if truth is found, or rejected if the information is false. Now that's better. Our human has finally got it. With this balanced approach, the human will eliminate confusion, frustration, and resistance. They will be able to learn or be taught new information and will grasp a solid understanding of truth.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jesse Ventura, former governor of Minnesota. Funnel 5. You know what this reminds me of? A locker room before a title match. Only difference is, out there the fight's fake. I was in professional wrestling. That's right. I saw it from the inside. Red corner, blue corner, big speeches, big drama. And after the show, we'd all shake hands backstage. That's politics. Two sides yelling at each other on camera. Same donors in the VIP lounge. You want freedom? Stop buying tickets to the match. Walk out and build something real.
Hi, I'm Christopher Walken, and you're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. I don't know what it means, but I like it. Hello, everyone. I'm Elon Musk, obviously, and so I've been listening, backstage. You guys are basically beta testing society, without rulers. That's very cool. Yeah. So we're doing something similar on Mars, except if someone tries to start a government, we just airlock them. Very efficient. So civilization tends to work much better when it's modular. So very small groups, opt-in systems, leave anytime, opt out as well. Essentially feels like legacy firmware. So Mars actually is just a clean install. So yeah, if anyone here wants to start a crowdfund, a stateless society in orbit, feel free to message me or speak to me after the conference. So thank you, and yeah, ha ha ha, yeah. So yeah.
I love it. Two pieces of creative art, right? Woody's animation, fantastic. It's so good to see that type of content out there conveying, multiple different realms of messages, right? And we have a whole bunch that we're going to play throughout the conference. But it's perfect for children, educating our children. And of course, Logan Makes Noise, Logan Hart bringing the comedic aspect, which is fantastic. So here let's bring Leslie on, and she will introduce our next presentation.
Yes, I'm very honored to actually introduce our next presenter, and this is James Cordiner. He has described his offering today as a speech. He's got some important shit to say, I'll tell you that. He is a father, a husband, a proponent of natural law and anarchism. Since 2019, James has been bringing his voice to the conversation regarding human freedom. Focused on solutions, James provides a focused, honest, and measured approach to addressing the causal factors of human slavery. You can find him at voluntaristacademy.com. And that would be the best place to find him. He's a very passionate individual who is giving his whole heart to this effort. So let's listen closely to what he has to say.
Hello, my name is James Cordiner. I run Voluntarist Academy. For those of you who don't know, Voluntarist Academy is an educational platform dedicated to the principles of non-aggression, self-ownership, and the ethical philosophy of voluntarism. Here, or there rather, we reject the mythology of political authority and embrace the timeless truth that all human interaction should be grounded in consent and moral integrity. Through rigorous study, in-depth courses, and accessible materials, Voluntarist Academy equips individuals with the tools to critically examine the foundations of coercive systems and to replace them with voluntary, peaceful alternatives rooted in natural law. I'd like to begin my speech by quoting Edward Abbey from his book, A Voice Crying in the Wilderness. He said, "Anarchism is not a romantic fable, but the hard-headed realization, based on 5,000 years of experience, that we cannot entrust the management of our lives to kings, priests, politicians, generals, and county commissioners." A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, there was no word for freedom. It had to be invented, because when freedom was stolen, when the people became enslaved, either by debt or by way of coercion, there became a need to come up with a way to identify what was taken. The ancient Sumerians called freedom Amaji. It is recognized as the first known written reference to the concept of freedom in all of human history. The word originates from the noun ama, which means mother, spelled A-M-A, sometimes with the enclitic dative case marker A-R, so it would appear as Amar, A-M-A-R, and the combined with the present participle G, or gi. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but it's spelled G-I, and that means return, restore, or put back. So, thus literally meaning returning to mother. I would like you all to consider this throughout my speech. Throughout my speech, you'll hear me use the term the system. The system. I'll refer to other systems, but never as the system. Okay, take note of that difference, please. What I'm referring to when I say the system is the organized crime syndicate that has created a culture around obedience. They have created this culture with various trauma-based mind control techniques. They are satanic, and they want you to be satanic too. They want us as their slaves. They need to be fought. They need to be stopped. But how can this fight happen? Right? How can we win? You see, there is a lot of talk in the freedom and liberty community about various topics that have little to nothing to do with actual solutions to the causal factors for the condition in which we live. In fact, it seems to me that as more time goes by, more and more attention seems to be on these almost meaningless so-called solutions to do with economics, gun control, borders, schooling, currency, foreign and domestic affairs, so on and so on. All of which, by now, should be obvious, seen as obvious traps that the mind can get caught in, that are strategically placed there in order to stick one in the mindset of a statist. It traps you there, hardly ever leaving room to reject statism outright. I like to refer to these things as bear traps for your thoughts. This is mind control, mind you. You know what? I get it. I do. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to get done. However, without really getting to the causal factors, no real long-lasting solution is possible. That is what needs to be figured out. How do we change the conversation back to causality without segregating and ostracizing people? What even is the real cause for all this disorder? For this slavery? The majority of people believe that we need law, quote unquote law, in order for us to have order. But I have some bad news for you. The law has never stopped anybody from doing anything. Allow me to clarify on this. What is commonly referred to as the law is man's law, aka political scribbles. This has never, I repeat, never ever stopped anyone from doing anything. The masses choose to obey man's law because of one of two things. In my humble opinion, they choose to obey man's law because either it makes actual moral sense, which I would argue challenges the need to enforce it, or because of the fear of the consequences of disobeying. This second one is, whether you know it or not, the primary factor for obedience. In fact, the only two things that actually stop people from committing actions that do initiate harm against their fellow man is their own conscious awareness of the world around them, mixed in with a conscience, neither of which has anything to do with man's law. Okay? That, my friends, is exactly what we need to focus on. I'd like to read to you the words of Murray Rothbard at this point, taken from For a New Liberty, the Libertarian Manifesto. He writes, "Natural rights is the cornerstone of a political philosophy which, in turn, is embedded in a greater structure of natural law. Natural law rests on the insight that we live in a world of more than one, in fact, a vast number of entities, and that each entity has distinct and specific properties, a distinct nature, which can be investigated by man's reason, by his sense perception and mental faculties. For instance, copper has a distinct nature and behaves in a certain way, and so do iron, salt, etc. The species man, therefore, has a specifiable nature, as does the world around him and the ways of interaction between them. To put it with undue brevity, the activity of each inorganic and organic entity is determined by its own nature and by the nature of the other entities with which it comes in contact. Specifically, while the behavior of plants and at least the lower animals is determined by their biological nature or perhaps by their instincts, the nature of man is such that each individual person must, in order to act, choose his own ends and employ his own means in order to attain them. Possessing no automatic instincts, each man must learn about himself and the world, use his mind to select values, learn about cause and effect, and act purposefully to maintain himself and advance his life. Since men can think, feel, evaluate, and act only as individuals, it becomes vitally necessary for each man's survival and prosperity that he be free to learn, choose, develop his faculties, and act upon his knowledge and values. This is the necessary path of human nature. To interfere with and cripple this process by using violence goes profoundly against what is necessary by man's nature for his life and prosperity. Violent interference with a man's learning and choices is therefore profoundly anti-human. It violates the natural law of man's needs." Pretty simple, right? Maybe, maybe not. Brings up the question to, how do we avoid this violent interference. Voluntarism is how we do that. Studying voluntarism. Voluntarism is the basis of anarchist philosophy. It emphasizes that all human interaction must be consensual and free from coercion and force. At its core, voluntarism rejects the initiation of force, whether by individuals or entities, asserting that such aggression is inherently unethical and immoral. This principle forms the foundation of anarchist thought, advocating for a society where relationships and systems are rooted in autonomy, respect, and mutual informed consent. In a voluntary society, all interactions are built on free and willing participation. Contracts and agreements are entered voluntarily, ensuring no one is coerced into unwanted obligations. Disputes are resolved through mutual consent or neutral arbitration rather than imposed by governments. Communities and markets thrive on reciprocity, enabling individuals to freely exchange goods, services, and ideas. Voluntarism aligns seamlessly with anarchism, rejecting the use of force in favor of cooperative systems that uphold individual rights and conduct ethical collaboration. State force makes it impossible for true happiness and fulfilled lives to exist today. State force compels otherwise peaceful people to enslave each other according to this or that politician's will, turning would-be brothers and sisters into enemies, one group claiming master, while truthfully both are made slaves, only to have the roles reversed seemingly at random, depending on the outcome of the ritualistic elections held to decide which party will take power next. These parties have always been and will forever remain hostile armies looking to conquer at whatever cost. Association with these parties removes one's own individuality and replaces it with collectivist groupthink. It is a sacrifice of your own will and intelligence, your own free choice, and the free choice of others. Voluntarism and anarchism offer a vision of a world where liberty and freedom are not compromised by coercion, and relationships are defined by mutual respect and informed consent. By rejecting the inherent violence of the government, principled anarchists, voluntarists, and libertarians, even libertarians, champion a society that prioritizes freedom, ethical collaboration, and self-determination. Is there a way to live that would make the state obsolete while avoiding the initiation of a hot revolution on the part of the people? I think so. What I've put together is a list of 7 criteria that any individual can study and practice to not only make their life better, but also play a role in improving the lives of those around them. These 7 criteria actually play a huge role in making the state obsolete. And I have identified these as the fundamentals of freedom. Now, mind you, you do not have to necessarily be a voluntarist to meet any of these criteria, to participate with any of this. You simply need to be human. But oddly enough, you may find out by the end of this that these words are synonymous. But if you're already there right now, congratulations. So here we go. And yeah, I get it. I understand how this might sound. You know, you're asking yourself, why this guy's a voluntarist? What's he doing telling us how to live? This guy's a hypocrite. Well, I'm not a hypocrite, because in times like these, where there's so much immorality going on and there's so much moral relativism going on, you got to speak the truth. We'll find out how important that is as we go through this, but this is helpful stuff. So let's continue. Number 1 is think things through. And that sounds pretty simple, right? But if we really take a second look and apply some critical thought to this, It becomes much more complicated than we thought in the first place. And as a result, all the more important to consider. In the environment in which we live, you're always met with various stimuli that you're going to face and you're going to be responding to. That's just how it works. But between stimulus and response, there exists a small space. And in that space exists your freedom to make choices. And over time, with practice and with this in mind, you're going to be able to sharpen your ability to think quickly in that space. Or you're also going to learn that not every question or stimuli needs an immediate response. So sometimes you're going to be able to learn that I don't know is an appropriate response to a question. Or to do nothing is actually still to do something. Like Geddy Lee from Rush said, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. But the point here is that you need to start thinking about your thinking as well. And this is something called metacognition. Metacognition is the awareness and the understanding of one's own thought processes, often described as thinking about thinking or knowing about knowing. And, well, epistemology aside, I mean, we're talking about metacognition here, but metacognition involves monitoring, regulating, and reflecting on how you learn, solve problems, or make decisions. And it consists of two main components. The first of which is metacognitive knowledge. Metacognitive knowledge is the awareness of your own learning strengths and weaknesses, understanding of different learning strategies, and knowing when and why to use them. And then second is metacognitive regulation, which is the active control of your cognitive processes. Planning how to approach a task, monitoring your understanding during learning, and evaluating your performance to adjust strategies. That's how you control your cognitive processes right there. This self-awareness allows individuals to become more effective learners, make better decisions, and adapt their approaches based on experience. I'd also like to point out here that Carl Jung's shadow work, which is the practice of exploring and integrating the unconscious parts of yourself, often called the shadow self, that you've repressed, denied, or rejected due to societal norms, upbringing, or personal experiences, is also an incredible method for self-discovery and to uncover the motivations or the things that make you think. This process fosters authenticity, emotional resilience, and deeper self-awareness. It helps you understand how your mind works. Okay. So that's a lot about, some inner work. We're going to develop some more about that. This is number 2. Number 2 is remain calm in thought, emotion, and action. Now, okay, we just covered thought in number 1, and that's just the beginning. Emotions and then actions follow thought in that order. And, thoughts, emotions, and actions are interconnected elements that form a dynamic cycle influencing behavior and mental well-being. Thoughts are internal ideas or self-talk that shape our perception of events. They can be positive, negative, or neutral, and often stem from beliefs or past experiences, right? But for example, thinking that I can't do this may lead to feelings of anxiety or inadequacy. This includes lying to yourself. You have to stop lying to yourself. This is so important. And because this is the only way that any of this works. Telling yourself the truth creates a stable foundation on which the rest of this can be built. If you're not telling yourself the truth, you can't even begin to tell other people the truth. Okay? You need to know where you're at so you know where you can go. Okay? And this is very difficult for people to do. to really stop lying to themselves. But remember, some of the most rewarding work is the most difficult work that we're tasked to do. It's persistent work as well. It's never going to stop, because as you go through life, you're met with different stimuli. It never stops. The bombardment just comes and it just keeps going. And, but you have to stay balanced with the truth and tell yourself the truth first. Emotions arise in response to thoughts. And so if you're telling yourself the truth about different stimuli, then your emotions are going to be more in line with the truth as well. Okay? But emotions are the body's reaction to internal and external stimuli. But if the internal stimuli can be our own thoughts as well. So that's why it's so important to think things that are true as well. If you're, the internal, the inner talk there, the inner dialogue, the self-talk needs to ring true. And the external stimuli, which you have little to no control over in most cases, but if you're the exposure to that external stimuli, if you're telling yourself the truth of, what's making you react that way after a process of inner work and self-development, some self-actualization, then the chances are you're going to have a much better time at dealing with external stimuli when you are aligned with yourself. Okay? But these emotions include feelings like joy, fear, anger, or sadness, and often come with physical sensations. Emotions act as fuel, driving motivation or avoidance. And, I just want to point out here, I'm not trying to inspire or tell anybody here to be not feeling emotions, right? We got to feel emotions. Don't be a sociopath, okay? Don't be someone that doesn't feel the full range of emotions. Don't make yourself into that person. We just need to have control over the emotions. You feel it, process it, let it go, work through it, and move on. Okay? You don't let it control you. You don't let it hold you in a place and get you stuck in the mud. You got to be in control of your emotions. Next in this cycle is actions. And actions are the behaviors we perform based on our thoughts and emotions. These can be constructive or unhelpful. Actions reinforce thoughts, completing the cycle. Actions can either be moral or immoral. Yes, it's that binary. It is binary. It's either moral or immoral. That's it. Case closed. Period. The end. Done. And your actions not only bounce back and have an effect on you, but they have an effect on everyone else around you. Like your actions are like a stone being thrown in a calm, serene pond, and then you disrupt the surface of the water, causing ripples to go out in all directions. And eventually, yes, it dissipates because your area of influence is only so large, but you're still influencing your environment. Okay? So you have to be conscious of what you're doing and how you're acting, because it has an effect on your environment, which in turn starts the cycle all over again and in somebody else's mind as well. And so if you're going through this cycle, other people are going through this cycle. That's why it's so important to understand your behaviors and the effect that it has on other people. Epictetus, a famous Stoic philosopher, Epictetus, said, some things are in our control and others are not. Things in our control are opinion, pursuit, desire, aversion, and in a word, whatever our own are our own actions. Okay? Understanding this is the beginning of the path to self-ownership. Number 3 is speak the truth. I'm of the opinion that speech is the ultimate action. The truth is, not enough attention gets paid to the weight of the words that are spoken out into the universe. They carry with them a vibration that has an incredible effect on the minds that those words reach. Imagine, if you will, the vibratory effect that music has on water. It's pretty incredible stuff. If you've never seen it, go look up a video of like a dish of water placed in a room with like a speaker playing like, some heavy metal music or some classical music or whatever. The vibrations cause the water to move in certain ways, and it's proof of vibratory effect on the world around us, and things that we can't see, like the vibrations of sound, still have an effect on your environment. Okay, then this is incredible stuff. Now, words carry a similar effect, albeit a smaller version than the musical effect, but you get the point. Because the world gets spoken into existence, okay? Telling the truth to other people is an act of mercy, in fact, when you consider the damage that is done by lies. Our words affect much more than many consider. Speaking the truth is the morally right thing to do. In times when censorship and violence are so accepted, speaking the truth isn't always easy, but doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it is the right thing to do regardless. And you do it because it's right, and not because of some reward. In fact, the real reward is knowing that you did the right thing. And just so you know, if a system can only exist because of a lie, then it deserves to be destroyed with the truth. Number 4, do not steal anything spiritual or material. This also could mean do not initiate harm. Morality is not a construct of the mind. Okay? It's not. It is built in nature itself. It is behavior-based. It is based on what you do in the world, how you act. It has nothing to do with your beliefs, your whims, your preferences, or your likes and dislikes. To say oranges are delicious would be a constructual idea of the mind. Oranges are delicious. I think that. Oranges simply are what they are in nature, though. Whether or not they are considered delicious is only happening in the mind. It's a response to stimuli. Morality, however, is entirely defined by behavior in the physical domain, whether an action taken is harmful or non-harmful to another being. Okay? You cannot decide for yourself the morality of your actions. You can only align your behaviors to morality. Actions that you take that may harm yourself have nothing to do with morality. And that certainly doesn't mean that you should harm yourself. Please don't. I'm just pointing out that your body is your property. I don't want anyone to go hurting themselves, but it is your property. If you want to go and, take your skateboard and try to ollie down a set of 20 stairs, go for it. I think if you land it, that would be pretty sick. You do what you want with your property, though. Ultimately, what I'm saying here, that is, if no harm has been done to another being, nothing immoral has taken place. So, say it with me now. As morality increases, freedom increases. And the opposite is just as true. The 7 deadly sins of the religious variety are all quote-unquote sins that point to things you do to yourself, which do have an effect. Okay, but what I'm really talking about here is what has been referred to as, has commonly been referred to these days as the real 7 deadly sins. And what I mean here by sins is immoral actions. In this case, the real sins are actions done to others. The real deadly sins are murder, which is the theft of another's life, lying, which is the theft of the truth, trespassing, the theft of one's peace in their privately owned space, assault, which is the theft of one's physical well-being in the form of physical harm, rape, which is the theft of one's ability to choose or consent to a sexual partner. Coercion, which is the theft of one's ability to use their own will in making decisions or decision-making processes. And finally, larceny, which is the theft of one's own personal property. And, that just about covers the material part of this, but what about the spiritual? Now, this could get pretty deep, but let's keep it to the shallow end of the pool for now, and keep it to time and attention, commonly known as spiritual currencies. To steal these is just as wrong to do. And the system does this in various ways. Think of sports balls, different political events, TV shows, news, schooling, which inculcates obedience to all of this. But anyways, moving on. Also, college is included in schooling, and jobs, etc. Things like this. Anything to keep your mind and you preoccupied with anything other than what is being done to enslave you under their violent control. Anything to keep you from doing anything of value to abolish this slavery. I call these time sucks. And many of these time sucks reinforce the culture of obedience. So it's built in within it, to reinforce its own self. It's like a self-preservation mechanism. That's what makes it satanic. Number 5 is to practice selflessness and to show care for others. Okay? And how we act is what generates your karma. Otherwise, known as what goes around comes around. In Hinduism, karma is the universal law of moral causation. Every action, whether good or bad, generates a reaction that influences one's current and future lives. It is closely tied to samsara, which is the cycle of rebirth, and moksha, which is the liberation from this cycle. Good actions, dharmic actions, lead to positive outcomes, while harmful actions lead to suffering. Karma is not a punishment or reward system imposed by a deity, but a natural law of the universe. When applied to how one can treat others, we see the importance of the principle of care. Without it, we are doomed to the de facto satanic mindset and culture that allows for a ruling class to exist. This lack of care for others is the long-term cause of slavery. Now, I cannot predict the future, but the universe operates off of these principles. Karma is not fate or destiny, but a dynamic process of cause and effect. If we do the morally right thing to do, we get better outcomes. This includes the amount of care we put out for others. We need to also remember that your intent matters. A good deed done with selfish motives will probably still generate or create negative karma. Number 6 is own yourself in spirit and action. Responsibility and accountability generate positively charged participation in life itself, no matter where you are, who you are with, or what you are doing. Everything that I've spoken about here leads to real self-ownership, real spiritual and physical maturity. It is not until more people come to truly own themselves will we begin to see improvements to the condition in which we live. You see, those satanic control freaks are scared of us little people. They're scared of us actually coming into our own and accepting responsibility for our own actions. They can only survive off of us abdicating this responsibility to them. In fact, much of what they have set up has only been to perpetuate this cycle. This is something I like to call intergenerational cultural conditioning. And number 7 is be bold. Now, if you're sitting here thinking to yourself, well, I'm only one person, what can I do? No effort that I could ever put in will ever amount to anything. Well, do I have news for you? If that were true, if that were really true, they wouldn't be trying to control you. The most evil thing in the known universe is the belief that one is morally obligated to obey a perceived authority over one's own individual consciousness and conscience, or one's own sense of right and wrong. And that's not to say a subjective sense of right and wrong. I don't mean it like that. I mean it like you have a sense of right and wrong. Why would you ignore that? Why would you just follow orders? Why would you just go and do wrong even though why would you say it's right to do wrong even though you know it's wrong? That's what I mean. You know, my good friend Brandon Martin said, "Be bold and mighty forces will come to your aid." You see, part of the intergenerational cultural conditioning that I mentioned includes making you timid and weak, makes you afraid of your own success. It makes you afraid to take risks. It makes you afraid to speak the truth. Jeremy Locke, the author of The End of All Evil, defines culture as the enforcer of authority. He writes, "Cultures are created to protect power structures. Culture is the enforcer of authority. Culture distorts principles in order to defend the authority of evil. Culture must convince you that it is not wrong when law subjugates your worth and destroys your freedom. Culture convinces people of this by perverting the concept of morality. Morality is liberty. Immorality is evil. The exercise and defense of freedom are moral. The destruction of freedom is immoral. This is the pure truth of morality. Prudence is the proper application of principle. Imprudence is foolishness. Prudence is not morality. It is not immoral to kick a heavy stone with your bare foot, but it would probably be foolish. Prudence is a question of applying the principles and wisdom you have gathered in your life to achieve the goals you have for yourself. This is made possible by liberty. Without liberty, prudence is meaningless. Morality must come before prudence. The great lie of culture is that authority is not bound by morality, and that authority can enforce its own prudence upon you. The great lie of culture is that you are worth less than law. Culture teaches that intentions of prudence can be enforced by law. In this fashion, they gain excuse to control the lives of people. In order for people to learn, grow, and find happiness, people must be free to test their understanding of principles. With freedom, they can do this by a process of faith, trial and error. In this fashion, children grow from immaturity to maturity. In this fashion, human beings gain Cultures are agents of evil. The objective of evil is the damnation of your ability to grow strong in wisdom. The objective of evil is the destruction of your worth. In order to gain control over you, culture spreads the lie that authority is not bound by morality. It teaches that authority can destroy freedom at will and claims prudence as the reason you should willingly submit. In the name of defending you, culture claims that the destruction of freedom is morality. Culture pretends that evil is good and that good is evil. Prudence can be found all around you. It is found in the choices you make every day. Even when a mistake is made, you learn prudence. Prudence cannot be enforced. To enforce prudence is law. Law is lie. Without the freedom to choose, you cannot learn prudence. You cannot be happy. Morality can be found all around you. Wherever you find morality, you will find joy. Wherever you find immorality, you will find misery. Culture enforces authority by destroying freedom with law. This is immorality. Nothing will ever change if we allow this to continue. In order to even begin the process of what I have laid out here in my speech, takes an incredible amount of courage. You are worth it. You are worth the effort. I am not telling anyone to go out and do anything that could be perceived as violent to the unbegun. What I'm telling you all, is that we can make the system obsolete. And this can only be done when we stop lying to ourselves and to others about the nature of the beast we are up against. And that takes courage to do. Their power is a myth. It is a lie. It is a superstition. And this is what has been conditioned into people over the course of multiple generations. That's why it's intergenerational cultural conditioning. Inter meaning over the course of many generations of this culture of obedience. It's been conditioned into people through schools, through the authorities. Your own parents have told you, you gotta follow the rules of these people. And they do all of this out of fear. Deep down inside, they do it out of fear. They don't do it out of love. They know these guys have power and that it's when you stand up, it's like a David and Goliath situation, but people tend to forget how that story ended. But that's what they think is going on, that they can't do anything. They're so demoralized against it because they've been taught to be demoralized. They were never taught that there was something else. This is all that they were taught that exists. This is all they know. This is the culture that they are in. And this is what they perpetuate through generations. The real authority is the one you have over yourself. If there is any hope for long-lasting change, people need to repudiate these systems' claims of authority. This battle will not be won by the meek. Any real change starts with the self, and only then will we be able to change the world around us. The bravest thing anyone can do is recognize in themselves the wrongdoings that they have committed. You need to admit that they were wrong, and then commit to changing that. Change that behavior. Change your own behavior. So let me ask you, in the face of all of this, is the freedom of your children worth it? I'm not trying to do an appeal to emotion here, but they're going to inherit a future. What do you want that future to look like? Okay, so you don't have kids. How about this? Is the knowledge of how is the knowledge you will have gained, or will you have is knowing when you leave this place, knowing that you did everything in your power to abolish slavery while you were here. Is having that with you worth it? I'd say so. I'd say it is. Special thank yous in no particular order to Richard Grove, Mark Passio, Jeffrey Hahn, James Corbett, Lysander Spooner, Murray Rothbard, Etienne de la Buissy Squared, David James Rodriguez, Brandon Martin, Auburn Herbert, Larkin Rose, and Jeremy Locke. All of your works have had a profound impact on me and have aided in completing not only this speech, but many of the other things that I put out there. Some of you are friends. Others have been lost to history. All of you are warriors for freedom. Also, a special thank you to the organizers of Funnel 5. Without your combined efforts, a stage such as this would not be available to such a loquacious fella such as myself. Will, Chris, Leslie, and Derek, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. It is truly an honor to be here. I love you guys. And thank you to my children, the spark that ignited my flame. May there one day be shade under which you can sit. Last but not least by a lot, thank you, Jessica, my wife. Without her intrepid support and unwavering love, I would be as a ship lost at sea. Thank you for enjoying this speech. I'm James Cordiner. Go to voluntaristacademy.com. It's been scrolling under there the whole time. Check out the rest of my stuff. YouTube, Rumble, wherever you get your podcasts. And enjoy the rest of the conference. There's a lot of, I hope you're enjoying the conference, everybody. I hope you gain something out of this speech. I hope at least something I said gets you thinking and gets you motivated to get out there and create and not destroy. I love you all. And remember that you own yourself, period. No one else owns you. The condition of slavery, albeit very real, is very fragile. It's very, very fragile. So we can go out there and we can make a big difference. We can make a very big difference. So get on it. And I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
Wow. James knocked it out of the park, man. He's profound, powerful, and so on point. Thank you, James.
Yeah, that was fantastic. James Cordiner, man, home run. I love how you took a message that we have all said and what we are trying to communicate to the public. You made it your own. It was laid out beautifully. This is the information that must be common sense. This is the information that we must educate and teach our children and the public itself, right? So fantastic presentation, brother.
James is such a straight shooter. He comes from the heart. Talk about igniting hearts. He speaks from the heart. Guy that drives a trash truck, but putting himself now up on that list of amazing people that have taken the stage for humanity, as hard as it is to say such a simple thing and yet such a complicated thing. And James really dug into the hardest things, which are these aspects of dealing with being governed and authoritarianism and how that is creating slavery. So thank you, James.
Yeah, I always appreciate James's work. He has such a strong voice, clear, concise, and articulate. So hats off to you, brother. Great work. Thank you.
A lot of great comments in the chat. Appreciate all the engagement. Remember, if you have any questions, put question in all caps, and we will get that starred and made available when we do the live roundtable. So, and I think it's a good time to actually bring this up. I want to give a special shout out to Mark Passio. This is a perfect time to mention this. Hold on one second. There we go. Mark had in November, he had the private shadow work seminar. This was over an 8-hour event. His own shadow work practice and approach, and diving into that internal work and how to harmonize and stabilize the internal ecology that we all must do. And that's a continual effort. Someone as valuable as Mark Passio, great mind, goes into detail in this seminar. It is now available exclusively on the What on Earth is Happening donation gifts for flash drive and DVD. So that is available to the public. Highly recommend people go check that out. It's important, especially right after James's presentation, right? I mean, we must do that internal work, right? So we are ready to receive truth. He said something in his presentation that just hit me like a ton of bricks. It's not really about, well, it is about speaking the truth, right? But it's about the words and how they have weight. And I think really this is a main aspect the general population has not recognized, is that they don't know how to truly listen. Right? It's just constantly garbage getting bombarded left and right. And the human being is great at adaptability. And it's just part of the conditioning to kind of just only operate from base desires, wants, and tune out any type of real substance from other, external factors, like someone trying to educate or speak the truth itself. So, fantastic. And let's see here. I want to play a track, get a little musical act in there, and this is going to be one of a few tracks from also a One Great Work Network content creator and musician, Joe Murray. So, let freedom ring. Enjoy.
Yeah, get with this shit right here. All who resist, throw your fists in the air, let's roll. March right to the left. Time to step up, ready to fight to the death. Get your minds right, mentally ready to ride. Start to push back, take the fight behind enemy lines. If there was ever a time for you to find your voice, it's right now or forever be silent. So, there's all the warriors from east to west. Raise up your swords, time to lay the beast to rest. And cease their quest of domination and their abomination upon creation. It's each and every nation's war for liberation. The time has come for the light to proclaim. All is one, that our rights be reclaimed. Standing firm on our free domain against those out to deceive the king. Let freedom ring, and we march to fight for posterity. To ensure the liberty and prosperity gifted inherently. May we be the change the world needs to release their chains. Let freedom ring. Ain't no squash and we'll really be free. Our God sent man of peace, but cross that line I'll turn into a monster that's heartless, so proceed with caution. Liberty or death, bitch, there ain't no other option. 10-shot magazine cop rolling like Rocket Tansy in this apocalypse throughout the metropolis. Always on the watch, staying calm like a bomb and alarmed like Optimus. Ain't no stopping this movement behind us. The mutiny infused me, used to try to blind us. Shining bright as a flame they won't contain. No escape for it, even when they hear the planet echo from the sound of broken chain. The time has come for the light to proclaim. All is one, that our rights be reclaimed. Standing firm on our free domain against those out to deceive the king. Let freedom ring, and we march to fight for posterity. To ensure the liberty and prosperity gifted inherently. May we be the change the world needs to release their chains. Let freedom ring. Eyes don't see what your mind can't see, so you blindly feel through reality. But when you see and your mind is free, and the prize you receive is eternity. The time has come for the light to proclaim. All is one, that our rights be reclaimed. standing firm on our free domain against those out to deceive the king. Let freedom ring, and we march the fight for posterity, to ensure the liberty and prosperity gifted inherently. May we be the change the world needs to release their chains. Let freedom.
Let
Powerful
freedom
voice.
ring.
Love it. Powerful voice, Joe Murray, and I had the pleasure of getting to meet Joe in person. Wonderful guy. Been great getting to know him. But up next, someone else who I got to meet in person and very excited to introduce is Conrad Rogas, a recovered addict, former street criminal who now works as a freelance journalist, researcher, and teacher focused on psychology, symbolism, the occult, and self-mastery. He runs truthandlaw.com, hosts This Week in Tyranny, and is dedicated to love, healing, and the freedom of each individual. Conrad is also an awesome poet and rapper who I had the pleasure of making a little compilation rap with, and he was very gracious and did a wonderful job on that. So let's hear it from Conrad.
Greetings, my beloved. Welcome to Natural Law Frontiers. Is there uncharted territory in this timeless philosophy? Thank you so much for inviting me back. Last year, the Sonic Divorce, it was a call for a musical revival. The call was answered with the Soundpath Music Festival. I'm going to push my luck this year and attempt to do something similar this time. Okay, my name is Conrad Rogas. Thanks for being here. It's a talk that I'm giving because I feel like I view the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference to be a cultural gathering of a young, developing movement. I don't think our job is done at all, not even close. It's taking shape and it's experiencing it together. I think we're really in the childhood stage, the early childhood of our movement. Of course, it is open and public, so I'd love the whole world to see this presentation, but this is an event, I think, for and by each other, and that's the way I see it, that's the way I'm approaching it. The modern natural law movement, which to me describes the 21st century moral philosophy, basically as it was presented by Mark Passio through his podcasts and through his presentations. I'm calling that the modern natural law movement, right? That's one of my first points, is we should be clearly self-defined. It would help us to be, so that history knows who we are years and years to come and what philosophy we represented. It's a tricky thing to do in today's environment. Now, that's one way to define us, right? Now, one of our qualities is, as the modern natural law movement, is that we are recruiters. We just are. We not only publish works talking about what is, we are trying to convince others of our philosophy. So we're also including that motivating and persuasion factor in order to get other people to publish their works, to convince others. So there's an extra step here. Moral philosophies, generally, they don't include the crusade. After all, only extremists crusade, right? And I say that jokingly, of course, because I am a proud crusader and have been for several years when it comes to this philosophy. I just want to recognize that this makes us unique and different as a community from other schools of philosophy. Like, we're not going to wait 200 years and watch our children grow up in slavery and then hope somebody's going to read our books one day, right? Like the Greek philosophers. We're not just going to leave it there. And rightfully so. We don't just stick to the academic field. We go out into the actual field of play and try to change people's behavior and not just tell them how what their behavior is going to do. But the negative with that is that we are not respected like the other philosophies. We're just not. This is another one of my points, that the natural law, the modern natural law movement, should target the philosophy niche. We need to be respected like one of the other philosophies that don't have the religious baggage. See, religions are respected. Their adherents get a pass for being crusaders. It's okay to be a crusader, to be a missionary, to be evangelical. Political parties, they get respected too. Their adherents get a pass for being, for their emotionality, for their logical fallacies, for their wild, attacks. We don't get any of those passes. We need to hold ourselves to a high academic and even scientific standard, like sound logic, downright mathematical standards. And yes, there's room within that movement for passionate music, expression that is loud and unusual. I've done that, right? And that should run parallel with the philosophical principles. I'm focusing on the philosophical principles this time. Our philosophy has to be rock solid and sharp. And it is the realm of philosophy that should be the core target. One of the biggest criticisms I get about what I do is, who is your target audience? That's what people say to me. Who are you doing this at? Who is your target audience? They may not think this is a criticism, but it's actually been one of the more painful things I've heard doing this stuff. Well, this one, that my target audience, just making very clear, it's for the inner circle, people like myself. So as I get more into it, if you think that I'm calling you out, I'm not. I am calling you out. I'm calling myself out too. This is for the inner circle. The saying goes that those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Well, the way I see it, these are like stone showers that we're just experiencing together. The stone showers are coming down on all of us. So, and I don't think any of us live in glass houses. So we should be just fine, right? Everybody here is a thick-skinned individual. This is just me pointing into the mirror and saying, get as offended as you like. Okay, enough introduction. So I'm going to make it sound like I'm reinventing the wheel, and I'm really not. But it's not a phrase that is used too often. This is about the need for the next Mark Passio. Not in style, not in charisma, not in skill, but in content. Philosophically significant, fresh work that is going to spawn a new wave of this movement. That's when the natural law tradition is going to make a difference in the world. When you can trace its history and its leaders, its leading figures it will look like an ancestry tree with a branch here and a branch there and an offshoot there. Generations of different variations of the same seed, an actual network of influence, right? New patriarchs and new matriarchs that refresh the core philosophy. I'm speaking proverbially, of course. Influencing the philosophy of the future thinkers. If there's no family tree, if we don't have other superstars, other leaders, if there's no family tree, then there's no family. It's just one person, and his students, right? But what if there was never an Aristotle after Plato? What if there was in Greek philosophy no Pythagoras, no Archimedes, none of this, just the original, just the originator of knowledge? Well, this is the Buckminster Fuller quote that I think a lot of us have heard before. You never change anything by fighting it. You change things by making them obsolete through superior technology. And the way I'm applying that in this field, in this case, is that the superior technology that I'm talking about is the realm of philosophy, the realm of ideas, logical structures. Yeah, natural law is eternal and unchangeable, but this philosophy, this philosophical movement is not done. It has not all been discovered. So the call for me is like, please don't make the mistake of being a wayseer, seeing yourself as a wayseer and a guide in a forest that we don't fully know yet. We haven't explored every nook and cranny of it. Now, I was putting this together before giving this talk, and someone might contact me and say, hey Conrad, exactly what you're saying has already been done. I'm doing this, here's my work, here's someone else's work, don't you feel stupid now? Well, maybe I'll feel a little bit stupid, right? But I'll only be better off for it. And at the end of the day, we're all going to be better off if we push for the natural law frontiers. Which are what? Okay, here's some examples. We all know about the 7 violations of natural law. Murder, rape, theft, assault, trespass, coercion, deception. They can be and have been nitpicked, right? Some are easier to nitpick than others as far as criticism of our philosophy. Now, murder, rape, and assault, for the most part, you're not going to get any arguments on, right? That's pretty cut and dry. But I think specifically deception, the ins and outs of lying, I think that's like the deep ocean, man. We know generally what's in the ocean. We can tell you with good certainty what lives there and how, but only a small percentage of the entire ocean has been discovered and looked at. And we, to this day, discover new deep-sea creatures, and new behaviors are being discovered by what the creatures are doing that was not previously known. So with deception, I think we all know that, for example, us being lied to about the contents of fluoride and other toxins in the water, chemicals in the food and water, lying about that, deception about that is a violation of natural law. I think we all agree. But what if you lied to me about how good my presentation is, right? Or you lied to your partner about how good they look in something. So what if you told me that it was an 8 out of 10 and that you liked it, but not as much as you said? Maybe you actually liked it a 6 out of 10. Like, that's not a violation of natural law. I think we all understand that. So it's safe to say we all know this. But as far as making informed decisions, what do we have a right to know? What is that right to know? There's so much to talk about here. Can we articulate it? We can say that generally, a principle can be true enough, and it's not about nitpicking. It's not about complicated, very intricate situations. It is about a general, common sense application of a principle. But why say that these rules are true enough? We can invoke common sense. We can say this has malicious intent, this doesn't. We can take all of it into consideration, but I don't think we need to. I think the application of natural law can be flawless and unambiguous. It just needs to be tested and explored further. This is a significant area that I'm working on in my own material, which is nowhere near done, but I wanted to take this opportunity, for which I am so grateful, at Freedom Under Natural Law 5, Ignite, and I don't think we have enough time to wait. So first is more work on the specific technical application of the 7 natural law violations, deception in particular. That's example 1. Example 2, hey, how do we deal with child predators and the material they produce? I know it's a sensitive, serious topic. I know we're on YouTube, so I won't drag us into all the details of that. Don't have time anyway. But I think one of us should have tackled it in detail by now. Like, say we're in an anarchic society today under natural law, and they put one of us at the wheel. Here's all the internet with all of its material, all of its stuff, and man's law just collapses, right? What do you do? What do we do? What do we restrict? How do we restrict it? And can we articulate according to what principle we're restricting what? I wouldn't want that job, but on top of that, there's the question of, say you find certain images or videos on somebody's computer that are showing children get hurt. Can you treat that person as if he committed that crime, as if he hurt someone? Can someone be punished for an act they didn't commit yet? Right? In any other context, I think we would say no. We would say there's no such thing as pre-crime. I agree with that. But what if there was a 90% statistical chance that they would hurt a child? I'm not saying that's what the statistic is, but it's close. But what if it was 100? And I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm just saying these are unanswered questions in our field. Natural law frontiers, hence the name. The issue I just want to kind of settle back in on, the issue I'm pointing to is that the natural law philosophy is not generating great philosophers today, prolific, original thinkers. Part of it is the world is collapsing, right? So it's a tough tough job that we got. Society has gone mad. People are absolutely insane. But still, let's hold ourselves to a high standard of sanity. Let's just recognize that regardless of the reasons for why, it is true that too often we get stuck in trying to convince others. We try to be the salesman, the solicitor, the motivator, right? We go out and preach the gospel like Jehovah's Witnesses. We knock on the door. I've done it as well. I continue to do it. But it's a difficult thing that we get stuck in. And the second thing is, if we're not doing that, then I think we get stuck talking to each other as well. Our own little community. So when you're not preaching the gospel, when you're in the church, you've got the congregation. The congregation gets together. Everybody comes together. Everybody knows each other at church. And, they're there at church talking to everybody, understands each other. They all have a common language. The congregationalist socialite, right? And that list could be longer if we thought about it, but it's not to do that. I'd just rather quickly point to some of the factors for this, right? One is the social media era. We're living in it. This is tough. It's way more difficult to be a philosophical thinker today that gets any sort of attention in the current climate. The algorithm is against us. The speed ratio itself between human information and the information that humans have to take in and human processing speed, that ratio is off. We can't keep up. Or in street terms, what has happened is our society, in terms of intelligence, in terms of morality, of compassion, society in 26 is like crack babies. We're living in a crack baby era where we have no shot. Not literally, but we definitely have it stacked against us, the odds. Or fetal alcohol syndrome, right? Where we might make it through grade school, but it's no wonder that we're not spawning any great leaders. We're kind of damaged, right? And there's an aspect to this we can't control. It is what it is. That's the cards we're dealt. But this next factor we can control. And it's the tendency to approach natural law as a completed work, that it's done. Remember, only religions have a completed work. Only religions have a perfect finished work that never gets added onto. Sciences only have like a diary of work. It's just a log of things that have been discovered, that have been learned. The scientists recognize that it needs continuous additions. But it's tricky because natural law is as fundamental as it gets. It's as primordial as it gets with philosophy. Like, don't initiate harm to others. All other behaviors are unalienable individual rights. What else needs to be said? I think there's a tendency in our movement to put a period on that, right? I've certainly felt that way at times. But I'm coming here today to call for us to treat that philosophy itself as an unfinished work. Not just the great work to spread it to people, but the philosophy itself as an unfinished work. See, not just the right action, the rhetoric, the rhetor action, right, of ending slavery, harm, and abuse on earth, but our grammar and logic as well. There's no relativism to what I'm saying, nor is there any revisionism, nor will any true statements become untrue. But there is unfinished business. Definitely. There is a different story to be told. It might have the same ending as the other story, but there is a lot more to a story than just the plot. So, at the cost of being called crazy or pinning our name to an idea that doesn't pan out, we might be disproven in the future, I say, let's go for that. Let's go for that and give it a try. Maybe the natural law community can gift the world the next Buckminster Fuller, the next John Nash, or Nikola Tesla, or Ignaz Semmelweis, right? Semmelweis is not that well known, and I'm going to dive into him quickly because his life makes a point. I want to try something new, give you something new here with this opportunity I have. So a short inquiry into Semmelweis is perfect to close this short presentation. This guy was a Hungarian doctor from the mid-1800s. At 26 years old, he takes an internship at a maternity clinic at Vienna Hospital. 2 years later, he gets hired as a doctor's assistant right after his internship, and there are 2 maternity clinics there. At both of them, moms are dying after giving birth with what was called childbed fever. One of them has a death rate of 10%, and one of them has a death rate of 4%. And at 29 years old, as he analyzes it, he investigates, he looks at the causal factors, analyzing it, the differences. At 29 years old, he figures out that at one of the clinics, the nurses were also doing autopsies before touching the moms. So it was the contact with the corpses that was the cause. Remember, this is the mid-1800s, right? So, since this is before germ theory, right? This is still the 4 temperaments theory that they're operating under. Now, since chlorine was known to make the smell of decomposing flesh go away, this guy, Semmelweis, he proposes that the medical staff, they wash their hands with chlorinated lime. And you can look at the results. It is a chart where the death rate just plummets, right? It goes down. At one point, it went down to 0. And chlorinated lime is not even an ideal hygienic treatment, right? But still incredible results. So you would think that the doctors and nurses of the world would adjust to this groundbreaking discovery, right? And Semmelweis would live a long, peaceful life where he would be seen as a hero and an innovator. And that is not what happened, of course, right? And I'll read an excerpt from an excerpt on his life. But, you think about the discovery of the science of natural law, how it should in itself change things, but as was in the case of Semmelweis, it didn't. It required more, and there are some of the reasons for that I want to end with. So, hesitant publication of results, right? His results. Towards the end of 1847, Semmelweis and his students, they wrote letters to the directors of all the different maternity clinics, showing them what they found, discussing their observations. And accounts of the dramatic reduction in mortality rates in Vienna, they were being circulated throughout Europe. Semmelweis, of course, had reason to expect that his chlorine washings would be widely adopted, saving tens of thousands of lives. But early responses to his work also gave clear signs of coming trouble. Some physicians had clearly misinterpreted his claims, and additionally, initial responses to Semmelweis' findings, they tended to downplay their significance by arguing that he has said nothing new. We've heard that before. Actually, there was a man called Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr. in America who had actually years before tackled childbed fever, and he also found the same link that as Semmelweis, that the doctors were passing the disease to their moms, to the moms that they were treating. Except Holmes in America, he emphasized the contagious nature of it as an infectious, what we have today. It sounds like the same thing as Semmelweis, but it really isn't, because in fact Semmelweis was warning against all decaying organic matter, not just a specific contagion that originated from the victims of childbed fever, but all decaying organic matter was the causal factor. This misunderstanding and others like it occurred partly because Semmelweis' work was only known through secondhand reports written by his colleagues and students. His students spoke for him, and at this crucial stage, Semmelweis himself had published nothing. These and similar misinterpretations continued to cloud discussions of his work throughout the century. So, the danger of not publishing your own work, we know that, right? Now, years later, Louis Pasteur, he would come around with the germ theory of disease, and it turned out that Semmelweis was right all along. Today, we know that, right? Actually, the modern medical establishment, they took Semmelweis' life work and they built their empire on his grave, figuratively and literally, because the more he tried to get through to the medical community, right? He was a crusader. He called them idiots. The more he alienated them, called them murderers, right? Understandably. But at 47 years old, he got lured into a mental institution, right, without his knowledge. And once he was in there and tried to leave, he got beaten by the guards and died 2 weeks later from an infection. Ironically, the cause of death officially was listed as pyemia, which is blood poisoning, which is what? A lack of cleanliness and sanitation. The same ancient adversary that killed those women at that maternity clinic. That's his fate. And this is the fate that we face today as leaders in the modern natural law movement. I want to learn from it to make sure that it doesn't repeat, right? Other than the umbrella term misunderstood, why wasn't Semmelweis heard at the time? The first thing, quote, he had said nothing new. I would say that this is the most frequent criticism of Mark Passio. And we largely just repeat what he says, so imagine how much it applies to us, right? He has said nothing new. But also, this is because the natural law movement, the modern one, faces the same kind of resistance that he did. A unified, powerful resistance, treating people, ignoring them, ridiculing them, but ultimately treating them as they're mentally ill, which is what kind of a resistance? Religious resistance. See, he challenged the entire profession and tradition by calling attention to the fact that, to the principle that health problems can be traced to a single universal principle, which in this case is cleanliness. Not mystical supernatural particles, right? Agents of evil and decay, but decaying organic matter itself. When life goes bad, right? The religions of medicine, of scientism, of statism, if you challenge those, like we are challenging those, be prepared for a dirty fight. Some of us learned that, and all of us maybe will learn that one day, right? Or have learned it. The modern natural law movement does the same thing. We call upon universal principles as well. Now, what is the response we get? He had said nothing new. That's one of the criticisms. The other is that his work of Semmelweis, it was known through his students, through secondhand reports. Remember, at that crucial stage, he had published nothing. Well, for that one, our teacher prepared us well, right? I don't think any of us, very few members of this community, could be accused of not publishing. But there's a lesson here to be learned as well about controlling the narrative. A very big part of what I'm talking about here. We need to tell our story, not our teacher's story, not students distorting the teacher's work, nor the student's own work being distorted by being identical to the teacher's. Right? How do we control our own narrative? How do we keep that ancestry and genealogy philosophically? How do we keep it going? I think a good start is to set out to become associated with a distinct and memorable concept, something that people are going to remember. Louis Pasteur, germ theory. Thomas Paine, common sense. Mark Passio, the science of natural law, right? Conrad Roges, I already know what it's going to be. I just haven't published it yet. So put your name there. What about yours? How can we present this in a way that's going to strike people as a new thing? Of course, there's nothing new under the sun, but we need new systems to replace the obsolete systems. I can't stress enough this point, which you know already. We are up against a religion, the belief in societal institutions, the social contract, the relativism, the primitive human behaviors, collectivism, rule by force, obedience. These are all part of a religious devotion. Society has a religious devotion to these outdated concepts. And a religion will not be defeated, will not be weakened through religious-like means. We're not going to win that war. Preaching, doctrine, conversion, congregation. But, how does a religion lose their influence? Well, how about having another place to go on Sunday? Literally, or Shabbat, right? Or Friday, you know what I mean. Maybe a library, maybe a town square. It's a metaphor that I'm going with, but I'm calling for the pursuit of natural law frontiers in order to attract people through our originality and our innovation and get them to peek inside those doors as opposed to shouting them down and calling them over, right? Instead of straining to fill the lecture halls, putting in more effort with the lights down to advance the core philosophy before the big lights come on. That is my call today. Thank you for listening to me today. I've managed to do it. I was rushing a bit. I got my 30 minutes. Plenty of other great speakers, I'm sure, that I'm looking forward to watching back together with you. Thank you for listening to me today and allowing me to share this spirit of philosophy and innovation that I've had on my mind here, as we start 2026. I published my first video in 2022. It was a presentation called Dependence on Systems of Control. It was the same year as the first Freedom Under Natural Law conference, right? My salute to you all, In 2020, I was on the edge of life and death, literally. I was right there. I just turned 30 this month. My longtime friend actually he messaged me saying he's so happy to be able to see me live to turn 30. Natural law has helped me rebuild my entire life, truly, genuinely, and I came into this community, 2021, 2022, thinking in my mind, warrior. I'm here to be a warrior. I'm here with my sword. I'm ready to go. But now as we head into the second half of this decade, I'm realizing that I'm going to be more useful to this movement by just being who I have been my whole life, which is thinker. This is a call to awaken the thinkers, to reawaken and reignite. And I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Much love to you all, and natural law forever.
Great talk by Conrad. His website is truthinlaw.com. So yeah, what do you guys think about that one? I agree with, real quick, I agree with many of the stipulations that Conrad said, right? I've said this in my work. We don't need leaders. We need artists. When you understand any type of information, you could say it in an infinite amount of ways, right? So it's not about regurgitation. It is about understanding it, processing it within oneself, going out into the world, and educating and inspiration.
Yeah, I really like the challenge to step it up. And, I think you've set a good example on the pace with that, Will, going to the People's Reset and speaking live. And I think we're all working towards becoming better speakers and working on our philosophy. It's not a done deal. And so that's one of my big takeaways from Conrad's talk, is to keep stepping it up. We got to make it better. We got to leave a legacy. We're not there.
And I'm also hearing an aspect of creating a business model, really, where we recognize what is our own strength, our own offering, and be authentic and about that and selling it, basically marketing it, developing our voice, and our message, to be very clear about what is our unique voice here to offer.
Absolutely. That whole realm of marketing and promotion, especially in the truth, freedom, anarchist, natural law communities, it has a huge negative weight. And that's because of ignorance. People don't understand what marketing, what promotion, what branding is, all of this. This is magic in action, right? It's the application of the information and the inspiration that we are trying to convey. So, Derek?
Yeah, and he's talking about we all have a inner artist, and we got to rekindle that or just get it ignited for the first time and all that stuff. And yeah, props to him and his music. We'll showcase some of that and what he did for Soundpath. If anyone wants to check that out, it's over there. Soundpath to Freedom, inspired by the F.U.N.L. So yeah.
Excellent. And coming up here in just a couple minutes, we got a great gift. Brendan Daniel, a musician, someone that I admire and I was able to hang out with for a good amount of time at the People's Reset in Mexico. He's gonna come on live, and we're going to have a chat with him and check out some of his music. But first, we have a couple little short commercials, and let's break it through with a little bit of Logan Makes Noise.
Hello, it's Rick Sanchez. You're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. Anarchy, self-governance, no rulers. Really high IQ stuff. Try to keep up, Morty. Or don't. Nobody's forcing you. That's the point.
You're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. The human tendency towards sovereignty is predictable. You call it freedom, we call it a malfunction.
Hi folks, Alex Jones here. Let me tell you something. The globalists don't want you self-sufficient. They don't want you thinking for yourself. That's why they hate conferences like this one. They're scum. They're cowards. They want you dependent and confused. And gay. They can't handle strong, laughing humans. It pisses them off. Good. The answer to 1984 is 1776. And while you're at it, get my new Liberty Lung reptile repellent mega stack. It oxygenates your blood, fortifies your aura, and makes globalists visibly uncomfortable. You'll have the globalists running for the hills. Get yours today at Infowars.com.
Somewhere in the sound, the color, the vibrations, the culture, we find another outlet. Views of past expression, now brought to our attention. Very throughout in parallel, others in divine indivisibility brought back.
And let there be sound. Hey, look who we got here. What's up, Brendan? Thanks for joining us, man.
Good to be here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through.
Awesome to see you.
It's good to see you all again.
Yeah.
I still got tears from Logan's impressions. That was hilarious. I was literally crying. That was so funny.
Yeah. And gay.
He said that. Yeah.
Logan Makes Noise. He's going to have a lot of voice content coming out. So, and again, for everyone, that is not familiar with the Funnel conferences, we post everything individually. So there'll be a compilation of even that. And then I highly recommend people go check out the previous Funnel conferences. We have a lot of great information there. So Brendan Daniel, what's up, brother?
Yeah, what's up, Will? I'm just missing my my hydrogenated water bottle that you hooked me up with.
There you go.
I left it at my nephew's house.
You have to get. Oh, it's probably gone once he starts drinking that.
I know he's gonna be hooked, right?
You reminded me. I got to set mine on too.
Yeah, not much, man. I'm excited to share these brand new tunes with you guys. They're like literally fresh out the oven, brand new songs. So couldn't have been better timing. It's like
beautiful,
all worked out.
You're amazing. You play songs like you've played them for years, and you're like, "Oh, I just wrote this." It's like, what? How could that be? It sounds like something you played a lot of time. That's amazing.
Yeah, no, just finished them. So I mean, it's like the ideas are there for a long time, but the concepts, I guess, but then the integration of the concepts into the music sometimes just happens like in a freak storm, and you just have to be ready to have your butterfly net out or whatever. Yeah. So
excellent.
Ignite when the flame's there, right? Keep it lit.
Exactly. Yeah. True that.
Yeah. So I know we got some pre-recorded stuff from you, but I don't know how you're feeling about maybe playing a little something right now.
Yeah, we could start off with a little live something if you want. Sure.
I mean, of course, if you had a few words you wanted to say about the conference or whatever, you're welcome. I don't mean to.
No, I've been
just
loving
put you on the stage, but you're so good at it. Why not?
I had to kind of go in and out of grocery shopping here and there, so I missed a little, but I was digging everything. Everything everybody had to say was great, and I wasn't expecting to play a live one. I don't know how well the audio will come through. Does that guitar pick up, or does it sound like Heavy Metal Thunder?
No, it's coming through.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So this, I guess, is based heavily off James's presentation, talking about culture. This is one I wrote a little while ago called MK Culture. And I'm going to be playing it with my good friends and my other band called the Red Pill Friends. We're playing Confluence in Texas coming up. So, deep fakes, the deep state, the red flags, the red tape, the dark side, it's the thin line, the wrong side of history, the blue hairs, the red hats, the straw men, the contracts, the old world, the new guard, the check marks, the tech gods, culture. It's just the cult of culture. It's just another brand of Operation MK Ultra. Culture. The outlaws, the in crowd, the limited hangouts, the chemtrails, the jet lag, the freak show, the freak flag, the crypto, the cold plunge, the cocaine, the gun runs, the hippies, the canyon, the 60s, the Manson culture. It's just the cult of culture. It's just another branch of Operation MK Ultra. Culture. Nurture, trauma, torture, nature, nurture, trauma, torture, culture. It's just the cult of culture. It's just another brand of Operation MK Ultra. Culture.
Yeah! Everybody out there's clapping. You can't see it right now because of the virtual concert. I mean, you can't hear it, but it's there. That was badass. Fantastic. Thanks, brother. I loved
Yeah,
it.
man. Thanks for putting me on the spot like that. I was like, oh, what am I going to play?
You're so good at it. You just pulled off. You
That was
know.
for James.
Go ahead.
I said that one was for James, I guess.
Right on. I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face right now.
I'll do my impression of Terrence McKenna, I guess. Culture is not your friend.
Yeah, I remember coming across that chapter in The End of All Evil and like just really kind of going back and forth, like, what does he mean? Because you think of culture as a good thing, right? But you know, I like the way I like to put it. You know, if you look at the etymology, the word culture, it comes from like, it does mean to cultivate. You know, it comes from that same root word as to grow, to cultivate, which is a good thing if we're growing things, if we're writing the songs. But
right.
if we're marching the orders of the authoritarians and these evildoers, then we're being cultured, and that's not good.
Yeah, right. Totally.
Yeah,
Double-edged
yeah.
sword for sure. I love that.
Oh man, I'm so glad you were able to come on live and play that song. But okay, I got one question for you before we move on to another track. And we'll get on some of the pre-recorded stuff. Because this is something you alluded to, like sometimes these things just come to me. I'm curious what you have to say, what you think about where inspiration comes from.
You know, I'm like recalling a recent video I saw of this guy, you know, being asked that, and he's like what are some of your earliest inspirations? And he's like, the sun, the moon, the stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars. Like, you know, like I think that there's obviously this book right here does a great job of like giving the beginner, like the average quote unquote normie, I'd say, a chance at like maybe shifting the paradigm from like the materialist into like the, you know, the realm of the fact that just from a scientific perspective, you know, we only have so much of a visual realm. Like we can only see so much within a visual spectrum before you're, you know, so it's like, it's not that they don't exist. It's just that we only have access to so much of it. So I guess like to make a long way of saying like, you know, I don't know. It's just from some place beyond me. I would say maybe a better version of me. I like to think, because oftentimes songs I write are like the best reminders of like things that I seem to so often forget. But those songs are there to remind me like almost eternally. So
Right.
I don't know, find something special, something that a place of love. I guess love's the most cliche word I can come up with for an answer.
And I think when we do really get into that modality of care, of, you know, love, care, right? Universal love. That's where, you know, we can tap into that spirit where sometimes we can find things that are just out in the ether and we tune into them, like the Beastie Boys said with Intergalactic. And I remember hearing some other famous musicians describing that process too. It was like, I didn't write the song, man. It came into me. I tuned into it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's a good, just little thing to think about because of the theme of this conference with Ignite and hearts, minds, and trying to pass this flame and this torch and tell people, where does inspiration come? You just gotta push through and keep passing it on. And you're certainly doing that with your music. I really appreciate it. So, yeah, unless you got a few more words, I think we'll move on to another track.
I just want to piggyback off of what you just said there, because you're drawing the picture of, like the flame and like your spirit and how like you can come across some embers, and the way you keep that going is you got to get down in there, you know, and you got to blow some oxygen into there, which is your breath, your spirit. And I don't know, I just had like a little thought right there of just like, that's a great picture to draw up, obviously, with the Ignite, the funnel. So yeah, it's just what we're here doing. We're just keeping the fire lit. Yeah. Not letting don't put out the spirit's fire, you know,
just keep keep it going.
Yeah, man. And I just want to give a quick shout out to my nephew who helped me get these videos down. We like wrestled with a bunch of equipment, and then it just ended up being iPhone footage, which was, but it was cool. So big thanks to him for helping me get these videos down, and I'm really happy to share them with you guys.
Thanks so much. Yeah, widescreen, that we're like, that'll work. It looks good. Yeah, and folks asked if you can maybe put the name of that book in the chat that you were talking about.
Oh yeah. It's Mark Gober, an end to upside down thinking, and he has a whole series of different ones. And
Right on.
Cosmos, and upside down Liberty, and upside down Reset, a bunch of different things. Great writer, great mind.
All right. Well, thanks for bringing that forward. And folks, check out Brendan Daniel at brendandanielmusic.com and support his music, and he can use your help. And let's hear some more tracks. DJ Will, you got that ready? The next one ready?
I'm Brendan Daniel, and this song's called World War III and the New World Order. Well, here's to all the fascists that you now say you want to kill, but you still serve those dark occultists with your fiat dollar bill. My body is my ballot and I cast it every day. The mind's a precious thing to waste, don't scroll it all away. If you play stupid games, you'll win stupid prizes. They say freedom isn't free, and they manipulate the prices. Well, that's World War III, and it's the New World Order. I heard it on TV from my robot news reporter. It's the digital ID and all the nonsense at the border. It's the monster in the cage, and it's the doctor in your corner. There's a business in disease. Did you think ice would make things warmer? Hope you're happy on the street, 'cause BlackRock owns your brick and mortar. Well, it's World War III, and it's the WEF. This one's for the system that you now claim to rage against. Well, there's still poison in the kids. Are you still sitting on the fence? Are you fighting for some change without a scrap of common sense? As they indoctrinate the youth and they weaponize the nation, you don't recognize the truth after all the obfuscation. I'm talking to both sides. 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 Everybody's got something to prove. Everybody's got a job to do. And I'm talking to both sides. Everybody's got something to say. Everybody's got bills to pay. I'm talking to both sides. Everybody's got an ass to kick. Everybody's got a boot to lick. Yeah, I'm talking to both sides. Everybody's gotta be the judge, and everybody's gonna need a hug. I'm talking to both sides. Well, it's World War III, and it's the New World Order.
Dude, that was great, man. You're so authentic and real, and it's like I'm a big fan of just singing with a guitar. I mean, the Mike Mattingly, which my buddy, I definitely need to hook you up with. He's the same way. He actually went out to every capital in the U.S., including Alaska and Hawaii, and just played at the Capitol and did like live streams and stuff. It was fantastic. But your whole style, I'm a big fan. I got both of your CDs when we were hanging out at the People's Reset. So I highly recommend people go check these out, man.
I got another one. Got another one for you, Will, next time I see you.
Oh, man. Did that one just come out?
No, it's just Red Pill Friends.
Got it.
So it's not my solo stuff.
Yeah. So I do want to give a quick shout out real quick to Alex Zek and the Confluence event, which you are actually going to be performing at.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. Are you hearing that delay on your end, or is it just my end?
I'm not hearing a delay. Let me
Okay.
check with the...
All good.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Anyways, yeah, I'm super excited about it. It's going to be awesome.
This is going to be your first time at Confluence?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in case anybody's not familiar, this is hosted, it's in Bandera, Texas, April 23rd to 26th, hosted by Alex Zek and his whole team at Sovereignty Ranch. And, this is just very freedom-orientated get-together. So set on Sovereignty Ranch Regenerative Farm in Bandera, Texas, outside San Antonio. And I think this is their 5th year that they're doing this, so it's been around for a little bit, and people can go check this out. So, but Brandon Daniel will be performing there.
Well, Red Pill Friends, but yeah, that's the next. I'll be there.
Got it. So, real quick, tell me about the Red Pill Friends. This is separate from, you're in a couple groups, right?
Yeah. So this, not to do like a long-winded thing, because I know we're within a short time frame, but I was in my original band was with my brothers called Town Meeting. Then the COVID nonsense happened, and quite magically, I went to Porcupine Fest and met Mike, and I also met Etienne de la Boite, which probably might cue into this next song, To See the Cage is to Leave It. But where I met Mike Miranda, I met Jude Roberts through Mike Miranda, and those two writers are two parts of my other band, a trio called Red Pill Friends, which is all like very, right there within the name, very much, freedom focused, freedom oriented, liberty songs. My buddy Jude has a song called Anti-Vaxxer Girl, and fall on your sword, Mr. Fauci. It's, great fun stuff like that.
Oh, that's right up our alley.
We have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. That most recent one that I just played was brand new. I think I literally finished it yesterday.
Oh, sweet. See,
yeah.
That's how we like to do it at the Funnel, getting the live, fresh jams right there. The last track that you sent me, that you emailed me, is that the Cage?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's cue this up and get this playing. And if folks haven't realized, this is like the intermission of the whole Funnel event. Tomorrow we'll have Presence on doing a live set. So let's get into, go ahead and say the title of this next track.
It either is going to be One Foot in the Wishing Well or the one I just named. I'm not sure which one's queued up next.
The one that you sent me last, that you emailed me today.
Oh, okay. That's right. That's going to be this one. To See the Cage is to Leave It. I named it the exact same thing as Etienne de la Boite Squared's new book.
Which I also have a few copies of that book. It's fantastic. All of his books, right? Government, the Biggest Scam, that one. Those are like necessities on the bookshelf, and necessities to keep on you at all times, so you can hand to friends, family members, gift them on birthdays, holidays, or anything like that. It's very visual. It's just great. It's great material.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, next jam. Let's get it.
All right. I'm Brendan. Recording?
Yeah, we're recording. I'm Brandon Daniel. This song's called To See the Cage is to Leave It. This song's another declaration of independence from the state. the same religion, doomed to repeat the same mistakes. How do the few control the many? Is it the money and the bombs? What is the power of the penny? Up against the power of us all. No masters, no slaves, no rulers, no state, no taxes, no cage. To see it is to leave it. What is this game in which we're playing? And what would it take for us to thrive? What is this debt we're always paying? What clergy takes our yearly tithe? What is this peace that we are missing? Where is the map within the maze? What is the status of your mission? What is the state of your terrain? No masters, no slaves, no rulers, no state, no taxes, no cage. To see it is to leave it. There's more than one way to live, like Quinn would say. Sometimes the only way to win is not to play. No masters, no slaves, no rulers, no state, no taxes, no cage. To see it is to leave it. No masters, no slaves, no rulers, no state, no taxes, no cage. To see it is to leave. To see it is to leave it.
Beautiful.
Oh, that had me.
Fantastic.
I love that one a lot. Had me grooving. Yeah. Yeah, I felt that one hit. Yeah, Brendan, you have a talent.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I think I had you muted on the back end. All right, go ahead.
No worries. I said, yeah, that one's supposed to set you free. Thank you, Leslie. I know you would have been dancing for that one because we've been to Sound Path together.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, as they say, speak from the heart, let the soul be free, and all that. And you got a real soulful voice and aura and art about you, man. Much respects, and loved what you did for us at Sound Path as well. That was phenomenal. Obviously, that's how Chris and you linked up, Leslie as well. So yeah, bravo,
Thanks,
man.
Derek.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Fantastic. Yeah, we got time for one more if you wanted to do one live. If not, I think I have a third one. Actually, I think it was just those two that I had pre-recorded.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
two of them were duplicates, but
oh, that's right. Yeah, that's okay. I can do a live one. Why not?
Didn't doubt you, man. You're that guy. You're that type of guy.
I'll just do it live, I guess.
Doing it live.
All right, I think I played this one for you at well, this one's been, it's not new, but it's certainly newer, and it's called 1 Foot in the Wishing Well.
Excellent.
We're chatting about it a little bit at People's Reset.
That's right.
Big shout out too to Derek and the whole group of people that made that thing run. That was really an incredible time, and I feel so happy to have been a part of that. It was just really cool.
Yeah, me too.
So,
me too, man. It was
much love to
fantastic. Smooth, excellent group of people.
yeah,
yeah.
That was great. This one's called 1 Foot in the Wishing Well. L-I-B-E-R-T. Why? History don't repeat, but it sure rhymes. You got 1 foot in the wishing well and 1 foot in this roller coaster ride. E-N-E-R-G. Why am I so foolish to not pick up on the signs as I go back and forth and in and out of time? Do I not recognize them? So if I D-I-E tonight, it's alright, my dear. I know we're only given so much time down here. But you got 1 foot in the wishing well and 1 foot in the spinning wheel. L-I-V-I-N-G, here and now. Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same somehow. You got 1 foot in the wishing well and 1 foot trying to burn it down. Well, here they come and here they go, and they're all insane. Got us running towards the pleasure to escape this pain. Well, you don't miss the sunshine till you're stuck out in the freezing rain. Libert. Why? History don't repeat, but it sure rhymes. When you got 1 foot in the wishing well and 1 foot in the paradigm.
Oh yeah, I love that part where you go, why? Obviously, I can't do it, but that just rocks. Man. I love that part.
Yeah,
it's like I'm waiting for that part. Like, oh, here comes that part I love. Thank you, man. And the way you just pull it out like that, you're like, oh, you wanted a song? No problem. Bam!
That's all
Locked
there.
and loaded. That's
got
beautiful. Thanks,
got a
brother.
decent version of it recorded, but that's not the hard part. It's the sending it over part that's the hard part.
Well, yeah, and then I think we missed the juggle. You did send me that version of
Yeah,
that song,
probably.
and I think I didn't juggle it over to Will in time.
It worked out better that way. It's much more fun to play it live.
Divine intercedence, whatever you call it.
Yeah, it's like super special to have you live. I think I just love the live.
I get
and you're
just
so good.
Thank you. I get a little insecure because I know I don't have like a decent mic. I have like a old laptop, but you know, it comes through pretty well. So
yeah, did pretty well for sure. Yeah,
That's
and the
why
harmonica.
People got to
Yeah.
go to Brendan Daniel Music and buy your tracks and donate some money and help build up your studio.
Yeah, I saw I got a new follower on Bandcamp. That helps out a lot if you go to Bandcamp and buy my music, or if you go to Patreon. I'm gonna have those versions all available, probably on YouTube too eventually. So yeah,
And you just type in your name, right? Like if you go on Bandcamp or
Yep, Brendan Daniel for Bandcamp. But if you're just doing like a regular search, throw in the keyword music. That'll probably help. Particularly YouTube. I think there's some snowboard guy out there named Brendan Daniel. So got there first.
Hey, Brendan, can you share just like the mini version of what inspires you to do this music? Like, or what brought you to freedom music? Yeah.
I guess it's just that music really, like, it sets me free. So it just feels like I feel like really blessed and grateful to, it's always been a part of my life, and it's like I couldn't get away from it if I tried. So I feel like it's always been there. It's just been my growth to like really figuring out like the best way to honor it and respect it and acknowledge like my ego and, you know, like like just it's a really special thing to be able to have to be able to engage with music in a way that it impacts them like on a soul level and makes them feel something, because I'm vulnerable. You know, when I'm making music, it's coming from a place of vulnerability. So I think a lot of people feel that they can be vulnerable and express themselves in a very like loving, sensitive kind of way. So it just puts a lot of kind of self-responsibility and self accountability and ownership upon the person who's you know, engaging with the craft, because it is such a powerful craft. So yeah, I think it's really, it's like it's always been there. It's just been a progression of learning how to honor it the best way that I can.
Yeah, well, I think you're doing you're doing a good job of it. You're giving it justice. And I think that what I will describe to you as authentic is very true. And that's part of the appeal when you talk and when you play. It's just like we're getting this real dude, you know, this guy is badass talent who just, you know, is as humble as ever. And, you know, it's really beautiful.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, it cuts deep. We can definitely tell, like, you were putting yourself out there, that vulnerability and stuff. But having that for people to see as an example of just a human being who can show his emotions, especially as a man, which is kind of taboo in certain areas still. Like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
A lot of respect for what you do, man. Your music even brings tears to my eyes sometimes, you know.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I made a bit. That's how I've said it 1,000 times. That's how I know when I have a song that I've been wanting to write, is when my heart opens up like instantaneously. I'll just like, because when that heart opens up, you just cry, or at least me, I just cry. So I'll just be like, I got it. That's it right there. And maybe even it's not the right words at the time. It's just, I know that the expression is like the it's in the right place. Like the intention is set in the right spot. So I know to keep digging or to keep pursuing it. But yeah, that last line is in that brand new one I wrote, World War III and New World Order. After I'm saying, I'm talking to both sides, I'm talking to both sides. And that last one is that I'm talking to both sides. Everybody's got to be the judge and everybody's going to need a hug. I'm talking to both sides because I just feel like that's so often how I feel, particularly lately these days with, once again, the cult of culture can just so often be what radicalizes us towards thinking that we're, rebels again, even though maybe not to use we, but just people at large, people in the matrix, caught up in the cultural world. Just it can be so easy. Another line I put in there is fighting for some change without a scrap of common sense. And I just look around and I see a lot of that. So I think it's just we really need to find ways, like James said, to find do the work within ourselves, because that's ultimately going to be the reflection of the world around us. So yeah.
It is cutting through all that BS. Like it's funny that you're talking to both sides, and here we have Derek and Leslie who have done Dissolving the Divide podcast for so long, and that was their intention with that was like, why are people arguing about all these little like sideline issues? But that's the way our society is. That's what we were talking about in some of these past presentations. Culture being, we've been cultured through so many things, like you're talking about in your songs, to be divisive, to always like arguing about something, and that's commercialized. You get people's attention, marketing all through attacking emotions, like Woodrow's cartoon showed. Information comes in first through our emotional side, and then it takes that other steps to go through and then go back and forth with the rational and the logical. And then what you're really teaching us is how to find that inspirational getting in touch with the spirit in a good way side. And so it's like we're reinventing all these processes that should be basic and normal and simple, but because we're living this inverted, screwed up authoritarian belief system style world with the matrix, it's like making simple normal things like love and care seem weird and far out.
It's like we got to be the judge, we got to do the work, we got to do the great work, but we're gonna need some love, we're gonna need a hug. But yeah, it's been great. I really appreciate you guys. It's been an honor, and thank you for letting me share these songs with you. And check out my music, check out my Patreon.
Thanks again, Brendan. It's super awesome that you came on live and that we have you here to chat with.
Give everybody a chance to dance and shake it out with some good words too. Thanks, Derek. I mean, yes, thanks, Derek, for being here.
Thanks,
also, I meant to say thanks, Brendan.
Well, thank you all, and thanks everyone listening. Thanks for tuning in.
Right on.
Did you know that Buddhist enlightenment is also called liberation, and liberation means freedom? Yes, freedom was the highest goal of esoteric Buddhism, but the Buddha's most important teaching has been lost. After 19 years of meditating and digging through ancient scriptures, I discovered something that blew my mind. There is one verse in the Pali Canon, the most ancient Buddhist texts, that the Buddha himself said was the most important one. And it's missing from every guided meditation, every app, almost every spiritual teacher today. That's why enlightenment has become the stuff of myth and legend, and why freedom is slipping away a little more each year. I break it all down in episode 1 of the Meditate More podcast. If you're ready to discover this missing key, go to meditatemorepodcast.com. This might be the answer you've been looking for all this time.
Hello again, it's Woody here with Art's Will, and I'm excited to introduce you to my friend Namajnib. He's a Bigfoot. Let's see what we can learn from his transmissions.
Mind, as well as metals and elements, may be transmuted from state to state, degree to degree, condition to condition, pole to pole, vibration to vibration. True hermetic transmutation is a mental art, the Kabbalion. Mental transmutation is the act of changing the state or condition through mental willpower. Through your will, you can transmute from the state of sadness to the state of happiness in your mind. Since the universe is mental in nature, then mental transmutation must be the act of changing the conditions of the cussing universe. You humans have everything all cussing backwards. That's why you have enslaved yourselves. You think that you need government to externally control human behavior to have order. Well, that's cussing backwards. You're trying to change things from the plane of effects. Humans need to live like Bigfoot. Each one of us big feet governs ourselves from the plane of causation within our cussing minds, living in right action or living morally, in the state of anarchy, not needing external masters or control slavery systems like government. Stop following the cussing rhetoric of your governments and world leaders who are using divide and conquer separation tactics on you humans, keeping you running around in their financial slavery system to support your superficial obsessions. Take Bigfoot's advice and transmutate out of this state by deciding to live morally on your own terms and say no to their limiting wars and agendas and build communities of sharing that produce abundance like this earth is designed to do. Morality and freedom are directly linked. The more moral people are collectively, the more freedom you will have. The less moral you humans are collectively, the less freedom you will have. Thus following the laws of polarity and correspondence. That's why it's so important that you spread Bigfoot's word. Say no to corrupt agendas and transmute away from these systems into systems based upon care and sharing for all to flourish. See you next time. I've got a song for y'all.
The journey up the mountain of enlightenment can be long and arduous. There is so much information to sort through online and can be difficult to vet it all. That's why you need Mark Passio's Arc Drive 2.0. This amazing repository of knowledge is straight from Mark's personal research archive, gathered over decades of truth-seeking. You mail Mark an empty 2 terabyte drive and he fills it up with over 26,000 audio files, over 9,000 ebooks, and over 3,000 videos. This collection of critical knowledge contains the keys to unlocking true wisdom. There are only 2 mistakes one can make on the path to truth: not starting and not going all the way. For the full instructions, go to whatonearthishappening.com/arc.
Funnel 5. Anarchy. All you neckbeards here, quit complaining about the government. You're not enslaved, you're just poor. The only real way to escape the matrix is to get exceedingly rich. Quit being a brokey, get yourself a Bugatti and 2 Russian blondes, then you'll know what true freedom feels like. Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, you value freedom. And let's say, for the sake of argument, you're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. Logically speaking, that would make this the most rational viewing decision of your day. I'm all in favor of dissolving every government in the world except Israel. Now that's real freedom.
Hello, how are you, beautiful cutie pies? You're watching Funnel 4. Or is it 5? I forget. Ha ha ha! Anyway, hey, I know what you're thinking.
Everyone thinks they can do an Arnold voice. Hey, look at me, I can do Arnold. Get out of here. Why don't you all stop being little weenies? Read some books, do mental push-ups, and get out there. Tell other people about freedom. Come on, what are you waiting for? Get to the stateless society now!
Oh my gosh, I'm over here crying, dying, laughing from Logan Hart's voice impressions. So yeah, sorry for the background noise. My dog's getting a little wild. So that was pretty much our intermission. We're halfway through today, day one's Funnel 5 conference. We have some serious presentations coming up. I mean, some really good presenters. Next up is Tyler Bloyer. He's a truth seeker, content creator, and advocate for mental liberation, committed to ending slavery one mind at a time. His latest work, exposing the traps of modern truth and freedom movements, coverage of the ongoing biopsychological war, which is Bio-Psy War, fantastic series he has on his website, the breaking down of false paradigms and promoting solution-oriented action based in nature and its law. This is going to be a hard-hitting presentation, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. And hope everyone's enjoying the conference. Let's get into it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to specifically thank the organizers of the Funnel 5 conference this year, Ignite Hearts and Minds. My name is Tyler Bloyer, and I am going to present my presentation on Pyrrhic Progression, the Illusion of Freedom in Modern Chains. And today, we're told we are some of the most freest and advanced people in history, but look around, and what if your chains are actually digital, comfortable, and voluntary? Today I want to talk about Pyrrhic Progression, the Illusion of Freedom in Modern Chains. This is my views from the spectrum on the subject. This is really a continuation of my series that I've worked on for many years, with 6 or 7 pieces that I've created in the series, The Creature of Control. And you can find more about that series on my website. Just look for The Creature of Control headers, or in the drop down you can find The Creature of Control and find more information on the series, or watch that series after having watched this for more context on the topic that we're talking about today in The Creature of Control. There'll be a few sections today in this presentation. I will touch on those in a moment. We're going to start with the myth of progress. And let's get right into it. So we are living in unprecedented technological acceleration. In a single lifetime, we've gone from analog systems to digital reality, from local communities to global networks, from human-scale tools to systems faster than human thought. So we'll walk through all 5 movements: the myth of progress, acceleration without conscience, technology as a moral multiplier, and then the soft change section, and then we'll move into initiation through natural law. To open us up here, we have Heidegger, who says, "The essence of technology is by no means anything technological." And we'll see in a moment here what he's getting at. And this is just a narrative here to sort of set the tone of where we're at with the myth of progress. For the first time in history, change is exponential. Our tools now outrun reflection and moral consideration. We are not just adapting to technology, we are being reshaped by it in real time. This acceleration is almost universally described as progress. Faster is assumed to be better. Newer is assumed to be superior. Advancement is assumed to be good, and simply because it is advancement. And advancement to what exactly? As you can see, what we'll be asking here today. Is it advancement towards the Borg, towards a free will-less Borg of humans that are cyborg at that point and no longer able to make free will decisions? Is that what the advancement heads towards? And that's why we're calling it a Pyrrhic progression, because, okay, we're headed towards something that may not be worth heading towards even. We're at a point now where we've gone in sort of the event horizon towards something that may become quickly out of control and out of our hands. Rarely do we stop to ask the deeper question, progress toward what exactly? So that's what we'll be asking here today. Is it, are we building the Skynet robot AI system that's going to control us all? Is it progress towards convenience and control, or towards truth and freedom? You know, it's a philosophical axiom question on progress, or what is good. Who's good and whose rationality? What is the axiom that this good is being judged upon? You know, the progress itself, is that good? Is that the good that we're all seeking? Is that what in philosophy would be considered the good? Is just progress in itself, progress towards more entertainment, towards more distraction, towards more disorientation, towards the future shock? So by their ends, we will know their means. You know, we'll see, I guess, right? Jacques Ellul has it in the Technological Society. The individual is in a dilemma. Either he decides to safeguard his freedom of choice, chooses to use traditional, personal, moral, or empirical means, thereby entering into competition with a power against which there is no efficacious defense, and before which he must suffer defeat. Or he decides to accept technical necessity, in which case he himself will be the victor, but only by submitting irreparably to technical slavery. In effect, he has no freedom of choice. So Ellul taking a slice at the Technological Society, and his words are more important today, I would say, than any other time. Someone we could anchor back to as an early critic of where we're headed towards today. And the way that you win the rat race here is by becoming the best rat, right? You win the game by becoming a slave to the game. It's a false choice being presented here. So progress that does not increase freedom and responsibility and consciousness is progress towards more slavery, to put it bluntly. Calling tech neutral is how we surrender conscience without noticing. So here we'll see Heidegger come back to, you remember we opened up with him saying that the essence of technology is by no means anything technological. So here he concludes that by saying, thus we shall never experience our relationship to the essence of technology so long as we merely conceive and push forward the technological, put up with it or evade it. Everywhere we remain unfree and chained to technology, whether we passionately affirm or deny it, but we are delivered over to it in the worst possible way when we regard it as something neutral. For this conception of it, to which today we particularly like to do homage, makes us utterly blind to the essence of technology. So Heidegger Heidegger digging into the more existential situation and the way that this contributes to our way of being, and that this is a psychological manifestation and it's not just a technological manifestation. Growth for the sake of growth is the ideology of a cancer cell, has it from Edward Abbey, The Journey Home. So progress shouldn't be measured by how fast we move, but by whether we are moving in the right direction. And cancer doesn't negotiate, neither does it unchecked tech growth. So unchecked tech growth is at the point of metastasizing, right? In this analogy. So now we'll move into the section acceleration without conscience. Systems now move faster than human reflection. Decisions are automated and scaled at machine speed before conscious can engage. The faster it gets, the less space remains for responsibility, consent, and correction. And here's really a rudimentary example and basically a low-tech example of what that is. There's still a human intervening here, apparently. There's still a human being, in the loop, where what this slide is really referring to is taking the human being out of the loop and having things accelerating at such a pace that there isn't even time for moral consideration, as there may be even in a trained soldier here that would just be pushing the buttons as if he were in a video game, taking people's lives, maybe even innocent people, a lot of the time, and him at least still be able to have a choice in that decision. And what we're talking about is even taking that away. We're moving into an era of not even having the human in the loop making these decisions, and the double-edged sword that presents. So here, John Culkin, the Society of Jesus, the Jesuit, A Schoolman's Guide to Marshall McLuhan. So he studied Marshall McLuhan, and basically this could be a quote coming from Marshall McLuhan himself. If we read it, "Life imitates art. We shape our tools, and thereafter they shape us. These extensions of our senses begin to interact with our senses. These media become the massage." And I know in McLuhan, it's the medium is the message, or the media is the message. Here, I did double check that, and it's a different take. The media is the massage, a massage. A new change in environmental, let me start that over. The new change in the environment creates a new balance among the senses. No sense operates in isolation. The full sensorium seeks fulfillment in almost every sense experience. So in other words, the digital world that we live in is shaping our experience, and we tend to seek more and more. And the tools don't just extend us, they retrain us. So the moral lag is real. The tools evolve exponentially. Character evolves slowly. When correction is removed, harm compounds. And in the meme here, or the quote from Fromm, he says, "The danger of the past was that men became slaves. The danger of the future is that men may become robots." And I would add, robotic slaves is really the danger of that. It's maybe not so much merging with technology that's the dangerous part, but where we're at in our consciousness at the point when we do that. And of course, we have Laban that we have to bring in here, who says, "In a crowd, every sentiment and act is contagious to such a degree that an individual readily sacrifices his personal interest to the collective interest." So just, again, the marching into the future, and as everybody's got a smiley, happy face, or the happy depressives, or they're holding the signs and waving the placards into the future. but always in the crowd, not able to think as the individual. And so these things become contagions to such a degree that that person will just sacrifice themselves to the collective at any cost, just to remain as a part of the crowd and not have to feel the discomfort of being the individual. So as you can see here, we're not just talking about technology itself. We're talking about the psychological state of humanity and the reflection of that it's going to have on the future. So this is not an argument against technological progress. I just want to make that clear. But against progress without moral grounding. When procedure replaces principle and legality replaces ethics, anything can be justified. Fear becomes the fuel. The old axiom, if we don't build it, they will, right? That's the continuous justification for building these weapons of mass destruction or weapons of mass control. And that it's always framed as virtue, right? So it's always framed as saving us, but really it's always just managing the herd, right? Managing the crowd. So I'm not against progress. I'm a technological enthusiast. I use technology. You know, I make a living by working with technology and helping people secure their technology. And I'm not someone who thinks we should go back to a time before technology. Is like I was saying to Will in the interview that we did leading up to this, is that it's unfortunate that we're just not quite ready yet. It's like we're still infants in our thinking, in our consciousness, in our ability to navigate the world and to understand our reality and to understand ourselves. And here comes this accelerator catalyst, you know, ready or not, here we go. And no one seems to be wanting to slow down or pump the brakes. And I don't even know if we could at this point. The cat's out of the bag in many different ways. And unfortunately, it's like we're just sleepwalking into the future. And I'm not trying to be a downer, and I'm not trying to be anti-technological, okay? The if we don't build it, they will is really just a coward's excuse. And many of you are building it, right? And what we're trying to do here today is get people to own that building the technological dystopian future with the technocratic dictatorship communist dystopia that's coming, which isn't like, oh, I'm such a downer because I'm focusing on that and saying it like that. It's more or less just seeing the pattern and seeing where we're headed, seeing what's happened in recent times with, you know, what goes on the global stage and what human beings are able to adapt to and the rate that we're going. It just seems inevitable, really. So I'm not black-pilled or anti-technology. This is more just my views, again, on how things are unfolding at the current time. It doesn't make me anti-progress either. So this isn't an anti-technological, it's anti-slavery is what it is. And really trying to get people to help them to free their minds and continue to do that work, right? So it's not that I think we should put the technology back in the box. I think that we just need a better approach, and we really do need to start considering the ethics and the moral implications of our actions when we have such power as we do today with the technological powers that we're building. So again, we bring in Elul, who's a heavy hitter here in this presentation, carrying us along. And he has it, technical autonomy is apparent in respect to morality and spiritual values. Technique tolerates no judgment from without and accepts no limitation. It is by virtue of technique rather than science that the great principle has become established, chakun ches soi, or, you know, let it to each their own kind of, right, is what that takes on. Morality judges moral problems. As far as technical problems are concerned, it has nothing to say. Only technical criteria are relevant. And I think he's not saying that this is, you know, some kind of law. He's just observing that it seems to just go without saying. I mean, of course, right? Of course we've got to do all this. Of course we have to put it in place. Doesn't seem to be really any way to really even pin something down and question its morality at this stage. with the progressivism and this this new world that we're moving into seems to be a moralless world, right? Where there is no way to apply moral concerns. I mean, it's not even discussed on the world. It's not even as part of the discussion. It's just build the empire and keep making the empire stronger, right? Progress for the sake of progress, again. The ideology of a cancer cell. There's no judging it, it just is, right? So, in a society trained into weakness and voluntary servitude, a big topic of the work that I look at with the creature of control, is that our servitude is voluntary on many levels. It's already, and that's why I don't necessarily jive with the label of voluntarist. To me, it's just, it doesn't make sense. When you look at the world and the way that people are acting, it is voluntary. Unfortunately, most people choose to be voluntary slaves. And in that condition, the speed doesn't liberate, it disorients, and a disoriented population is easier to manage. Right? So now we maybe get a glimpse into what is the speed all about? Why are we headed at such a rapid pace? Could it be engineered in that way? Could it be that not only are human beings, and this slide originally said, it was a little heavier and didn't say that we're trained into weakness, in a society of weak human beings who are voluntary slaves, maybe the speed that we're going at is on purpose, because of this understanding here, what we're going to talk about in the next slide with Toffler, future shock. What is that? It's the dizzying disorientation brought on by the premature arrival of the future. It may well be the most important disease of tomorrow. And look at the times that we're living in now. I mean, I think now Toffler was describing this time prophetically. We'll move into the section now, technology as a moral multiplier. So technology is not neutral. It amplifies whichever moral state already exists. When consciousness is weak, power grows faster, and that says when conscience is weak, power grows faster than responsibility. Progress without moral grounding does not remain neutral. It becomes actively destructive. So this is kind of taking a shot at the whole, every tool is neutral, and not in the concerns when it comes to the stage that we're playing on now with the way that technology is affecting people's lives. And that's why we're talking about it as a moral multiplier. So really just whatever state of mind that we're in currently, kind of like when somebody doesn't have any money and suddenly they become rich without, having put in any hard work or anything like that. It's like whatever state they're in, it tends to just amplify where they're at that point. So it's not necessarily a good thing. And that's basically the whole premise of this whole presentation is just we're being hit really quickly here with this exponential growth, which in a lot of ways I'm super excited about. And again, I don't mean to just say, oh, it's all bad, everything's horrible, go back in your cave and just let the apocalypse happen. In a lot of ways, what's happening is tremendous for humanity on many levels. I just think that unfortunately, the walking slumber that most people are in is like going to walk us right off the technological cliff, not necessarily just continually helping everyone. I think that right now we're in this sort of renaissance phase, but it's going to come with a clapdown. There's going to be a phase of freedom with these new tools, and then there's going to be the hammer, right? Then there's going to be the fist that comes down. And to think that, oh no, from here it's just flourishing is a major mistake. This is not understanding history, and it's not understanding the condition that humanity is in, morally and ethically. And what we put up there as how society should be ran if you scale that and continue to keep scaling the way that it's gone so far, you can look at history to see how that's gone, and it hasn't gone well. Okay, so when we live in the technocratic communist dictatorship future, which is like more of a fascist state at this point, you see, tech data companies becoming as powerful as the government, like creating their own power, yes, but then becoming the government themselves, essentially offering the utility. Okay, and our government funding that at a massive level. All chips are on red. It's, again, seems like no one's really even questioning the direction that things are heading with a lot of this stuff. Technological change, says Postman, is neither additive nor subtractive. It is ecological. One significant change generates total change. Tools built for benefit are easily weaponized. Fear-driven logic justifies preemptive control. Centralized systems reward domination, not empathy. When accountability disappears, human beings are reduced to resources to be managed, optimized, or discarded. So this is the security dilemma logic, right? Preemptive domination framed as defense. Centralization of power with no moral restraint. Humans reframed as resources. Z Big has it. In the technotronic society, the trend seems to be towards aggregating the individual support of millions of unorganized citizens who are easily within the reach of magnetic and attractive personalities, and effectively exploiting the latest communication techniques to manipulate emotions and control reason. So this going into the cult of personality society, right? And how, the cult of personality that we follow ends up being the thing that controls our, complete worldview. And depending on how these folks are reaching out and manipulating us, it may shape a worldview that we're teetering on here today, of the doom and gloomers, which we're going to talk on in a minute. It's just the people that, everything's going to shit all the time, and of course it's the Federal Reserve and the collapse narrative, and I'm not in that category of people, because I'm doing this presentation and critiquing the direction and critiquing this technological revolution. It's a line that I'm walking and teetering on here, but it's, again, I'm an enthusiast for humanity and the human future. I think that the choices that we're presented with will be challenging, and that we'll have a lot of pain to go through still, but ultimately I think that we can pull through this, and I think it can be a technological renaissance and a human renaissance and a pro-human future. I do believe that is possible. I just don't think it's guaranteed. Hence me taking the time to, go into this information and do a presentation like this. We're trying to call out to the community of technological enthusiasts and have this message reach them that there is a way to proceed that helps empower and free humanity instead of enslaving and making it a dark future for humanity. As technology accelerates, character lags behind. Emotional and moral development cannot keep pace with exponential tools. Psychopathy scaled through systems becomes normalized, while efficiency narratives quietly justify harm in the name of progress. So this is a big creature of control theme, but basically psychopathy plus technology equals exponential domination, right? Psychopathy as a systematic outcome, not really a rare anomaly, is what we see manifesting. something that empowers the psychopaths, right, that we're learning more about as, we get these so-called file dumps. And I'm not saying they're a hoax. I just don't think we're seeing the whole picture with some of the more recent revelations that have come about through the government's release of the Epstein files, for example. I think we're getting a small window into what's happening, but I don't think we really quite understand the full picture of how our society is ran. I think it's just a small glimpse into that. And we really don't understand the levels of power that these psychopaths will have with the tools that are being availed now. So we need to take accountability. And if you're working on it, if you build it, you own it, right? And the questions that need to be asked are, does it increase autonomy or dependency? Which one? Does it require surveillance or consent? Does it treat humans as sovereign, free human beings or resources? Does it decentralize power or consolidate it? Would you deploy it on your own child without coercion? So if you write the code and then you wrote the ethics, and if you train the model, you trained the worldview. Technology doesn't civilize us, it reveals how uncivilized we still are. And we can see how civilized we are with the recent events with the pandemic and how human beings reacted and were treated during that time. All right, so this is the soft chains. Comfort, catastrophe, and control is actually what the section's called. So many people sense that something is wrong, yet remain passive. Doom and gloom collapse narratives become a refuge. Catastrophe replaces responsibility by focusing on external disaster. Attention is pulled away from self-examination, personal agency, and shadow work. So this is what I meant about the doom and gloom society. The doom and gloom culture is actually a way of avoiding self-work and shadow work and really actually addressing the root of the problem. It just becomes another way of escapism. It just becomes another way of avoiding the psyche, of avoiding the shadow work that needs to be done. Really, to address the root of our problem, this is where the work lies. But even getting caught up in the work that we've touched on in my Falling into the Movement Traps series, right? Fire in the Minds of Men. Is this really addressing the problems out there in the world, or is it just another way of escapism? And Reich has it, until the character armor has been broken down, the patient can neither associate freely nor have a vital feeling about himself. He expects the analyst in some magical way to do everything for him. And without really knowing it, he assumes a passive attitude whose substance is anything but passive. So, the ignorance is bliss conundrum. And the damage that ends up really doing to the self and to the world. Right? It's not exactly a passive attitude when your ignorance is harming other people through your behaviors, when you could know better. The self-destructive human nature that Reich is touching on here in character analysis. Of course, Jung has it another way, which we've heard all over the place. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Much simpler way to say the same thing. So the crowd becomes a substitution for conscience, Identity is found in movements rather than in character. Responsibility dissolves into collective emotion. When accountability is shared by everyone, it is carried by no one, and compliance feels justified even when actions conflict with inner truth. Inner truth? What? These people have no idea about any sort of inner truth, right? It's a slap in the face to the truth. The crowd. The crowd is always intellectually inferior to the isolated individual, coming back from Le Bon. Comfort completes the chain. Pleasure replaces meaning. Convenience is traded for freedom. Discomfort is avoided, and with it, growth. A culture organized around ease produces dependent adults, stalled development, and people who mistake comfort for safety and control for care. The old war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is truth. F.U.N.L comes in. What man needs is not a tensionless state, but rather striving and struggling for a worthwhile goal, a freely chosen task. What he needs is not the discharge of tension at any cost, but the call of potential meaning waiting to be fulfilled by him in his mad search for meaning. The most effective prison is the one that the inmates beg to stay in, though. We hand over the keys daily via apps, notification, dopamine chasing and hits, and these voluntary chains feel like freedom. Of course, Huxley analyzing the situation, most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reason why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown. So Huxley recognizing the future for what it is. Maybe he didn't necessarily love the idea, just throwing out that this is exactly what would occur. Much more likely scenario than the George Orwell boots to the head. It's the compliant citizen that happily goes along with his chains and servitude as long as he gets his peanuts. So for the final section, initiation or enslavement. Initiation has quietly disappeared from modern life. Rites of passage that once forged responsibility and sovereignty are gone. In their places is dependency, prolonged adolescence, and adults unprepared to govern themselves or their own power. So we've lost something along the way. We become a society of foolish people who, in an adolescent state, all the way throughout into their late adulthood, if not forever. We've lost these stages of massive change and growth brought on by what should be a normal cadence for a person to graduate into becoming a real responsible adult. And now it's just Big Brother all the way through, and no responsibility ever really taken by the individual. People in complete ignorance of themselves and of the power that we're building. And so reshaping that and coming back into harmony with this process. Of course, someone who experienced the real effects of physical slavery in a very real way has it here. To make a contented slave, it is necessary to make a thoughtless one. It is necessary to darken the moral and mental vision and, as far as possible, to annihilate the power of reason. He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery. He must be made to feel that slavery is right, and he can be brought to that only when he ceases to be a man. From Frederick Douglass, Narratives of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave. When initiation is absent, external authority replaces internal conscience. Technocratic systems thrive on uninitiated people who seek permission, guidance, and protection. Without self-mastery, individuals look outward for control rather than inward for responsibility. Men without initiation seek authority figures or systems, not freedom. Freedom is not a political status, it is a way of being that arises through alignment with natural law. How we use tools, what we believe, and how we act determines whether progress serves sovereignty or enslavement. So it's a matter of consciousness, and it continues to be a choice, alignment with natural law. How we use and implement the tools and what moral philosophy we live by. That's why I say freedom is a way of being. And we'll talk about that here more as we progress, but it's not a political status. It's not a party. It's not something that we accomplish by voting the right people into office, right? It's an attitudinal thing, even more so than just a way of being. At any given moment, someone can have the attitude of freedom and be a free person, even if they're fully enslaved. Obedience to nature and its law. Natural law, the immutable laws that govern human behavior, meaning our actions have consequences and harm, coercion, and deception always generate disorder, no matter how legal, quote-unquote, they are. So just a quick level set and definition of natural law, as this is the Freedom Under Natural Law conference, then a lot of the people here will understand natural law, and this presentation here today I have isn't necessarily a critique of the natural law community in so much as it's really a critique of the technology community and people that are building the technology that is going to be affecting all of our lives. A society that skips initiation manufactures slaves who love their cages. It's just the outcome that we're building. And the hard truth about that is that most of today's control is voluntary. It's already voluntary. People are already acting of their own free will. They're not just complete mind-controlled robots with no free will. They're voluntary slaves. And we trade our freedom for convenience and call it progress. The other hard truth. And finally, our technological progress is building a high-tech prison. And we see the prisoner here with the ridiculousness of modern technology symbolized in the ironic symbol of progress by that ridiculous bicycle. That's a symbol of the Prisoner series because it's calling out that, the ridiculousness of the contraption that we're building. And funny enough, it is an AI supercomputer who is in control at the end of the series. Sorry to give it away. Spoiler alert, but ultimately, number one is you, though. You're the one who gets to make the choice. The question in the series, who is number one, is really pointing the finger back at the person and asking the question. You are, they say in response to the question. You are number 6. So they're answering that ultimately it's you in charge and in control of the outcome. So if we do nothing, if we take no action, if we just allow the future to come at us in the way that it's developing now, we'll have exponential tech unaligned with morality, which equals digital feudalism. AI enforcing compliance algorithms, shaping souls, and surveillance as default. The future isn't a far-off dystopian sci-fi, it's now, unless we pivot. Humanity's spirit will be crushed under progress, quote unquote. So people that refuse initiation will beg for management, right? And the digital feudalism here, everybody talks about AI alignment. Alignment with what exactly? You know, with being woke and not, you know, giving the right answer because it may offend somebody or it needs to be shaped in this certain way. Who's driving the models? Who's really training them, you know, in certain ways? Right now, it's a little bit of the wild, wild west. You have a lot of different things happening. But ultimately, you know, if we just sit back and let it go the way that it's going to go, this is what you'll end up having. An outcome of a soulless humanity just being rolled in a sci-fi dystopian future, right? That's not far off at all. This is happening now. This is happening as we speak. These systems are being built and things are moving at such a rate that it is dire. It is a situation that we need to respond to. We need to be here now to make the decision and help people because we still have a choice, because it is still a question mark on the keyboard, because we still have the ability to question the direction of things and the way things are going. So it makes now basically the most important time there is. So it's the choice point. And if every tool asks a question, it will ask, will you use me to free people or to manage them? There is no neutral use in a moral universe governed by natural law. So the question isn't whether technology will advance, it's whether we will. Alignment with natural law, the Renaissance awaits. Freedom is a way of being. Imagine 2030, not dystopia, but a renaissance. Decentralized tools amplifying free humans, and truth-seeking AI serving curiosity, not control. Networks run on consent over surveillance. As initiation returns and we master acceleration for good by choosing alignment now. So again, I am optimistic about the future, but I do feel like it's still a choice. I do feel like it isn't guaranteed to be AI, truth-seeking AI, you know, that's helping us out in every way. It could be just a massive panopticon, surveillance system, and humans really sort of submitting to those tools because they're in such a state as they don't really want to be free. Another premise of the Creature of Control series is that it's not that we just give people the facts and here we go and they're going to see a presentation and now everything's solved. The problem is that there's a much bigger problem to be dealt with that people are running 1,000 miles an hour away from in the opposite direction to not want to deal with. So here, you can feel free to say these along with me. I know it's a virtual live audience. But the natural law commitment that I'm asking people who build technology today to take is, I will not outsource my conscience. I will not build systems that require coercion or violate natural law. And my actions are aligned with truth, freedom, prosperity, and love. And that's how we really end slavery. So that's the commitment that I'm asking the builders out there to take today, and really anyone out there listening. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Premise of the work that I do over at tylerbloyer.com. It all does start in the mind, and that is what we're here to do, is to end slavery one mind at a time. And may we become the kind of people who deserve the power we are building. Again, I'd like to thank the presenters and organizers of the Funnel 5 event, as well as the audience for participating, and appreciate everyone's time and attention. And I really am someone who's excited about the future that we're heading into. I'm excited to be here with all of you at this online event, and I appreciate the the presenters and organizers for having me on. Again, thank you.
All right, Tyler Bloyer of tylerbloyer.com with a very real, accurate perception of the path and the fork that we are on at this very moment. That's one of those topics that every single person needs to watch again, ask themselves those questions, and really think deeply upon that. This is a topic that even someone like Mark Passio talks about almost every single How to Become the True Media seminar class, and it's a real deal.
Yeah, it's a sobering reality. It's a reality check. I think we all need to take a moment and notice how that hits us, right? The sobering reality of what he's describing, which I have no doubt is very true and real. That has an effect on us, and I think this is where our work is initially, is how are we going to digest and process kind of the emotional impact of this, and not be driven by our own fear, but keep aligned and in harmony on continuing this mission of on teaching and inspiring freedom under natural law. It's really powerful.
Yeah, and I felt personally some strong parallels to the work I've been on myself with Tyler's work. And this is my takeaway from Tyler's presentation, and I hope some of you as well, is we are on the edge of this precipice of AI and the advent of a whole new possibility of human choice and human control over what happens, becoming less that way, less so, and fast. So we have this window of opportunity. So the onus, it's up to us, and it's up to this moment, and it does put some excitement and some fire on the importance and the timing of this message that we're putting out with this conference right now in this time in history.
Yeah, great presentation, solid overall. Seems like a really great guy. And yeah, he had some really hard-hitting points, and I love this conference and all the people coming from whatever background and having their take on what we like to research and speak about, obviously, truth-related alignment and stuff. And when he said the moral lag behind the exponentiated technological advancements, and like the gap is widening, and especially with AI, and does AI have a moral compass and all these things, right? So yeah, really interesting, powerful presentation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Everyone go to tylerbloyer.com. He's also on the One Great Work Network. Check out his series In Depth. It's fantastic. And he just recently released a new video podcast, Merkaba. I've been featured on there, same with Mark Passio and many others. It's absolutely fantastic. Check that out. We're going to go, we have a few video commercials. But Chris, let's get into some music. And this is the track that you sent over, Crazy Crow. Is that what it is?
Oh, this was a collaboration with Conrad. When we met at SoundPath, I was like, I want to make a song together. And he's like, let's do it. So we just sent some stuff back and forth and came up with this track. Yeah.
Perfect. Time for some shake the body, move the body. Here we go.
Lays deep, yeah, the world's asleep. I'm trying to ignore, but the truth still creeps. I'm looking around at all these peeps, they sheeps. I wanna stay calm, but they dropping bombs, trafficking kids, and it's still going on. Yeah, we all know that shit's wrong.
Yeah, we all know it, but we don't say much. We're the ones who power the matrix with our silence and by inaction. Even when you pick up steam, another faction creeping in tribal alignment. This is the system. Even rebels here, they told the line. Quite the mountain to climb through handcuffs and vines. Now it's high tech, you gotta take two online. Break the same old game, I'm getting sick of the lies. Another word to the wise, we got the endless supply.
Men's laws like Comic-Con gods, no more real than Santa Claus. Hard to preach, cause they all hate this. Tossed in the maze, let's escape this matrix. There's an effect for every cause. Let it all sink in, take a minute to pause.
And when we pick it up, we telling everybody we know. If it's not the law of man, then it's his ego. Battling against it, how can we escape? The grid is held up by unwillingness to change. Don't be a stranger, so just feel the range. We're supposed to know better and show the way. Escape is a place that I know, but not a way. Take the truth, overflow, the flow over.
Let the truth seep, drip underneath. Gotta find a way to wake from the sleep. It's an endless dream, yeah, things aren't what they seem. What is the value of a human being? The latest craze, it all stays the same. If you're looking at the walls inside this maze, you've gotta escape, yeah, even if you hate this. Don't wanna see it, but you're trapped in a matrix.
Trapped in a box with the chains and locks. And you could test it out, chase the flame and watch. You could go the other way, you'll be stopped by everyone, from your loved ones to the cops. But I'm too obstinate, push back a lot. Just two philosophers, unwrap the box, you find a volume of the greatest quotes. And there's a spot for you, write your name, that's the way out.
Dazed, lost in confusion, spaced, race, they're lost in delusions. See those lies, keep them clear of me. I'm not afraid of conspiracies. What you gonna do when the time comes? Locked up in a box, feeling dumb till the sun comes. Leak streaks of grief underneath. Yeah, darkness seeps into your soul. You choose your goal.
Right, makes me think, what is the goal of life? All those who see nothing wrong with it, it's all wrong. Even family life is based on dominance. There's a lot I got a problem with. Don't get me started on the politics, that's Matrix Light. We gotta see the real control of mind, now I'm dropping it. Don't let them take away your values and accomplishments. Moral apocalypse.
Looking in the mirror at the missing pieces, smashed on the ground, seeing teeth mixed with feces. Lost dreams, fleeced by the sheep, dressed in sheets. You've got a story to be told, let the truth unfold. It is what it is, but it's also what you make it. You'll be a mat if you stand there and take it. Don't wanna waste it, freedom so close you can almost taste it. Got the pills popped and the clocks won't stop. We got lost in the cost of thoughts, yeah, whoa, no. Where did my feelings go? In my head again, got no flow, yeah, where's my soul? It's out on the road, can't escape this world if you don't know. Natural law's the only way to go. Natural law's the only way to go, yo.
Together, we'll walk through the corridors of time, uncovering the unusual, the hidden, and the forgotten.
Calling all potential content creators. Do you want to teach natural law and objective morality to assist in the great work of ending human slavery? Mark Passio from whatonearthishappening.com is inviting you to join How to Become the True Media, an intensive 23-week online technology skill sharing seminar. This year, How to Become the True Media is moving to the first half of the year, January through June. Classes will be held every Monday night from 8 to 11 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Join the seminar and gain the skills to morally educate the masses of humanity. Enrollment opens October 1st and closes on New Year's Day. To enroll, visit howtobecomethetruemedia.com. Answer the call and start doing the great work today. What a great track, Chris. You and Conrad. That was an awesome little collabo.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And making the animation was on my end, but I really got to give a lot of credit to Conrad. I mean, the person that helped him with the production of that song. I can never make something with that good sound quality in all my efforts, but I love making music. And I really like that energy that the Soundpath crew, thanks Derek, have been putting forward with, infusing this message with creativity, because it's hard to just talk about stuff and it's hard things to talk about. And it's kind of like one of the points from Tyler's work too, that really stick out for me too. These are hard subjects to break down and talk about, even though they're simple and they're obvious, they're also very difficult. And so all these different methods of application of the principles, seeing them, this is all here for you today. Funnel 5, that's what it's all about.
That's right. Okay. Well, let's keep it moving. If no one else has anything to add real quick, I would like to do a check-in on the comments. The chat's still going. It's still active, and we're still green on all platforms: Odyssey X, Twitch, One Great Work Network, FUNL on YouTube, Facebook. So yeah, appreciate everyone tuning in. Let us know how you're feeling on the conference thus far. And we still got some fantastic presentations coming up. So we'll toss it over to Leslie to introduce the next presenter.
Hi, everybody. I'm so glad you're hanging in here. This is an amazing conference, and I'm excited to introduce our next presenter, Stefana Johnson. Stefana is a holistic leadership performance expert, keynote speaker, and founder of Powerhouse Leaders. She helps high-performing leaders realign with natural law, resilience, and purpose. She draws on over 2 decades in leadership, wellness, and performance to guide people to lead themselves, their families, and their teams with clarity, harmony, and heart. Very glad to have her for the first time presenting at Funnel 5. Everyone, welcome Stefana Johnson.
Take a breath with me. Let your shoulders drop. And let your jaw soften. Just let your body arrive. Because true leadership does not rush. It restores order quietly, calmly, and naturally. And today isn't about learning something new. It's about remembering something ancient. We're often told that there's a leadership crisis. Myself, as a leadership performance coach, I deal with this every single day, where the leader is burned out. And they're burned out because of chronic forcing. And that is not true leadership. What I see is not that it's a failure of leadership, though. It's a failure of alignment. So when the head is disconnected from the heart, when the actions are disconnected from the truth, well, naturally force is going to replace power. And force always creates resistance. What's interesting is that nature never forces. It harmonizes, which is really interesting to step back and understand the difference between power and force. When we get into this power versus force, this differential, right? Force is always pushing. It demands compliance. We see this with every unnatural law that is out there. But power, it invites coherence. What is coherence? Well, if we talk about heart coherence, it is an actual physiological, it's a psychological state in which the heart, the brain, the nervous system, they function in a harmonious synchronization. It is often characterized by a smooth, sinew wave-like pattern, right? We call it, it's a heart rate variability where it indicates increased order and efficiency in the body's systems. And it's a state that's reflected in a balanced autonomic nervous system with enhanced parasympathetic. That's the rest, digest part of the system. That parasympathetic activity allows for healing. It definitely reduces stress and it improves emotional regulation. So that allows for us to come back into harmony, and we can make those executive decisions from a place of alignment, or, as I like to say, true power, our powerhouse. And when we lead from that place, this is what draws in enormous capacity, where forcing pushes, right? There's always this push energy forcing. I think that this is why control eventually collapses. Now, we can see things in a smaller window, right? We're seeing them in smaller lifetime chunks now, so it doesn't feel like we're seeing collapsing, but we indeed are seeing collapsing. We're seeing the inversion, but it is very simply because of the violation of natural law. And natural law does not dominate life. It organizes life. So imagine now operating from that place as opposed to forcing everything, whether that's you as a mother or a father, or a partner in a relationship, or building your own life and your business. Could you imagine where you are using your innate power to create the life, even in your thoughts that come into your mind, or the feelings that you feel, or the actions you take? You're not forcing. Instead, you are naturally being pulled and flowing with something very powerful. So one of the things that happens with when leadership relies on control, we see how our thoughts, our mind is overridden, our own, more than just logical, because we can get very logical in our head and we think we're leading from that place. But if the heart has been manipulated because of the logical mind, and we've disconnected from the heart, and we see this so much, the manipulation of the heart, we even do it to ourselves internally, our actions are naturally reactive. They become reactive because that's the only way then for this natural next flow to organize life through the next process or the reactionary step. And it is not imposing. So natural law will never impose from the outside, which is very interesting. It's very interesting. It's actually emerging, right? It's the order that emerges. So take anything in nature. It's harder to, so we can look at this beautiful shell, and this did not get created by force. It literally emerged. And look at the order. Now, if we can start looking at nature and seeing how incredible the order that emerges and what the impact it creates, and then we can start to internalize that, we can tap back into something so powerful in ourselves where we can see how order will naturally emerge from ourselves. And it only happens when we're aligned with truth, when we're aligned within ourselves, with others, with life itself. What's interesting is that it's not submission. And I see this a lot. It is, I want to say sovereignty, but I want to make sure because it's so overused right now. But sovereignty is just this beautiful word that literally means you are ruling over yourself. Take that further. It's leading over yourself. And this to me is where leadership was meant to live. So natural law is not dogma. It is not mind control. It's not emotional manipulation or manipulation in any way. And it's not forced action. I think anytime you start to see those pieces come up, you can immediately understand and you can feel the incoherency, the dissonance, because natural law is clarity. It is coherence. That's a beautiful, beautiful place to be. It is incredibly simple, and the power of simplicity cannot be understated here when I'm talking about leadership with you today. I want to look at this word leadership because just like with any words, we know they can be manipulated. And so there's a big movement on ship, meaning maritime, and then it goes off into this maritime law. Well, I want to show you that lead actually came from the root to guide, to walk with, to show or to share the way. And then the suffix ship, it means a state of being, a state of being. It's not authority, it's not a rank, it's not ruling, and it's not maritime law. It's a lived condition. When I fully understand this word leadership, I owned it for myself and I really started to embody it. And I put powerhouse together with it because I was trained in neuro-linguistic programming, and we always talked about the subconscious mind being the powerhouse. I spent decades working with Joseph Pilates' technology of Pilates, controlology, and controlling my body from my powerhouse and activating that. And then I found it again in Tai Chi and Qigong using the word powerhouse. And so a couple of decades ago, I decided, I just love that word powerhouse. I'm going to use that and put powerhouse and leaders together. So This is what I invite you to rediscover for yourself, is that you have an innate powerhouse within you. And when you can own leadership from this understanding that it was never meant to be a position, right? It's not meant to be a position of authority or, if I remember having a conversation with someone and they said they never looked at themselves as a leader. And yet they were they embodied what true leadership is, based on this clear definition of leading, to guide, to walk with, to show. And she is a profound leader. And there are so many who are true. They just embody that, because leadership, again, was never meant to be a position or this authority. It was literally meant to be an embodied condition, the embodied state of self-governed guidance aligned with natural law. Now that's different, right? Because leadership meant that you could orient yourself. You could govern your own thoughts. You would reign over and regulate your emotions. And then you could choose aligned action, right? And then when coherence was felt, because the heart is the coherent muscle of our existence, right? It's that energy field. And when it's felt, well, others are naturally going to follow. That's, to me, just the beginning of true leadership, is that place where we're fully embodying it for ourselves. When we look at aligned leadership and how can we get there, it is through a clear head. Doesn't necessarily mean empty, but I know that there is such an out of balance of content being that we're trying to go after. I myself have had tens of thousands of books on bookshelves that I've kept as a library, almost like an obsession to get more information, but it didn't make me more clear-headed, right? It was only when I let go of everything and started to embody leading my own thoughts that I was able to finally have and experience clarity. And then the coherence with my heart, a profound shift happened. And then it was so natural for the next right action to be taken. There was no hesitation, no doubt. It was just completely the next right action. And that, especially as a mom, was an incredible gift, because I spent my entire pregnancy and the first year reading every book. I had stacks of books as high as my shoulder that I was determined to read so that I could be the best mom ever. But I was completely disconnected from my heart and wasn't sure what right action to take at all. In fact, I was more confused because of all the data. And so that is not leadership. That is not what, and to me, a mother and a father are completely the embodiment of what genuine powerhouse leaders can be. And the potential is so incredible. So I think that what I really want to get across is that power is not this dirty word. It is not this evil, slave society creating. To me, government is not power at all. That's not power. That's literally where they are doing something from force. It's the exact antithesis to power. Power flows where alignment exists. And that is so profound and so important. I think that if we can understand that piece, and we can see that with a clear head, we see what things are. There is no distortion available, because we can see what is. And we're not lost in all the rumors or the make-believe or the perceptions, right? Now, perception and perspective are similar. They're not synonyms. They're similar. And I want to talk about this a little bit because we can get lost sometimes. From a clear head, if you, especially from this leadership energy, the leader holds the long view. They're holding the vision and they lead without distortion. What we see now with distortion is mind control. And there's the whole gamut. Everything that Mark Passio teaches is all about uncovering this distortion, which is the mind control. And how to correct that is through truth with clear perspective. Now, perspective is important to go along with truth because, for example, my truth is aligned with Mark's, but his perspective is different than my perspective as a mom to sons, or as a mom who homeschools, or a healer, my work to heal and to do things from a place of goodness and kindness and love. That's my perspective I'm coming from. And that doesn't make Mark's truth any less or my truth any less, but it is my perspective. And that is a key piece that I think that has been overlooked with regards to others' work in our freedom under natural law and what we're all trying to do. Because at the end of the day, are we all not trying to come back to natural law and understand this and embody it? I think that we all are. And so as we look at this from the coherent heart, we are no longer in this topsy-turvy with emotions where the emotions just destroy us, but instead we are able to regulate emotions when they come in, and we can understand them as an indicator or a messenger. And we don't need to kill the messenger or numb the messenger out or do some other substitution or sublimation for that emotion. Instead, because we're in such a state of coherency, we are able to trust and naturally create a sense of safety. And we don't get stuck in the reptilian brain, where that is where much of the distortion comes from. That's what the whole emotional manipulation is, because they get you in fear. And so immediately you are out of coherency with the heart. Fear is the place they want you to be, because that completely is controllable. When you're in fear, the reptile brain comes in, and what do we know about animals? They're predictable. And so your behavior becomes predictable. And guess what? We're no longer leading ourselves. So we're seeing this now as, hopefully you're seeing this come full circle with this understanding of these pieces, that your heart, I love this, that your heart is the great regulator. And it is such a gift, but so many have disconnected from it and are no longer leading from that aligned place. But this is the work. And it is gentle work, gentle. We don't need a sledgehammer hit over the head. We don't need horns blown in our faces. It is so gentle and quite lovely. The next piece is right action, and it naturally flows from the clear mind and the coherent heart. You become more responsive as a leader, and you reinforce what works and you release what does not. Of course, the distortion of that is forced action. And you can just take a moment and look at your own life. How many actions are you doing based on force? Even you trying to force yourself to do something, right? But the correction is coming back into alignment and then timing. This is a key lesson that I had to learn, is that there's a right time for things. And a lot of us will force timing, like try to make it happen. And that again is forcing. So I hope that you understand here really where I think leadership went off the rails is that it over time became externalized, right? Authority, outside authority replaced embodiment, right? Man's law replaced natural law. Leadership then became domination, dominating. And then as a result of someone dominating, then there's someone who is dominated. Then we have obedience, right? The slave society obeys. And as a result of them, if we go into obedience, what has happened is obedience replaced our own inner guidance. And then slowly over time, people forgot, right? They forgot that they were designed to lead themselves. I think that that is the true loss of freedom right there. So under natural law, as I see it, leadership is crucial. It's the most important piece because this is where, right, leadership lives in alignment. It's the clear head. It's grounded in truth. It's grounded in a clear vision, the coherent heart. It's regulated. It's present. It's powerful. It's not avoiding or neglecting any of the emotions. It's being able to see them and be powerful, but it's regulated. So key. And then the right action, of course, is just natural. It's responsive, right? It's not reactive. But when one is out of alignment, force enters in any one of those places, right? Martyrdom, even. This is what happened to me a lot. I would go into servitude, and then it would become martyrdom, right? Where you give up all your own self to control another, which is not leadership. I'm going to say that again. I observed this in myself so much where it inverted, and leadership then went into servitude, went into martyrdom, where you give up all your own self to control another. Now, this is a big concept, but when you get this and you can unravel this for yourself and take personal responsibility for the moments where you gave up all your own self from that clear, coherent head where you were grounded in truth and vision, your coherent heart, you were regulated, you were present, you were powerful. And then your right actions, you were responsive, you were not reactive. Then when there's out of alignment, the force enters, and then it's inverted. So it's like this dwindling spiral downward where we now are internalizing and having then to manipulate, to outpour and justify controlling another, again, which is not leadership, right? And the only place where true leadership happens is all three are aligning, and then power naturally flows. So that's a pretty big concept, but the biggest place I see this is with mothers, often with fathers, but I can't speak for fathers. I can only speak as a mother, and matriarchal wisdom. And we can see so many places because of this duality of this universe that we live in. But if we can transcend and we can observe both sides of this duality, then we can shift and not swing to the other side of the pendulum here, especially with this responsibility for our youth and those that we bring into the world. Because I think anyone who is a mother or father can understand this instinctively. I would say, especially those raising sons. My sons are now late teens. My oldest just turned 20. Force absolutely creates rebellion, but coherence creates strength. And it is such a light touch. It is so beautiful. what bubbles up in me is just pure bliss and joy. And I want that so much for you. If you have the gift to be a leader of another in your life, and you are willing to do what it takes to lead yourself first from this place. And then if you're in a place and you can start understanding that, especially with matriarchal energy, that leadership was never about dominance. It was about holding life, holding a vision, and holding life in view. And that wisdom is what I believe is rising again, not to overthrow, but to restore balance. It's such an incredible gift. I remember my newborn and so many nights where I wouldn't have slept. And I kept this coherency about me where I held life in view. And I saw him at 18 and 20 and what I wanted to put forth. So all of my actions were aligned with that. And I was so clear in my head about that. And I'm grateful, so grateful for the higher power, for the natural law that was living and flowing and that I was allowing to flow with me, to bring and invite in incredible power. And I invite you to allow that to integrate within you, because it is part of how we are going to transmute and transform the world. Again, not by overthrowing something or fighting against. It has to be where we are rising above this and leading from a place of incredible clarity, because that is what will replace confusion. Power will replace force. Your calm will replace urgency. And trust will replace fear. And when we can fully trust ourselves and each other, that is when there will be peace on earth. So I invite you in closing to, just come back to your body for a moment, placing a hand over your heart, just one on your body, and ask yourself, where have I been forcing? Where have I been forcing instead of aligning? So take a breath and let coherence return, because your breath is your power. Remember that leadership is not something it's not something given to us. It's actually something remembered within us. And we lead ourselves and our thoughts and our hearts and our actions. And when we lead ourselves first, we restore natural law. And from there, true power ignites. So I thank you for remembering with me. Peace and blessings.
Stefana Johnson, fantastic, elegant presentation. I love how she has pretty much live streaming her whole progress of kind of coming into a greater body of information. I've done several episodes with her that were fantastic. Her and her son are collaborating on these live streams, and it's just very organic and authentic, and I love it. I love how her key kind of component to that presentation is clarity. That's something that I talk about a lot. We can talk about all the black pill facets of what's going on, and I'll go as far as say that the majority of people understand that the world is effed up, right, to a huge extent, especially with the Epstein files coming out. But what does it mean? What does that mean, though, for clarity and comprehension. That is what is very important. Communication, there's an abundance of communication, right? I mean, this is why we have to question these large influencers. There's just nonstop podcasts and information deprivation out there. But what does it mean? What do they stand for? And that is the type of clarity. This is a quote that Nikola Tesla talked about when he was describing the whole scientific community. He's like, oh yeah, they can go deep. They can think deeply, but there's no clarity there. And that clarity is what brings meaning, which leads to purpose. So fantastic, beautiful, elegant presentation, Stefana.
Yeah, I agree. And I was hearing feedback. I love that she's bringing in this feminine aspect of leadership and really calling on the importance of it for all of us, because we are so far in the other end of the polarity of using a coercion to make people do something, having always an agenda. And it's very entrenched in our parenting as well. I think we have to be really, really conscious to think about how we are trying, to kind of make our kids go to bed on time, or get up and brush their teeth, or, how are you approaching this? Because there's so much around what she's calling force that is so normalized, and a lack of trust and comfort with that alignment she's talking about, or allowance, which is really a softer, more patient, intuitive way of communicating and interacting with other beings. And I think it's really important, needs to be talked about more.
Yeah, I think a lot of points from your presentation, Leslie, and these fit well together. I really like how she concentrated a lot on leadership and power and how these things work together. And that's very important. We need to understand the mechanics of that. How else are we going to solve these big problems? If someone doesn't take the leadership role, if someone doesn't learn to let power come without forcing it, and it's true in our own lives, try to make someone do something, ever since I was a little kid, try to make me do something. And then when I learn something because I want to do it, how different is that feeling? And I think that's what she's describing, that force, pushing too hard versus letting power do its thing. Oh, that's beautiful. Like fire, right? Let it do its thing. Let it burn. Kindle it.
Yeah, or you can have those little temper tantrums from the kids, as she was alluding to in one of her last slides, of how it creates that rebellious reaction if you try to force or coerce and all these things, taking it to raising a child, right? So yeah, that was really interesting. Really, yeah, as a man, it's great to hear that it helps that balance, and reminds me of Chris's title coming up, Finding Balance Within the Apocalypse and all that. Apocalyptine, where the unveiling of things. And, obviously, yeah, you mentioned the Epstein files, and people might, lose their shit over that and get black-pilled to death almost. So, yeah, bring it back, reel it in. And she had a proper reminder of remembrance of, the sacredness. So, yeah, bravo. Thank you, Stefano. Oh,
Fantastic.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be for you, Will, if, I wouldn't known of her. And so, yeah, that was great that, what you just described of her series, and how you jumped on and did some of those with her. Excellent. Cross-pollination. Yeah. Natural law across the nation.
Yeah, people can go discover more of her work at stefanajohnson.com. I have a whole playlist series that was hosted by her on my website as well, willkeller.com. And go check that out. It's a really great unfoldment of a purely organic conversation, and I think it's very helpful. It's a great resource. All right, so coming up next, our next presentation is David Rodriguez, but before we get into that, we have let's play a music clip, get that body and that head bobbing a little bit, and then we have another comedy bit as well. So here is Joe Murray featuring Diesel Automatic.
shattering the illusion. Exposing the truth, we ain't scratching the surface. We're rapping these verses, we digging it deep and we go to the root. Shattering the illusion. We lifting the veil, cause the understanding of natural law could free every human from prison and jail. Shattering the illusion. Exposing the truth, we ain't scratching the surface. We're rapping these verses, we digging it deep and we go to the root. Shattering the illusion. We lifting the veil, objective morality must be accepted by all of humanity, then we'll prevail.
Welcome y'all to the madhouse, a place where this human race calls home, a plane in which lost souls roam like a post-apocalyptic war zone. Lost souls since birth, a perverted version of reality, covertly inserted in the minds to keep it blind to a world completely inverted, unlearned and polarized by a control system organized to indoctrinate so they can operate, run a roughshod over all their lives where insanity's been normalized, so we can systematically demoralize all the lies wired in her brain, keep them tame with tyranny on the rise. Yeah, nobody seems to care, they apathetically exist as cowards. Where war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is its power, being devoured by the beast that we're trained about her. Dark shadow casted over the world, approaching their final hour. But out of each generation, souls emerge who see through the matrix, whose minds can't be taken, and remember their purpose to try to awaken as many as they possibly could to fight towards this battle's conclusion, and start gathering, fusing their talents, producing a power capable of shattering the illusion.
Exposing the truth, we ain't scratching the surface. We're rapping these verses, we digging it deep and we go to the root. Shattering the illusion. We lifting the veil, cause the understanding of natural law could free every human from prison and jail. Shattering the illusion. Exposing the truth, we ain't scratching the surface. We're rapping these verses, we digging it deep and we go to the root. Shattering the illusion. We lifting the veil, objective morality must be accepted by all of humanity, then we'll prevail. Reality's rather confusing, that's why we here to shatter illusions. It really does not matter who's in control of the world, all that matters is who's in control of you. That's the first and most important part of the revolution that starts in the hearts of the minds of humans revolting. Personal growth and spreading the knowledge is fighting for freedom, cause this is a war of information and I'm on the front line of general leading. Better believe I get big, I'm about living, let live. I'm about freedom for all sentient beings, you dig? That's why I'm vegan, cause I know it's my right to be free, but that's a right that applies to every creature we see, to every single species that inhabits the earth. It's a right that's from God, that is granted at birth. Freedom is what we are blessed with. Hopefully people receiving this message believe in the fact that objective morality is the proper perspective. It's natural law, the natural order we must follow properly. It's really quite simple, just don't be willfully harmful and we'll live in harmony. Exposing the truth, we ain't scratching the surface. We're rapping these verses, we digging it deep and we go to the root. Shattering the illusion. We lifting the veil, cause the understanding of natural law could free every human from prison and jail. Shattering the illusion. Exposing the truth, we ain't scratching the surface. We're rapping these verses, we digging it deep and we go to the root. Shattering the illusion. We lifting the veil, objective morality must be accepted by all of humanity, then we'll prevail. Shattering the illusion.
Yes, hello. Jeff Goldblum here. You're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. Freedom. Fascinating concept, really. You introduce self-governance into the ecosystem, and suddenly life finds a way. The illusion is that you are governed. The prison is perceptual. The reptilian bloodline doesn't fear outrage. They fear awareness, because awareness spreads. Belief is the operating system. You withdraw your belief, and the control grid stutters. And somewhere, in a subterranean chamber beneath the Vatican, a lizard frantically checks the Wi-Fi.
Lois, I think this Funnel 5 thing means nobody's in charge. Just like this family. Ah, yes, Funnel 5 Ignite. Finally, a gathering of minds not entirely dependent on authority figures. How delightful.
Peter, I swear, if this anarchy conference ends with you building a trebuchet in the yard...
Anarchy, huh? No rulers, no regulations, all voluntary interactions? I've been living that lifestyle since 1998. Giggity giggity goo. All right.
I usually enforce the law, but self-governance reduces response time. I respect that.
Oh, that's nice. A whole conference about freedom. If anyone tries to tread on you, you just tell them, no, 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 no!
No rulers? Oh, thank Jesus. No more taxes stealing the fruits of my labor.
Well, now, no rulers, you say? Sounds like everybody's just running around unsupervised. My, sweet freedom.
In a world of synthetic solutions, hydrogen is the element of truth for health and wellness. Hydrogen is the essence of life, the first, smallest, and most abundant element of the universe. This powerful tiny molecule can calm inflammation, neutralize oxidative stress, enhance cellular energy, and protect your body at the deepest level. Backed by over 3,000 studies benefiting every organ of the body, molecular hydrogen therapy is simple, natural, and safe, helping you to think clearer, heal faster, and feel more alive every day. At Ostara, our mission is clear: to bring awareness, access, and activation to the public for this revolutionary therapy. Through education, community, and cutting-edge solutions, we empower you to take control of your health and unlock your full potential of longevity and well-being. Discover the future of wellness, rooted in both nature and science. Start today with our free Hydrogen Essentials Kit, including a video and ebook that will reveal everything you need to know. Visit ostarahydrogen.com. Great track by Joe Murray featuring Diesel Automatic, and of course Logan Hart with Logan Makes Noise coming in with the giggles. It's so funny. I love it. I love it. All right.
Yeah, I love the fact that you played that. You know, you and Logan are collaborating with that Ostara. I left my bottle in Leslie's kitchen. My bad. I wanted to flash it, but I needed a little, breather before, because I can't keep a straight face after Logan. He's a man of many talents. Bravo.
Looking through the comments, yeah, people are definitely liking those voices. That's great, and kind of tying it in with the whole theme of the FUNL conference just makes it just that much better. So fantastic, yeah. So moving on, Derek, I know you're going to introduce David Rodriguez coming up next, which is his topic is perfect from coming off of a little comedy bit. So go ahead, take it away, brother.
Right on. Thank you. Yeah, and I've had the pleasure and honor of meeting this gentleman several times. And last time I saw him, he was hosting a comedy show, open mic, and I actually grabbed the mic and had a little piece. One of the first times. And judging by what I just said and the title, he's quite a serious guy, but his he does a lot of serious work, rather. But laughter accelerates truth. Why comedy is crucial for the great self-ownership awakening. That's the title of his presentation. David James Hot Rodriguez is a speaker, author, and education entrepreneur who helps parents empower their children through voluntary consent-based learning. He is the principal of Valor Academy, where he supports teens to graduate as young as 14, and serves as a homeschool coach and publisher of John Taylor Gatto's The Underground History of American Education. He founded Education Options TV to introduce parents to voluntary education models, co-created the Gatto movement to help families exit coercive schooling, also hosts the Voluntary Living show, and is currently collaborating on a feature film to bring the principles of consent, self-ownership, and freedom to a wider audience. Looking forward to his works and looking forward to seeing him hopefully sometime before I go back to France. So live from Shasta, the Shire over there with the big mountain.
How many of you would like to smile while co-creating the new paradigm of freedom under natural law? And how many of you would prefer to laugh at fake authorities instead of being angry at them? Yes? Everybody? Hey everyone, this is David James Rodriguez. I'm grateful to be with you at this amazing conference, and the title of my presentation is Laughing Accelerates Truth: Why Comedy is Crucial to the Great Self-Ownership Awakening. By the end of my presentation today, you will hear from Dave Chappelle, George Carlin, Bill Hicks, and Steve Hughes. You will also understand why comedy is more important than you may have originally thought, and you will hear jokes about terrorism, anti-Semitism, climate change, and a hope for the future. And also, you yourself will learn how to tell a joke. Is this something you're interested in? I hope so, because it is a very exciting topic, and I want to give a shout out to Rob Hustle, who told me years ago, if you want to change the culture, you got to have comedy, film, and music. And I'm sure there's other ways to change the culture, but comedy has been a great influence in my life, maybe some of you guys as well. So before I get into content, I do want to thank the organizers and producers of this conference: Leslie Powers, Chris Jansen, Will Keller, Derek Bartolocelli, Jim Adams, and just as important, you, the audience member. So virtual applause to you all for being here, producing, and making this thing happen. It takes a lot of energy, so thank you for what you're doing. Quickly, let's talk about the title. Laughing accelerates truth. What does that mean? Well, my understanding is that truth is that which never changes, objective reality, natural law, and they've been suppressing it for so long that it wants to go, it wants to spread, and laughing will accelerate the spread of truth. And what is the Great Self-Ownership Awakening? It is more specific than the Great Awakening. What the heck does that mean? We're waking up to our self-ownership. We're waking up that government authority is illegitimate. That's what liberated me, and that's what I'm trying to get out to the world. So that's the meaning behind the title. Now, some of you probably want to know who I am because you have no idea who I am, probably most of you. My name is David James Rodriguez, and in the 7th grade, I was the class clown. More recently, I've been performing comedy and producing comedy shows in Northern California. And I'm also the principal of a virtual school titled Valor Academy, where I do early high school graduation for teenagers as young as 14. I do homeschool consulting as well. I have a Facebook group titled Homeschool Leader. I sold my first business at age 26. And I published a book by John Taylor Gatto titled The Underground History of American Education. And I also just produced my first film, a mini feature, 30-minute long film, which will be out in about well, soon, I hope. And I have a couple YouTube channels, Voluntary Living and the Gatto Movement, which is an acronym, GATTO, Get All the Thinkers Out of Forced Schooling. So that's where I'm coming from. Also, one last personal thing I want to share that I haven't shared publicly. Last year, 2025, I was in a car accident. You can see in the photo there, and I broke my ribs and my sternum. So I learned that laughing is a gift from God because I couldn't laugh, sneeze, or cough for a month. So it literally caused pain to do any of those things. So I learned very personally that to feel joy and to express it with laugh like this, it truly is a gift from the divine. And I'll even express love to my friends now. So if I say I love you, don't get weirded out because today's the day. There ain't no tomorrow. Okay? So I just wanted to share that so you know exactly what's happening. And now we get to talk about comedy. And the reason I did this presentation is because during the whole scamdemic, I saw how comedians were being canceled, try to change what they're saying. And I learned, you'll see in the first clip here with Dave Chappelle, the importance of freedom of speech. And I wanted to learn about this. And I mentioned earlier about changing culture because Lysander Spooner wrote the book, The Constitution of No Authority, 150 years ago. Auburn Herbert wrote a few books about voluntarism 100 years ago. Murray Rothbard, 50 years ago. So we have the ideas. The ideas have not been refuted, but they're not getting out to the masses. And one of the examples was when George Carlin, with his favorite joke, punchline, he says, "It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club." Well, that's true. But we are in a bigger club, which is humanity, which is people that believe in truth and freedom and righteousness and goodness, objective morality, voluntary relationships. This is the club that is rising. So now we know we have the winning message, and now it's about getting it out there. So his joke has reverberated throughout culture and probably will for hundreds of years. But that's a joke. And I'll share some of the influential jokes and comedy sets, as they're called, or bits, because this actually taps into the culture. It transcends the news cycle. It transcends talking heads and people that try to distract us with all these various issues and events and all these things. But that joke by Carlin's got to be 30 years old by now, maybe more. So some of these other jokes you'll see that they also will continue throughout time. So let's take a look at Dave Chappelle when he talks about the First and Second Amendment.
Stand-up comedy is an incredibly American genre. I don't think any other country could produce this many comedians. And unbeknownst to many people in this audience, I don't think there's opinion that it exists in this country that is not represented in a comedy club by somebody. Each and every one of you has a champion in the room. We watch you guys fight, but when we're together, we talk it out. I know comics that are very racist, and I watch them on stage, and everyone's laughing, and I'm like, that mother means that. Don't get mad at them, don't hate them. We go upstairs and have a beer, and sometimes I even appreciate the artistry that they paint their racist opinions with. Man, it's not that serious. The First Amendment is first for a reason. The Second Amendment is just in case the first one doesn't work out. We gotta let some air out of the ball, man. The country's getting a little tight. It doesn't feel like it's ever felt in my lifetime. You feel this, and you told the truth. There's something so true about this genre, when done correctly, that I will fight anybody that gets a true practitioner of this art form's way, because I know you're wrong. This is the truth, and you are obstructing it. I'm not talking about the content, I'm talking about the art form. Do you understand? Do we have an agreement?
That clip from Chappelle was from 2019, and he was receiving the Mark Twain Prize, which is a prestigious award in the entertainment world. And he was saying, if you restrict my freedom of speech, I'll use guns. But he didn't say I, he used illusion. So this is how you can speak truth to power publicly when it's wrapped up in comedy and entertainment. Very powerful stuff. Okay, this next clip is from Steve Hughes, an Australian comedian. Have any of you ever heard of this guy? I know I never did until Pete Gorman introduced it to me 10 years ago, I think, at the first in Acapulco. So shout out to you, Pete. And the shout out to all people who share empowering good things, because I've literally never seen anything from Steve Hughes before this. And this is a joke series, a joke bit on terrorism and Israel. It's good. Check it out.
Brilliant, let's lighten it up. We'll talk about the war on terror. I hope you haven't fallen for this fucking global fucking lie called the war on terror. It's for the creation of perpetual war, because you can't end a fucking war on terror, can you? It's like you can't have a war on terror because you can't have a war on a noun. Understand? No, you can't. You need a country or nation state to wage war. You can't wage a war on a noun. Terror or terrorism, which they claim is an ideology, and terrorism is not an ideology. It's a political technique used to motivate revolution. But they've turned it into an ideology, and through the mainstream media with massive political agendas have connected it to Muslims, making it that terrorism is an ideology inherent within Islam, which is a fucking lie, because no one's religion actually has terrorism as an ideology. Even though, personally, I would think that most fundamentalist religions are psychological and spiritual terrorism unto themselves, but that's not what we're talking about. So, we have the war on terror, do we? Now, what's the end of the war on terror? What's the end? When's it going to end? What's the end plan? When you've got the terror? Yes, we've got an exit strategy on this motherfucker. Once the terror's gone, we're going to exterminate the terror. And we're going to move on to horror. Next. We'll have the war on horror. We'll get those golf fuckers. We'll get them. Drag those bastards down to Guantanamo Bay, no worries. Hard to get them to wear orange, but, you know, we'll give it a fucking go. Unbelievable. You're having a war on terror, are you? That's right. What does war create? Terror. Excellent. So you're having a war against the consequence of the actions you're involved in. Everybody else is good terror. It's good, peace, freedom, loving terror. Yeah. Kind of like terror light. Yeah. Sort of a diet terror. Sort of like, can't believe it's not terror. It's sort of... Suddenly terror, dropping the most high-tech military equipment in the world on people who live with goats, that's terror. Do you understand? It's fucking terror. They're creating terror, and then they're calling these people extremists. They get the most high-tech military equipment in the universe, and they drop it on people in huts, and they go, they're extreme. These people are extremists, so we've got 500-pound depleted uranium shells to drop on their goats because they're extreme. They're extremists, and it's good to be up here on the moderate side. Palestinians, they're also extremists. I know, I read about it in the paper. Because they defend themselves against the fourth largest army in the world with rocks. You must understand that's not an extremist, it's an optimist. You understand? It's an optimist of the highest fucking caliber. Here comes the tank. Looks like we've got ourselves an extremist. Look, he's dented this fucking thing here, look at that. You bulldoze the village, I'll see if I can tap this. He's chipped the paint. Look at this, he's chipped the fucking paint.
Wasn't that amazing? He can talk about the most difficult, anti-human things and have humor. So thank you, Steve Hughes, for being bold and saying those things. The next clip is from George Carlin talking about environmentalism. And this is a predecessor to climate change, I feel. And we'll take a look here. And also, I loved you, George Carlin, but he's a little bit negative. So don't get too caught up in there. If you look at some of his other interviews, he kind of gave up on humanity. Unlike us, or unlike me. I'm sure if you're at this conference, you have not given up on humanity. You want to see us through to a voluntary, moral civilization. Yes? All right, here's George.
Besides, there's nothing wrong with the planet. The planet is fine. The people are fucked. The people are fucked. Compared to the people, the planet is doing great. The planet has been here for 4.5 billion years, all right? 4.5 billion. We've been here, what, 100,000? Maybe. 200,000? Maybe. And we've only been engaged in heavy industry for a little over 200 years. 200 years versus 4.5 billion. And we have the conceit to think that somehow we're a threat? That somehow we're going to put in jeopardy this beautiful little blue-green ball that's just a-floating around the sun? Planet has been through a lot worse than us for a long time. Been through earthquakes, volcanoes, plate tectonics, continental drift, solar flares, sunspots, magnetic storms, the magnetic reversal of the poles, bombardments for hundreds of thousands of years by comets and asteroids and meteors, sandstorms, erosion of all kinds, cosmic radiation, worldwide fires, worldwide floods, recurring ice ages, and we think some aluminum cans and some plastic bags are going to make a difference? Planet isn't going anywhere. We are. We're going away. We're going away. Pack your shit, folks. We're going away. And we won't leave much of a trace either. Thank God for that. Maybe a little styrofoam. Maybe a little styrofoam. Planet will be here and we'll be long gone. Just another failed mutation. Just another closed-end biological mistake. An evolutionary cul-de-sac. Planet will shake us off like a bad case of fleas. A surface nuisance. You want to know how the planet's doing? Ask those people in Pompeii who are frozen into position from volcanic ash. How the planet's doing. Want to know if the planet's all right? Ask the people in Mexico City or Armenia or 100 other places buried under thousands of tons of earthquake rubble if they feel like a real threat to the planet this week. How about the people in Kilauea, Hawaii, who build their homes right next to an active volcano and then wonder why they have lava in the living room? Planet is going to be here a long, long, long time after we're gone, and it will heal itself, it will cleanse itself, because that's what it does. It's a self-correcting system. The air and the water will recover, the earth will be renewed, and say, if it's true that plastic doesn't degrade, well, the planet will simply incorporate plastic into a new paradigm, the Earth plus plastic. The planet doesn't share our prejudice towards plastic. Plastic came out of the Earth. The Earth probably sees plastic as just another one of its children. Could be the only reason the Earth allowed us to be spawned from it in the first place. It wanted plastic for itself. Didn't know how to make it. Needed us. Could be the answer to our age-old philosophical question, why are we here? Plastic. Assholes. So, well, that's a poetic note. And it's a start. And I can dream, can't I? I don't worry about the little things. Bees, trees, whales, snails. I think we're part of a greater wisdom than we will ever understand. A higher order. Call it what you want. You know what I call it? The big electron. The big electron. Whoa. 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 It doesn't punish. It doesn't reward. It doesn't even judge. It just is. And so are we, for a little while. Thanks for being here with me for a little while tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
Carlin was a legend and will always be remembered. Thank you for the decades of speaking truth to our faces, George. The next few clips from Dave Chappelle are about anti-Semitism, Israel, hypocrisy, and some nuances that he spoke directly on Saturday Night Live on the first clip and then Netflix on the second clip. So notice the adaptability and versatility you can have if you're telling jokes. Take a look.